Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. It looks like we got some patch notes information, so we're going to be taking a look at that in a little bit here. Give me just a minute to get everything set up, and then we'll be looking at it afterwards. Plus, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of time to gather together so we can go over these notes together. Fair warning, I'm not feeling too hot today. And also, this is Japanese translated notes because apparently we got these a little bit earlier than we were supposed to get these. That's really all I can tell you is that we're not actually supposed to have these right now. So, yeah, we got some early insider information. The translations might be a little wonky because this is, of course, Japanese translated to English using the Google Auto Translate system. So do be aware that what we're looking at here may not necessarily look, you know, quite like it should. We're gonna have to like interpolate. I'll be keeping my eye out to see when the official article goes live on the English server, which I don't know when that's gonna be. But I'm a little bit hyped, and I want to take a look and see what these changes are. I kind of took like a really brief look, just to kind of to get an idea of what I was looking at, and it looks kind of crazy. So buckle up. I think we're gonna be seeing some crazy stuff here. So, and I mean that, like, so hang around. If you're interested in Diablo at all, you're gonna want to see this stuff. And that was just a glance. I just saw a glance, by the way, just a glance at it. Okay. What's up, Jonathan? Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Oh, thank you, Ace man. I really appreciate that. We're about to get started here. Just give me a second to get everything loaded up properly. I actually just painted my bathroom, which was something that I was, not really intending to do today, but it happened. And then the patch notes came out like shortly thereafter, and I'm over here just like, okay, guess I'll do that now too. I mean, I'm kind of excited, don't get me wrong. I just, the paint, I think, and some of the chemicals get to me. My head's a little rough right now. I'm trying to get this set up as quickly as I can. Bink. What's up, Ninja Ranger? All right, almost there. Like I said before, fair warning that this is in Japanese, translated to English, so don't be surprised if you see some really crazy looking words or combinations. We're gonna have to figure it out as we go along. Obviously, I will be looking for the English translated versions. I'm actually refreshing on the English site right now, but for right now, we're just gonna have to go with the Japanese version at this particular point. I also want to make this a little bit bigger so you guys can get a good look at it. And a little bit lower. I need to make sure this matches up to what I see. Otherwise, I'll be off the entire time. I'm also going to take the chat off of screen because it kind of gets in the way. All right, let's go over this together, guys. Like I said, keep in mind this is translated, so I don't know. It's also way early. I don't know why it's so early. The English one hasn't even come out yet. This is the Japanese one, so you won't even find this on the English site. So we got here Diablo 2 Resurrected PTR 2.5 introducing the Realm of Terror. So that's what they're calling it in Japan, as the Realm of Terror, not the Terror Zones. Updated September 15th. Various content changes have been introduced during PTR 2.5 testing. Those changes are marked in red. The PTR will end on September 20th at 2 GMT. I do not know what GMT is. Let's see. 2 GMT to EST. So 10 p.m. 10 p.m. is GMT. It's kind of a crazy translation there. Heroes, a prophecy about the future has been found in the flames of hell. Ladder Season 2 will begin on October 7th, Japan time. Okay, so keep in mind this is the Japan time calculation. We may have to actually get like the English time calculation first, but that does give us a roundabout time. My guess is it's actually October 6th for us because Japan is ahead of us by quite a bit. So we were probably looking at Thursday, October 6th. Check our upcoming Diablo 2 Resurrected blog for more information, including when Ladder Season 2 will be released. We can't wait to slay demons, earn tons of experience and loot, and race to the top of the leaderboards. Realm of Terror, new unique amulet, large. I'm assuming that means charm, not amulet. New PTR character templates, PTR focus and details, patch notes, and how to participate. All right, so let's search for the items in red because we know that everything else here is the same as before. Hole has been added to the list. Moo Moo Ranch. Dude, some of these translations are hilarious, though. I'm glad I pulled up the Japanese version. The Desolate Plains. That's amazing. So the Hole got added. I think that actually is called the Hole. I think there is actually a zone called the Hole. Moo Moo Ranch, though. I love that, though. We need a new zone called Moo Moo Ranch. We need it. That's it. We need it. River of Flame / Cursed City. I noticed that Sanctuary of Chaos is still on here. I noticed that Endless Plains and Plains of Despair is still on here. So what did they add to River of Flame? What the hell is the Cursed City? I don't know what the Cursed City is. So the three zones in... There's not very many zones in River in Hell, so let's just work it out, right? So we got Plains of Despair, we've got the City of the Damned, right? The River of the Flame, and so the first two zones are combined together, and River of Flame and the City of the Damned are combined together. Okay, that makes sense. So River of Flame and the City of the Damned have been combined together. They just changed it around a little bit. Okay. The following zones are newly targeted for raids. Chapter 1. So chapter 1, I'm assuming, means Act 1. So Act 1, the Hole. Act 4, Cursed City. So City of the Damned. The following zones will no longer be attack targets. Chapter 2, so Act 2, Grubden, I'm assuming that means Maggot Lair. Harem, Palace, and Crypt. Lower Crust. Lower Crust. Lower Crust, boys. Lower Crust. Oh my god. I'm dying over here. I'm dying. Oh, they shouldn't have removed Lower Crust. Come on, we want to farm Lower Crust. It's Lower Crust. Lower Crust is now forever Lower Crust. I'm sorry. That's it. Everybody, I don't care who you are, where you're from, what language you speak. Lower Crust is now no longer Lower Crust. We are just calling it Lower Crust from now on. That is it. It is the Lower Crust and the Upper Crust, okay? Lower Crust and Upper Crust, that's it. Act 1 Black Marsh Zone was incorrectly added to the raid target list and has been removed. This zone has never been the target of raids. We apologize for the inconvenience. Developer comment. A big factor in these changes is enemy monster density. Completely clearing raid zones yields more rewards, but is less efficient if the zone density is too low. That said, adjusting enemy monster density has an impact on melee weapon builds. So we decided to remove zones with low monster density, also removing the maggot layer, and the palace basements will address playability issues in zones with doors that require close-range combat. Zones with doors have always been a bit of an issue, but we didn't want to change the zones themselves, so the decision was to keep the original play feel. Instead, we're adding 2 new zones to give the intended amount of benefit when a raid occurs. Terror zones. Ninja Ranger, terror zones. Terror zones is a new feature that's being added. New weakening amulet. Okay, so I'm 99.9% sure that amulet in Japanese is the correct translation for charm. So a charm is kind of referred to as an amulet over there. So don't think about it as something goes around your neck. When they're talking about it in Japanese, an amulet is instead like a wooden block that has like a special thing put in it. So charms. So amulet means charm. I'm like 99.9% certain that amulet means charm in Japanese. On hell difficulty, many monsters gain resistance to certain damage attributes. At 100% resistance, monsters are completely immune to certain damage attributes. Due to the limited number of ways to lower a monster's absolute resistance, very few builds in Diablo 2 Resurrected allow you to level up and collect items across all zones. This has resulted in some builds not getting enough benefit in the current raid zones, not gaining experience as much as they should, and most of all, taking away from the fun in the zone. I'm here. What? I'm here? What the hell is that? What? These translations are hilarious. It literally says period. Like there's literally it's just period. I'm here. I'm here, guys. So to expand the variety of class builds, we've added 6 new unique grand charms. 6 new unique grand charms that, when in your inventory, grant certain monster elemental resistances to be disabled. Also, related to this is a new keyword called Sunder. If the monster had full resistance to a particular damage attribute, this keyword will reduce that resistance to 95%, regardless of the initial percentage of resistance. Negate the full resistance and take damage of that attribute. It is something that allows you to give weaknesses that are applied before other resistance reduction effects are calculated and only affect non-player units. These new amulets only drop from rare, unique, and champion difficulty monsters within the raid zones. However, this new unique amulet, large, has one drawback. These reduce the monster's resistance, but also reduce the player's own resistance of the same attribute. So the player takes more damage from that attribute during the PTR. Talismans of Weakness will not drop for monsters and can only be tested through the PTR character templates listed later in the blog. So we're only going to be able to utilize them on the PTR server, basically. Again with these translations. Okay, well, we got the Black Crack, guys. Okay, the Black Crack. We got weakens enemies' magic immunity. Magic resistance, negative 50%. We've got Eating Bones, weakens enemies' physical resistance, increases physical damage taken by 25%. That could be deadly, by the way. Physical damage is one of the most ridiculous elements in the game, and a high physical damage monster can just annihilate you if you don't have enough physical damage reduction. And an extra 25% on top of that could be like just nasty. Sweet Frost weakened enemy cold immunity by 75%. But remember, this also weakens you by the same amount. So, yeah. I'm a little confused though on this. I mean, it's pretty obvious. We got rotting scars. That sounds pretty cool. I like these names. I don't know if these names are all the ones that are actually going to be in the game because these are translated names, but I really want that to be named Black Crack. I'm sorry. Just you make it happen, buddies. I need to read this again so that I can get a better idea of how this works. Okay, so we gotta go over this. I know this is in the wrong language, and I'm gonna reload the English news site real quick just to make sure. Although I'm having so much fun just reading the absolutely terrible, like, broken English translations here. All right, so it says if the monster has full resistance to a particular damage attribute, this charm, I'm assuming charm, not keyword, this charm will reduce that resistance to 95%. So basically what it's saying is that it will break the resistance for you. It's not saying it's going to make it really easy to kill the monster. Breaking the resistance does not necessarily mean that the monster is going to be killable. If you have a monster that's at like 120% lightning resistance, and you happen to be utilizing the Rift in Heaven charm, what it's saying is that it's going to set the monster's resistance to 95%, which will in effect break the resistance, but the monster will still be 95% resistant to your lightning. So it's still going to cause a build issue. So you're going to have negative enemy lightning resistance. So what would you have to have? You would have to have something like griffins, crescent moon. You would have to have lightning facets, any kind of negative enemy lightning resistance to bring that down further below 95%. And so essentially it doesn't immediately make the monster killable, but it does break the resistance so that you can bring it down lower, which is nice. I do like that. This one right here is kind of insane. So I don't know if you guys know this, but nothing in the game basically no players has less than 0% magic resistance. So when you get hit by like a bone spirit from a chaos knight, or you get hit by bone spear from one of the snakes, or you get hit by like multiple different monsters, like that have magic damage effects, like the dark stars from the Herodrum, you have 0% magic resistance. So like it hits you for full damage. If you're using this charm and one of those snakes hits you with a bone spear, or you get hit by a bone spirit from one of the chaos mages, or you get hit by some dark stars by one of the Herodrum, you're going to take extra damage from those hits that already absolutely rip you to shreds. I don't know if you guys have been hit by like a barrage of bone spears or like a multi-shot extra fast Herodrum before, but they can rip through your HP like it's nothing. And using this charm, you're going to just like absolutely get annihilated by those monsters. I freaking love it. I love the fact that they put a negative in with the positive. So they gave you a positive, but at the same time, they're also giving you a very strong negative right on top of it. Negative 75% cold resistance is kind of massive. Same thing with the lightning. Lightning sorks are going to absolutely love this charm, but they're going to get annihilated by gloams. They're going to those gloams are going to rip through lightning sorceresses like they don't even exist. Oh man, I freaking love it. It says, and large unique amulets specifications are subject to change during PTR based on test results and player feedback. Now, did it say specifically that they only work within the terror zones? They only drop within the terror zones. They did say that. Trying to see if it says specifically that they only work in terror zones, or do they work everywhere? Envy, is it really called Black Crack? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's a translation issue between the Japanese. If you guys don't know this, it's I'm translating this. So if I hit translate to English, if I go back to the Japanese, that's what it looks like. That's what we're looking at right now. Chrome is just automatically translating this for us, okay? And I'm pretty sure Black Crack is not the correct translation. Although if it is absolutely hilarious, keep it because I don't even know. Just keep it. It's hilarious. I also rather enjoy eating bones. That one also is just hilarious. I hope that one actually is eating bones. I'm going to put that on my character just for laughs. I want to eating bones. All right, new PTR character templates. Starting today, September 15th, all characters created during the PTR will be removed and replaced with 13 level 85 character templates. You will be able to use them during the PTR period. Each character template comes equipped with one new talisman of weakness, allowing players to experience how it works. The full list of available character templates is below. An Ice Arrow Amazonas. Fire, Lightning Sork, Fire Sork, Cold Sork, Flame Claw Druid, Fire Claw Druid, Fire Druid, Hammerton with a magic resistance weakened charm, Poison Necro, Frenzy Barb, Plague Javelin, a Sacred Flame Paladin. I like Sacred Flame a hell of a lot better than I like Holy Fire. Petition to change Holy Fire to Sacred Flame. Everybody, we need to make that happen, okay? Holy Fire sounds stupid. I want Sacred Flame. Sacred Flame, Sacred Freeze. I don't know. I don't know if Sacred Freeze has the same bite. Sacred Ice, maybe? I don't know. Sacred Frost. Sacred sounds a whole lot better than Holy. I don't know. It just kind of rolls off the tongue better, especially Sacred Flame. And then we got a Tesla on here as well. All right, let's scroll down and see what else we've got in these red patch notes. There's got to be something else in here besides this. All right, I don't really want to do this, but we're going to try and refresh this link. They may have killed this link. I don't know if they killed it or not. So let's reload it and see if there's anything new added to it. I could lose it entirely, especially if it wasn't intended to be up. There's got to be more information than this because they also said they were going to be changing some things about the characters as well. Unless they just backed out on that and they decided not to do it. Let me go back through this again real quick. I just want to read this weakening amulet thing. Let's see here. They calling it Sunder. I don't think that's actually what it's called, but that's an interesting name. It probably translates different than that. Yeah, amulet means charm. We were talking about that earlier. It's a pretty common thing in Japanese. I watch too much anime to not know that amulet basically means charm over there. I also think that large charm means grand charm. I don't think this is a large charm. I'm pretty sure it's a grand charm. I don't think that they would put that kind of amazing effect on a large charm, which would allow you to have more effects. They're gonna put it on the largest charm possible, which was probably gonna be the grand charm. I don't see anything in here that specifically says that it only works within the terror zones. I mean, it does say. See, this has resulted in some build. No, it's not. It does say that you can only find them within the terror zones, but it doesn't say that you can't. It doesn't say that you can't use them outside of the terror zones, which is certainly interesting. Obviously, one of the big things in 2.5, or rather seasons, is going to be getting your hands on a black crack. and some eating bones and a sweet frost and a rift in heaven and a piercing flame and a rotting scars. I actually really like these names, by the way. Rotting Scars, I really like. Piercing Flame, I really like. Rift in Heaven, also absolutely amazing. Sweet Frost, they're all great. Like, and if they're not great, they're hilarious. Like they're, um. So eating bones, which is the physical immunity one, is definitely going to be interesting for physical damage characters. There are a lot of physical damage characters which have a lot of issues with obviously putting out physical damage against physical immunes. And the ability to break an immunity is definitely going to be very, very interesting. The only thing that bugs me about this is that bringing a monster's resistance down to 95% physical doesn't necessarily mean that you're capable of killing them. I know for a fact, because as a necromancer, I have an army that is almost entirely physical damage, and you can break immunities with amplify damage, for instance, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee you're actually going to be able to kill them. It takes a very long time to kill a physically immune monster that is broken down to 95% resistance. It takes a very long time. Now, granted, you could maybe stack this with other effects, but, and this is a very strong but, not a black crack, but it's still a very strong but. And let me see if I can bring this up on the screen so you guys can see this. Why is this so large? Decrease again. All right, so this is the calculations. I know it's a little bit difficult to see here. Let me take this off the screen for just a second, so I can talk about this, just the resistances here. So conviction and lower resistance, as well as amplify damage and decrepify, suffer from a penalty when going against a monster that is immune. So, for instance, amplify damage is reduced down to 20% effectiveness. So 100% divided by 5 equals 20% effectiveness when dealing with an immune monster. Doesn't matter whether the monster is broken or not. This has been tested with conviction and lower resistance. So when a monster is, like, for instance, immune to lightning, let's just use lightning as an example. Let's say you have a monster that's immune to lightning and conviction breaks that resistance. All right, so let's say they're 120% immune to lightning. You hit them with a negative 30% penalty, because it's a penalized value, which brings them down to 90% lightning immune or lightning resistant. Right, that breaks them. If you cast lower resistance on the same target, it still suffers from the same penalty that lower resistance or that conviction suffers from. So instead of reducing them by 70%. By having both conviction and lower resistance on the same target, it only reduces them by 14%. And I'm kind of curious if in this situation with the Eating Bones charm, does the Eating Bones charm have the same penalty applied to it? In other words, if Eating Bones breaks the resistance, and then you cast Amplify Damage or Decrepify on the target, is Amplify Damage or Decrepify still going to suffer from the same penalty that Conviction and Lower Resistance do when applied together? And I think that's something that we're definitely going to have to test when PTR comes up. It should be pretty easy to test, by the way. But if it does, Amplify Damage and Decrepify won't stack very well with Eating Bones. It'll still stack, mind you. So, for instance, if a monster's immune to physical, right, you're immune to physical completely, and then you apply your Eating Bones. Eating Bones is going to break them down so that they're no longer immune. Then you're going to apply Amplify Damage, and it's going to reduce them by 20%. So they're going to go from like 110% immune to 95, then 95 down to 75. So there'll be 75% physical resistance with Amplify Damage and the Eating Bones charm, which would be interesting. However, if Amplify Damage does stack with these differently than Conviction and Lower Resistance stack with each other, then we're looking at 110% resistant down to 95, and then negative 100, which is going to bring the monster all the way down to negative 5% physical resistance, which is going to be a huge difference. So we're talking about the difference between 75% resistant to physical and negative 5% resistance to physical. So it's going to be a huge difference. Let's also talk about... I'll bring this, take this off. Bink. Let's also talk about Sweet Frost for a second, because Sweet Frost is interesting. I think this one, out of all of them, is definitely something that has basically changed the game. I mean, out of all of these charms, the only resistance that is essentially unbreakable in about 95% of all scenarios. Very few times you can break cold resistance. I want to say about 5% of the times you can break cold resistance. But in 95% of the time, you cannot break cold resistance. It is almost entirely unbreakable. This has literally changed the game for cold sorceresses, for hurricane druids, for any character that uses cold damage, a cold Amazon, for instance, freezing arrow Amazon. This is like absolutely insane for those characters because it is going to offer them, for the first time ever in the existence of the game, we are talking about basically being able to break cold immunes and do it in a way that is actually, like, you know, built into the game and not just a glitch. On top of that, we also have just very nice for the cold damage characters. I think a lot of cold damage characters are going to come into power in this particular patch. The Frost Amazon, by the way, is one of my favorites, and it's actually the character that I already chose for ladder this season. And I think my Frost Amazon is going to absolutely annihilate with this Sweet Frost charm. I'm going to use something like Wizendraw, which has negative 35% enemy cold resistance, combined with some other very nice charms and items that have more cold damage on them. I might even be able to focus specifically on cold damage instead of going for, you know, something else entirely. This one is also interesting too, the Piercing Flame. Fire characters in general tend to be very weak, because, of course, there are just so many ridiculously large number of fire immunes in the game. And I think it's safe to say that fire characters are generally avoided because of this. They're generally avoided because of the whole issue revolving around their ridiculous amount of fire immunes. I mean, it doesn't even start at hell difficulty, by the way. If you guys have never played a fire damage character, like a strictly fire damage character, like maybe even an enchant sorceress, the fire immunes literally start in Nightmare Act 4. So when you get to Nightmare difficulty Act 4, the number of fire immunes skyrockets, and you can't do anything. And when you get to Act 5, and when you get to the Hell difficulty Act 1 and Hell difficulty Act 2, the number of fire immunes are just absolutely insane. And it makes it insanely difficult to be able to do anything as a fire damage character. So this opens up a very nice area for fire damage characters that was not there before. I don't know what the level requirement on these charms are. That's something that we're going to have to find out. That I think the level requirement on these charms is definitely going to set the tone for how useful these are, like, to these particular characters. Now, keep in mind that these charms are not going to fix your problems all by themselves. You're still going to have to stack a very healthy amount of negative enemy fire resistance. Negative enemy fire resistance is going to become king in this new patch, because these are going to break the resistances for you, but you're still going to have to use items like Crescent Moon, that has a rather hefty negative enemy lightning resistance, Wizendraw, which is a high negative enemy cold resistance bow. There are a lot of items in the game that are going to become very valuable in these upcoming patches. I would keep your eyes on every single one of them. In fact, you know, let me go over them really quickly. I feel like that's something that we can do very easily. Wizendraw has negative 35% enemy cold resistance. absolutely excellent for something like this. We have Crescent Moon, which I believe has also negative 35% lightning resistance. We got Flickering Flame, which is negative enemy fire resistance. We've got Phoenix. Phoenix is also going to be negative enemy fire resistance. We got Griffin's Eye Diadem, negative enemy lightning resistance. Obviously, we've got all the facets. Every single one of the facets, fire, lightning, ice, and poison, all have negative 5% enemy lightning resistance. Tal Rasha's has negative resistance on the orb. I'm pretty sure it's the orb with the set bonuses. Yeah, I'll give you guys the link. It's in Japan though, so good luck. Hold on, let me look at this. Look at these Japanese characters. Bink. I'm gonna paste it into chat for you guys. I don't know if it's even gonna work. You give it a try, my friends. Give it a try. Let's see. What are the other items that have negative enemy resistance on them? There's a ton of them. Page not found, sir. I mean, let's go over what we've gotten so far, kind of like sum it up for those of you guys who are just joining, because I did notice there's like a million people in here. Also, I need to pull up my live stream chat, which I totally forgot to do at the beginning of this. I don't know why I totally forgot to pull that up. There we go. And don't forget to hit the subscribe button, the like button. It really helps out, guys. All right, so we're going to sum everything up real quick from what I can understand. All right, so we got some zones that were taken away from the terror zones. Some zones were added. Not really a whole lot going on here. We got the Hole was added to Act 1. We got Cursed City was combined with River of Flame. And then we also had the Maggot Layer was removed. I'm actually kind of sad about that. I like the Maggot Layer. And the Harem and the Palace was removed. Also, Lower Crust. Lower Crust has been removed. I'm not sure why Lower Crust has been removed. That's Lower Kurost, I'm pretty sure. Also, they basically said Black Marsh was on the list incorrectly. We also have a roundabout date for when Ladder is going to launch. This is in Japan time, so keep that in mind because this is not correct. This is October 7th, Japan time. October 7th, Japan time, I'm assuming is October 6th for us in like the United States, like East Coast area, or UK. It would still probably be the 6th in the UK, because they're ahead of us. Japan's always been ahead of us. We've also got this information about the new weakening amulets, which is actually really, really cool. I actually really, really like these weakening amulets. I'm not really sure what these are in combination with. There's no information on here for the Hammerton Nerf. So they talked about basically bringing the Hammerton down a little bit, making things more difficult for the Hammerton, but we don't have any information on how they achieved that. In fact, I feel like there's a lot of information missing from this. I don't know why. But it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I think what we're missing is what they did to the terror zones. Like, I don't think they would have added these unless they added a lot more immunities to the terror zones. I feel like what we're looking at here is they may have added a large number of immunities to the terror zones, and these are their way of essentially helping us break those immunities. And I can't think of it any other reason why they would have given us these. Like think about it like you're in a situation where you have like a like a big monster and he's like absolutely invincible and you can't fight him. And then the developer goes, well, here, take this special sword that's made to kill this monster only, and you touch the monster with it and he like explodes, right? So like basically these seem to be their answer to, hey, we're going to put a bunch of extra immunities in these zones, but here's some items that you can use to counter those things, so go find them. And I actually really kind of like the idea of having these drop. Also, can you imagine, like, say you're a Hammerton, right? You're in there, you're killing a bunch of stuff, and you're hoping to get this, black crack. You're hoping to get a black crack, but you get a sweet frost instead, right? So now you have something to trade. Now you can go out and you can be like, okay, sweet frost for black crack. Maybe I'll throw in a low rune or something because mine's more valuable than yours or something. It's it's going to open up some trade options here, which is definitely going to be interesting, and it's definitely going to be interesting. I think we're going to see some meta shift here. A lot of meta shift, actually. I think this is going to shake up the meta like crazy. Fire characters are actually going to become useful for the first time in a very long time. That is like an absolutely insane thing. I think for those of you out there who may be in love with, say, a Fireclaw Druid, or maybe you are in love with a like a elemental fire druid, or maybe you like the exploding arrow Amazon, or whatever's going on, like whatever characters that you might really enjoy that are fire based. For the first time ever, you'll be able to play them in the end game and actually have fun with them, and they could potentially even combat or challenge some of the higher meta classes, which they never really could before because of the massive number of fire immunes. The Sweet Frost opens up the door for all of the cold characters. The Freezing Arrow Amazon, the Cold Sorceresses, the Hurricane Druid, and really makes it so that they can have a very interesting playstyle. Another thing that we have to think about here is that this probably doesn't work on minions, mercenaries, or traps. So I feel like these charms may have inadvertently nerfed the assassin and made the assassin a little less sought after. The trap assassin, is a very popular build, as you guys are well aware. But if these charms don't work on the assassin's traps, which none of the negative enemy monster resistance items have affected the traps in the past, the assassin, unfortunately, is going to be kind of like stealth nerfed by these charms. I don't really see any way around it because negative enemy resistance has never worked on traps before, unless they manage to fix it, and it's not going to help. These do not work on PvP, and they wouldn't do anything in PvP anyway. They specifically said that they don't work in PvP, but what would they even do in PvP anyway? They're not reducing the resistance of the player below 95%. The highest resistance that you can possibly achieve on a player is 95%. The worst that they could ever possibly do to a player is set your resistance to 95%. It's not going to go lower than 95. These don't reduce the resistance of the monster. They only break the immunity. And players can't be immune, so they would do nothing to a player anyway. I already posted the link. A lot of people said that it 404s, Nando. This is a Japanese website. I've showed people this a couple times. I'm not trying to fool you guys. This is over on the Japanese website for Diablo 2 Resurrected. This is all translated. They haven't released the notes yet in English. Let me double check the webpage because I have been reloading it like crazy to see if they have posted the notes for us, and they have not. Let me also double check the forum just in case. Nothing on the forums yet either. And this could all be I can't imagine that this is fake though, because as you can see by the address, this is news.blizzard.com. And if we go to the Blizzard website, let me actually bring this up in tandem for you guys. So this is the Blizzard website that is the English version, and I need to bring this over so you guys can actually see it. because I wouldn't have shown this to you guys if it wasn't actually on the Blizzard website. So as you can see here, this is https://news.blizzard.com, and then it's en-us Diablo 2, right? If we go to this one, it's the same thing. It's https news.blizzard.com, so it's the same news.blizzard.com, but we're looking at ja.jp/Diablo 2. So this is just on the Japanese server. It's the same domain. It's the same everything. We're just looking at data that hasn't released on the English server yet, which could have something to do with their time zone being ahead of us. Maybe they had it timed for some reason over there differently because of their time zone. I'm sure that we'll be seeing the English patch notes soon. It's probably not going to be that long. I also kind of want to open up PTR real quick and check PTR and see if it's currently updated or running. Give me just a second here. I'm going to pull up my Blizzard launcher. And I'm going to see if I can open up PTR. How did I find it? Actually, you know what? Let me give somebody a shout out, because this is actually this was actually from a fellow YouTuber. So there is a fellow YouTuber that I have collaborated with in the past. If you guys watched my video on the poison bug, the one that I did where I basically found out that poison damage was actually bugged, and it doesn't actually do any damage if other targets are dishing out damage to the same target that is poisoned. Skulm was actually the one that actually found that out, and I had collaborated with him and asked if it was okay if I did a video on the topic as well, and did my own testing. And let me pull up his YouTube channel real quick, because I'd like to give him a shout out real quick. He's the one that sent me the link. And where are you, Skulm? I'm not even sure if I'm saying his name correctly, by the way. There he is. Bink. This is Skulm. He's got about 1,800 subscribers. He does a lot of Diablo videos as well. And this is actually where I found out about the poison bug from one of his videos. I just wanted to give him a shout out. He's the one that actually sent me the link. I really appreciate that. He does some pretty good necromancer videos too. Yeah, I've seen some of his necro videos. He has like a ultra like high end necro build, and he also has like a kind of like a super budget necromancer build video too. They're pretty cool. It's definitely a little bit harder to build a necromancer without teleport, but I always find a nice teleport AMI works like a long way. All right, I'm trying to get the Blizzard launcher up here so I can pull this up. See if I can launch the PTR. We're going to launch the PTR real quick, and we're just going to take a look and see if anything's changed. I doubt it, since they haven't announced it in the United States yet, or in the UK even yet. But we're going to find out one way or the other. And let me pull this over here. I'm going to bring up Diablo 2. We're on the PTR server right now. Fit to screen. There we go. When was the news published? Very shortly ago. Like very shortly, Scott. So it wasn't even that long ago. Skulm actually sent me the link. When was it? 11:48. So about an hour. So it doesn't look like the PTR server is currently up. We are still looking at a downed PTR server. So this is what I'm guessing. We're probably going to see the PTR, the English PTR news notes. I'm going to guess in about an hour. Blizzard likes to announce their stuff generally around like 1 to 2 o'clock p.m. EST. So we're probably looking at it either within the next 5 or 10 minutes, which we're definitely going to wait for, by the way, or in about an hour. And I'm not exactly sure which one of those it's going to be. So we're definitely going to see if we can find it. It won't link in chat because it converts all the Japanese characters into numbers or something. I don't know what the hell's going on. I tried to post it in chat earlier. It didn't really work. Where is my... There it is. I mean, I'll post it again. This is the link right here. And it immediately converts into a bunch of absolutely crazy... Oh, it's too many characters. Okay, hold on. It's too many characters. That's why it didn't work. Let me tiny URL it. How about that? I'll turn it into a tiny URL real quick. Maybe that'll help. Bink. Let me see if this works. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to try it anyway. Okay, it worked. It worked for me anyway. All right, I'm going to post this in chat for you guys. Try that link, see if that works. For those of you who have not found the link yet. I'm going to bring the English version of this. And people don't understand. Like I'm sitting here scrolling through the I'm scrolling through the forums, and in the forums we've got like people who are like looking at the patch notes, and I mean Blizzard made it really obviously clear that this patch was focusing on the terror zones. And I certainly understand, you know, that you guys want certain changes. Like there are a lot of you guys, like a lot of people on the line right now, so I might as well use this as an opportunity to talk about this. Yes, there's many things that they should be taking a look at. They need to have some a little bit of attention to PvP. They need to work on extra storage space. They need some extra character slots. Okay, they need a lot to focus on a lot of different things. But that's not what this patch is about. They made it very clear that this patch is about the terror zones. They spent a lot of effort on this. They spent a lot of time on this. And I get it. It's not what you particularly wanted. But that's what they're working on right now. So I don't understand the logic behind getting upset that they're not working on the specific feature that you want right now. They could still potentially work on that feature in the future, but that's not what this patch is about. So when you read these patch notes and it doesn't have the information that you're looking for, you know, about that one specific change that you want, I mean, they pretty much told us that they had literally spent the entire duration from Ladder Season 1 literally till now working on these terror zones and trying to get them right. So give them a break. They're working on this. Next patch, maybe we'll see some other changes that are more in line with what we were hoping for. But not while their attention is on this. Once their attention leaves this, once they get this actually fixed and set up and working, then we'll probably see some of those other changes. Just, you know, give them a little bit of a break. You know, they definitely did spend a lot of time on this. You know, it'd be like if you were in the bathroom painting it, like I was painting the bathroom earlier, and then somebody comes in and complains that you didn't paint the living room, and you're like, dude, I'm literally painting the bathroom right now. Like, I don't have time to paint the living room. Like, that's not what I'm working on. Give me like a, you know, like a couple hours, and then maybe I can move my way into the family room. But like, you know, you can't just get upset because the person is working on something that you don't want them working on at that particular moment. I look big. I'm 6'2", Bloom. I'm a very large guy. I'm very tall. I have very broad shoulders. I've always had very broad shoulders. I'm a big guy. I know it doesn't look that way on stream, but I'm a very large-esque person. I wouldn't say that I'm fat, although I'm probably a little chunky around the midsection, which I certainly would like to get get that under control. But I've always been a big person. My dad's a big person too. It's just how it goes. Um, hmm. This comment they made about the doors is kind of funny. I don't I don't like they made this comment about the doors and they basically said like removing grub dens and harem palace basements will address playability issues in zones with doors that require close range combat. Zones with doors have always been a bit of an issue, but we didn't want to change the zones themselves, so the decision was to keep the original play feel instead. We're adding 2 new zones to give the intended amount of benefit when a raid occurs. What's special about doors? I mean, for the most part, unless you're like a summon necromancer, I think that's about it. Unless you're a summon necromancer, like that's the only character that has any trouble with zones with doors. I mean, most characters actually enjoy the doors. Like if you're a melee character, for instance, melee characters tend to enjoy doors because you use them for choke points, right? So if you're a melee character, you don't want to like get surrounded. So a lot of the times, what you'll do is you'll just kind of like sit in the doorway specifically to force the monsters into a choke point. A lot of characters can do that. You put your mercenary in the door, you know, like whatever. Even the summon druid doesn't even have any issues with the doors because the ravens just fly straight through the doors, and they literally just absolutely obliterate the monster that's standing in the doorway. But like most of the time with my necromancer, I recently did a solo self-found run with my necromancer where I literally just did the entire thing, and I demonstrated clearly that the necromancer doesn't have any issues with doors either. You pretty much just run into the room, all your monsters literally spawn around you, and then you're good. You're golden. Like you basically just make sure you're running into the room. You don't stand at the doors, and it works absolutely fine. I wanted to look up these negative enemy resistance items. Let me see if I can find this. Uh, It's all about making teleport less important. I mean, I've never really felt teleport was all that important, so it's not. It's like a non sequitur to me. I try to avoid it whenever possible. I find that I have more fun at the game in general when I'm not teleporting. I'm trying to see if I can find the page that just kind of shows all the negative enemy resistances. Negative enemy resistance items. I mean, I know most of them off the top of my head, but when it comes to these items, they're going to be a really big help for just about any character who's running this kind of stuff. I what would you do on a Vengeance Paladin though, right? Like these charms are really interesting, but if you're a dual spec character, um, like if you're running, say, a Vengeance Paladin, Vengeance Paladins are lightning, fire, and ice. They're all 3 elements, right? And physical. So you know you've got 4 elements on one character. Which one would you actually like put on the character? Like what would you choose? Can you have more than one? That's an important question. I didn't even think about that earlier. Can you have more than one of these on a character at a given time? Would you even want more than one, though, since they're giving you negative 75% to a single resistance? If you had more than one, you're going to be basically making your character extremely weak. The more of these you have on your character, the weaker your character is going to be. Um, I mean, think about the negative 75% fire resistance. If you use Spirit shields, Spirit Monarch shields have no fire resistance on them. So you're already in a negative situation with fire resistance, and now putting this on your character is going to make your negative fire resistance even more ridiculous. That is going to be absolutely insane, in my opinion, like to the point of absurdity. Flickering Flame, yeah, Flickering Flame with that fire bonus is definitely going to be nice to help counteract the Piercing Flame. Some of these won't be that big of a deal. Like, I generally don't find cold resistance to be all that important in Diablo. There's not like a super huge number of monsters that will kill you with the cold resistance if you're too low. In fact, I think the main spell that I die with on cold is pretty much Frost Nova. Like cold enchanted monsters, when they die and that Frost Nova comes out, that's like one of the main cold effect skills that usually kills me, is that thing right there. And then the only other spell that usually kills me as far as cold damage is concerned is the council healers that spam Blizzard. Those will get me sometimes too. The council healers that spam Blizzard. But like for the most part, I don't usually die to cold damage. So it's not really like that big of a deal. Physical damage is a big deal. Physical damage will kill you really quickly, especially if you're a melee character and you're in there in the thick of it. This could be an issue for melee characters. Yes, they're going to want this charm because it's going to break the physical immunity, but having this on is going to make them much weaker in that same melee situation. It could be detrimental. It's definitely going to be a trade-off, a very heavy trade-off. This one I'm not really sure about. A negative 50% magic resistance to break magic immunity. I'm not really quite sure they thought this one out. Let me see if I can explain this. So, let's say you use Sweet Frost. Okay, Sweet Frost breaks the cold resistance to 95%, right? So you've broken a cold immune monster to 95% resistance, right? At that point, your cold mastery can take over and reduce that 95% down to, say, negative 100%, right? So it's very effective for a cold sorceress to have a Sweet Frost on their character. But are there any items, any items in the game that have negative magic resistance? Because unlike a Crescent Moon that you could put on, or a Wizened Draw that you can put on, that has negative 35% enemy cold resistance, there is no item in the game, as far as I'm aware of, that has negative enemy magic resistance, which means that breaking the magic immunity doesn't necessarily do anything for a Hammerton or a Bone Spirit Necromancer or any of those things, because you can't reduce them lower than 95%. So if we were to run this on a calculator, let's say, for instance, a Hammerton, let's bring this up on the stream too so you guys can see it. Why not? Window Capture 2, Calculator. Sorry for your eyeballs. So let's say you have a 13,000 damage Hammerton, right? And you come across a magic immune monster, and you happen to be using the Black Crack charm, which gives you the breaking of the magic immunity. It's still going to reduce your 13,000 damage by 95%, which means that your 13,000 damage hammers are now dishing out 650 damage, which isn't really going to help them out very much. Yes, they'll be able to kill the monster, but no, it's not really going to be that big of a difference. And I'm not really sure that's even worth the negative 50% enemy magic resistance, or the negative 50% personal magic resistance that you're going to suffer to get that broken immunity. I don't know if that's really going to be helpful for Hammertons at all.
And I don't know if that's really going to be helpful at all to any Magic user. Um, Especially with that penalty on there, just simply breaking the Magic immunity down to 95% is not enough to make that. I don't think it can be fake, Cam, because it's on the Diablo website. Unless Diablo themselves is putting out an April Fools in the middle of September. Um, I mean, it's literally on the Diablo website. It literally reads https://news.blizzard.com/ja-jp/Diablo 2. This is on their website unless they're the one making the hoax. So this doesn't seem useful to me. I'm not really sure what they were thinking with this particular item. It doesn't seem useful. Um, I mean, maybe in the barest of situations, like if you just had to kill something, you couldn't kill it, and you wanted to break that immunity, then you have the ability to break the immunity. And 650 damage, a hammer doesn't really sound like it's going to be a very quick kill. This could be the nerf to Hammertons that they're talking about. And basically, everybody else got an amazing charm which can literally help them just be amazing characters, right? Everybody got an amazing charm, right? But Hammerton's got the shaft, basically. Their charm literally does the same thing as all the others, but is essentially useless. I'm not really quite sure what to think about that. That could be the nerf that they were talking about, and this honestly would essentially leave Hammertons essentially untouched, while also buffing all the other characters in the game. Because every single character in the game is basically going to be buffed by these charms. It's going to make a lot of characters more viable than they ever were before. That's for sure. I also like this because it removes infinity as a balancing mechanic. I've said this before in many videos. I've said it before in the comments. I've argued with people about this when they tried to use infinity as a argument that Hammerton was not overpowered, that because a Javazon with an infinity could do the same thing. And I have told everybody the same thing. Infinity is not a balancing mechanic. It is a very difficult to obtain item. It requires multiple high runes, and it literally cannot be used as a balancing mechanic because it is almost impossible to obtain for most people. However, this essentially replaces infinity, and allows every single character in the game essentially to have an infinity, except for the Trap Assassin. I'm sorry, Trap Assassin, you got screwed. And basically gives you the ability to have a character which could potentially do the same thing as maybe a Hammerton under certain situations if they have these charms. And then on top of that, they basically gave the Hammerton like a crappy charm which doesn't do anything. Unfortunately, this means that the Necromancer's charm, or that the Bone Necromancer, the Berserk Barbarian, and the Magic Arrow Amazon are also kind of getting the shaft with this, but at least they're not getting nerfed, which is certainly not a bad thing. Yes, we also don't know the drop rate of these. That's also important. That's a good point, Balo. They could be ridiculously hard to come by. Who knows? We could be looking about at a charm which is insanely difficult to find. I would like these charms to be rare. We also don't know what difficulty they spawn in either. That's another thing. Like, are they only going to spawn in Hell difficulty Terror Zones? Are they going to drop from, say, Nightmare difficulty Terror Zones? Is it going to be level-based? Like, for instance, let's say if I'm in Nightmare difficulty and I cap out the level of the Terror Zones at level say 73, 74, right? So level 74 is the highest that a Nightmare Terror Zone can be. Um, I mean, it's interesting to consider, like, hey, could I potentially find one of these in Nightmare difficulty? Or do I have to be in Hell difficulty to find these? Um, I mean, Geeds can be notoriously hard to find, but can also drop several times in a row. I'm sure you guys have had this happen to you before, and I know I've had it happen before. I've literally played for months and never seen a Geeds drop. Like literally months and never seen one drop. And then literally I'll have like 4 or 5 Geeds drop in like 2 weeks. Um, so I mean, we could be looking at a similar situation where you might not see these drop very often, or you get super lucky and have like 4 or 5 of them at a time. Another thing that we have to consider is, can we only use one of these at a time? Like, for instance, you can only have one Annihilist Charm in your inventory at any given time. You can only have one Torch in your inventory at a given time. You can only have one, Geeds in your inventory at a given time. So are we looking at the same situation for these? Are we only going to be able to have one of these in our inventory at any given time? Or are we only going to be able to have one of each in our inventory at any given time? Like, say, for instance, I was a Conviction Paladin, right? Conviction Paladin or something. Like, and say I wanted to have like Sweet Frost, Rift of Heaven, and Piercing Flame all at the same time because I'm using Vengeance, right? So I want the fire, I want the lightning, and I want the cold. I want them all. I want everything. I want it all. Like, could I potentially put one of each in my inventory? Or is it going to be limited to only one total? So no matter what we're looking at, maybe it's limited to only one of these charms no matter what. Yeah, I have actually 2 of them open. I have 2 of the pages open. I've keeping it open because I wanted to make sure that just in case they messed around with it or flipped it, we'll know what's happening. The reason why it's for those of you who are just joining us on this crazy adventure into the realm of insanity, this is translated from Japanese. Okay, so the whole web page is translated from Japanese. This is in the Japanese Diablo 2 Blizzard news article. Okay, so a lot of the words and things that are in here don't quite match up because it's a translation. It's an automatic translation to English. Amulet in Japan is very synonymous with charm. That's what they call charms, is amulets. If you've watched any animes, so what they're talking about is charms. They also specifically use the word large charm for grand charm, so large charm, mage grand charm in Japan. I mean, it does say starting today, September 15th, right? So they're going to launch the English patch notes soon. We're going to see them. And as soon as they pop up, we're going to go over the English patch notes too. I just got really excited and I wanted to do this video early. It looks like they've taken away the level 99 characters. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but they're all level 85 characters. It says 13 level 85 characters. I don't think they want us to test characters that are like ridiculously high leveled. Because the way the Terror Zone worked, by the way, is that it's a +2 of the character. So if we go back up here and we take a look, you notice it says base +2, right? So level 85 characters get level 87 zones. Sometimes that happens, Stray Demon. Sometimes the best laid plans go awry. Somebody clicks the wrong thing, hits the wrong time zone, and maybe something that was supposed to go out, like at the same time in all of the time zones goes out a little bit early in one time zone because they messed up the calculation or the hours. They're people just like we are, and sometimes they make mistakes. You know. Speaking of mistakes, it would be a mistake not to hit the like button on the video. Only 62 likes, and there's 278 of you watching. You better hit the like button, boys. Where else are you gonna get? Where else are you gonna get such amazing jokes as Black Crack? Dude, when I first read that, I was just dying. I was just dying. Might as well change my name to giggling gaming mentor. I'm going to be honest with you, though. Eating bones. I know some of these names might not be accurate, and when we finally do get the English resistances, or the resistance, when we finally do get the English patch notes, I'm going to be sad if it's not Eating Bones, because I actually really like that for the charm name. Eating Bones is just amazing. I want the charm to literally be named Eating Bones. It's just amazing. All of these are actually pretty cool in their translated form, by the way. Rotting Scars, I actually really like that name. I don't know if they're actually going to be called this. Piercing Flame, I think that's pretty cool too. Rift in the Heaven, Sweet Frost, Eating Bones. They're all really cool. They're really cool names. So yeah, we were talking about this earlier with the physical damage one. So I'm not sure if that's going to stack. And I'm not sure how it's going to stack. So usually amplified damage is applied with a penalty. So if you apply the physical damage to a character with the negative physical damage with amplified damage and they're immune, it always applies with a penalty. We don't know if the penalty is still going to be applied from amplified damage or not, which could make this less effective or more effective depending on how that works. Oh yeah, the physical damage would be really good for a Blade Sin. Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, the question is, Alumnist, is it going to still apply the penalty? So if it doesn't apply the penalty, yes, it will go down to -5. If it does apply the penalty, it's only going to go down to 75%. 75% will still make the physical immune monsters killable, but it's not going to be anywhere near as fast, obviously, as the -5. That also means that Decrepify will have much less of an effect as well. Killable, but not super fast or super fastly killable. I'm not really sure which one that's going to be. This is stuff that we're going to have to test, by the way. We're definitely going to have to test and see whether or not the penalties still apply to these abilities. This is a lot. This is a lot. You got to understand that this changes the game in many different ways. It changes the game for a lot of characters. Physical damage fighters might actually be able to be a purely physical damage character without having to worry about having other elemental damage types. Your cold damage characters can now build pure cold builds without having to specifically worry about dual specking. So, like, for instance, you don't have to be like a blizzard slash, fireball sorceress. You don't have to be like a lightning slash, character. You could technically build a pure, unadulterated character with that element if you build your character properly. We're going to have to do a lot of testing with this. This is going to be a lot of fun. The Rift in the Heaven with the lightning, I mean, lightning was always breakable before, so it's not that big of a deal. Lightning characters don't really get a huge buff from this. It really, the only thing that this does, quite honestly, is just makes it so that your standard infinity lightning sorceress can now be made without infinity. So you don't technically need infinity. This also frees up mercenaries too. This is another interesting thing to think about, is that technically you don't necessarily need mercenaries with an infinity anymore. So you could be running something else. You could be running a different mercenary. And, I mean, that's not bad. I think that's honestly a good thing, that you can now use something else other than that. Sweet Frost will absolutely just ridiculously overpower the Cold Sorceress, by the way. So we were talking about this earlier, that these charms are going to increase the value of any item that has negative enemy resistance of any type. So negative enemy lightning, negative enemy fire, negative enemy cold, negative enemy poison, and negative enemy physical resistance, all of which are going to gain value tremendously, right? Well, the sorceress doesn't have to have any of those things. She can just simply use Cold Mastery. Cold Mastery provides that for her. So all she has to do is obtain Sweet Frost, max out cold resistance, and she's set. That's it. That now she literally has the ability to do everything that she needs to do. Let me double check the Blizzard website real quick. See if the news article has updated. Has it updated? I'm gonna pull this up real quick. It's got me on the Japanese website. I don't want to be on the Japanese website. I hate it when it does that. Of course, I'm on the Japanese website because I'm on the Japanese website over here. So now I've got to like reintroduce myself onto the EN website. There we go. All right, English patch notes are up. English patch notes are up. Let's bring these up on the screen here, so we don't have to worry about going through the translated versions. So I'm going to post that real quick. Let's go quickly back through the patch notes just to see if anything has changed in the English version. So we do have the date. It does say October 6th. So that's what I was guessing, is that it was October 6th. So Ladder Season 2 will begin on October 6th. Everybody mark that down in your calendars. Schedule off your vacation time, whatever it is you got to do. So the hole was the pit. So the pit is going to be added to the list. That's a popular zone. That's very interesting. I didn't realize the hole was the pit. There actually is a place called the Hole, by the way, in Diablo 2 Resurrected. That was City of the Damned. And yep, that was Maggot Lair. All right, so we guessed correctly. And Lower Crust was Lower Crust. I'm still calling it Lower Crust from now on. So let's reread these in the English version, just in case there was any kind of mistranslation. New Sundered Charms. In Hell difficulty, many monsters receive resistance to specific damage types if their resistance increases above 100%. That monster is then immune to a specific damage type. Because there are only a handful of ways to reduce a monster's immunity, only a minute portion of hero builds can successfully farm all zones in Diablo 2 Resurrected. We realize that this can create scenarios where certain builds are unable to take full advantage of the current terror zone, thus missing out on the experience gains and, most importantly, the fun of these zones. To promote increased class build diversity, we are introducing 6 new unique grand charms that allow players to break specific monster immunity types while the charm is in their inventory. You'll notice a new keyword below called Sunder. This keyword means that if a monster has an immunity to a specific damage type, their resistance will be reduced to 95% regardless of what their starting resistance percentage was, breaking their immunity and allowing damage of that type to be dealt to them. Sunder is applied before other resistance reducing modifiers and only affects non-players. Before other resistance reducing modifiers. So all of them, I assume. This new unique charm will only drop from terrorized monsters of rare, unique, and champion difficulty, so they're not going to drop from trash mobs, basically. So no trash mobs are going to drop these charms. I'm curious if minions are included in this, but it does seem like, according to what they're saying, minions are not. But we'll have to test that. There is one trade-off that comes with the unique grand charms. While they reduce a monster's resistance, they also reduce your resistance to the same element, allowing you to receive more damage of that type. During the PTR, Sundering Charms will not drop from monsters and can only be tested through the PTR character templates mentioned later in the blog. So we're not going to be able to actually find these in PTR. They haven't enabled that yet. So the name for the the name for the Black Crack was actually the Black Cleft. The Bone Break was the physical one. The Cold Rupture is the cold one. The Crack of the Heaven, the Crack of the Heavens, my boys. That's what is with the crack? Why are there cracks and everything? Oh man, the Flame Rift. I'm literally dying. The crack still made it in. The Rotting Fissure. Interesting. All right, so it doesn't look like there's anything more new in the patch notes. So let's pull up PTR and let's see if PTR has been updated. Let's see here. I just need to get this, move this out of the way. Pop this up over here. Public test ground play. Let's bring this out. Pull this up. Make myself a little bit smaller. By the way, my new t-shirts came in. My freaking Chinchilla with GGM t-shirts. Freaking awesome. I freaking love this shirt. I'm going to wear it everywhere. I don't even care. People aren't even going to know who the hell I am. Still going to wear it. The version is game of it's out of date. Okay, so I need to probably reboot my client. Hold on. Let me exit out of the Blizzard launcher. Open the Blizzard launcher back up. Mr. NiNi is in his cage. I can't take him out because Cody's with me. Cody the monster dog. Yeah, there we go. We have an update performing on the server. All right. Test realm has been updated. I'm going to hop into... All right. Habaneros. Oh, they're making jokes. Oh, they're making jokes. Look at that. Habaneros. Habaneros, my friends. Cold Arrow, Fire Claw, Fire Druid, Fire Sork, Cold Sork, Lightning, Bone Necro, Holy Fire Paladin, Holy Shock Paladin, and we have a Hammerton. I'm actually kind of interested in how the fire character does with these. Let's pull up the habaneros. Why not? Let's go with some habaneros, my boys. I'm going to make a game. If any of you guys are on PTR and you want to join me, it's going to be GGM1. Password is 16. That's what I always do anyway. well, there we have it. Monster fire immunity is sundered. Negative 75% fire resistance. Oh god, look at my nasty resistances over there. I've got negative 28% fire. Okay, so the first thing that we need to test is we need to test if you can have multiple of them on a character. So we're gonna do this test real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and actually like harvest a couple of these. We're gonna see if you can equip multiple of them. It's really all there is to it. I need to be able to see if number one, can you have multiple of the same type? Number two, can you have multiple of different types? We're going to answer that question right now. We're also going to see if we can figure out the amplified damage, whether that is changed. Actually, you know, we can test this with the personal stash. Can I pick this up? Can I put it in the personal stash? Okay. Can I put them both on my character at the same time? I can. Okay, so you can have two of different types. Two of different types. That is confirmed. Let's check and see if you can have two of the same type. Can you have two of the same? Probably not. I don't know if there would be any reason for that, but I'm assuming that two of the same type would be outlawed. So let's go to the Fire Sork. Okay, there we go. There's the fire. Can we pick up this one? So as of right now, you can have two fire ones on you. That's amazing. And they both apply to the negative resistance, too. I'm not really sure there's any benefit to having multiple, since all they do is break the resistances. Man, she's got some amazing fire resistance. She's got 80% fire resistance. And when I put on one of the charms, she goes to negative 11. And when I put on the second one, she goes to negative 64%. I mean, basically all I'm checking here is I just want to see, can you have multiple, can you pick up multiple? So if one were to drop on the ground and you already had one in your inventory, can you pick it up? The answer to that question, according to right now, unless they change it, is yes, you can pick it up. If a second one drops for some reason, you could potentially pick it up and put it on your character. Crack of the heavens. Oh, the freaking crack of the heavens, boys. That's it. My girlfriend always makes fun of my butt crack because it's always hanging out. Next time she makes fun of my butt crack, I'm going to tell her, look, it's the crack of the heavens, okay? The crack of the heavens. Don't stare into it too hard because you're going to blind yourself, all right? The crack of the heavens is bright. It's a very bright crack, all right? All right, so how do they have this character set up? She's running Exploding Arrow, Immolation Arrow, and Fire Arrow. Okay. She's using a Hellrack crossbow with double shales. It's kind of an interesting choice. She's got a Duress. A very weirdly set up character, I'm going to be honest. She also has a Flickering Flame. Cracks everywhere, man. Cracks everywhere. All right, what's the most ridiculously fire immune filled area that we can think of, like off the top of our heads? Like, I mean, heck, even just like Stony Field is like full of fire immunes, right? So like, doesn't really matter. Like, there's fire immunes all over frickin' Stony Field. I had to get the one Stony Field with no fire immunes in it. Freaking unique amulet? Watch it be a freaking Mars. I'm on the test server and watch it be a Mars. An Atmos Scarab. It's actually a pretty good find. Man, I ain't got no HP, though. They set this character up with no HP. How I get to one Stony Field that has no fallen in it? Like, there's not a single fallen in this Stony Field. All fallen are immune to fire, by the way. Let's just go to River Flame. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll be the fire immune. Oh, it's a terrorized zone, too. Okay. Alright, well, we're in terrorized River of Flame. Still no fire immunes, though. She does pretty good. I'm gonna be honest with you. She's doing just fine. My poor mercenary about to die, but she's doing just fine. Unfortunately, they don't drop in PTR. They said that in the patch notes. They said that the new ones will not be dropping in PTR. The only ones that we're going to have access to are the ones that are on the characters, they said. So they gave us basically all of them. Is there, like, not a fire immune monster in the whole world just because I made this with a frickin' fire character? What's another zone that has tons of fire immunes? Because there's nothing in River of Flame. River of Flame is all the non-fire immune monsters. I have never seen that in all my life. There's always fire immune monsters in River of Flame. What the hell's going on? Let's try Cold Plains. Cold Plains usually has tons of fallen. Alright, there we go. Well, that's interesting. They just don't have the fire immune status on them. Like, I just put it in my cube because I wanted to test this out. I'm assuming it doesn't work in your cube, by the way. So look how the monsters have the fire immune written on their name. I mean, you can clearly see that they're immune to fire. When I put it in my inventory, they are no longer immune to fire. I don't even have to touch them. They're just no longer immune to fire. So it must be applying as like an aura or something around me. Still dying from painting the bathroom earlier. Please forgive my death coughs. That's a good question, Aggro. Let's go check the traps. Let's see if we've got a, do we have a trap sorcerer? So, I mean, an assassin on here. We've got a Hammerton, Shock Paladin, Frenzy. There is no assassin. There is no assassin on the list at all. There's no assassin. That is crazy. They didn't even include a single assassin. Frenzy Barb. They just completely left the assassin out. They're just like, eh. Nobody wants to test her anyway. Nobody cares. Oh, I love that graphic. That graphic's cool. That's a very pretty graphic. I'm not gonna lie. That's a very pretty graphic. Okay, so what do they have? They got me with a Frenzy Barbarian. He's running Battle Command. Let's go ahead and beef ourselves up. I have a Act 3 Mercenary running Enchants. That's actually kind of sexy. I'll have some really nice hit chance. Physical Immune. Where's the best place to find a Physical Immune? In fact, I won't even know he's physical immune unless I take off the charm, so I need to take off the charm so I can see it, right? Oh, yeah, Arcane. Yeah, good thinking. Arcane's got the ghosts. The ghosties. The ghosties of the mosties are always immune to physical. Little friendly barb got some little doojanks, don't it? Oh, you know what? I want to test something real quick. I want to test something. Let's before we get into this with the physical damage, I want to test something else. So, the question of whether it works with traps or not, we should be able to answer by using the mercenary, because traps are essentially considered mercenaries. So what we're going to do is we're going to go grab the fire damage one, since I have a fire merc. So I'm going to go grab the fire charm. I'm going to put it on the barbarian, and we're going to see if the fire charm applies to the merc. So in any situation where we come across a fire immune monster, the fire merc should not be able to kill any of those targets. So if we are, obviously in this particular situation, if we are breaking the immunity for everyone around us as far as our mercenary goes, then our mercenary should be able to kill the monster as well. And there's plenty of fire immune monsters that I could test this on. Those, as you saw, those goats. The goats are fire immune. So there we go. We have the fire charm on us, which means fire resistance should be broken. And is he using Flickering Flame? He is not using Flickering Flame. So we need to get him some negative enemy fire resistance. Let's grab him the Flickering Flame off of the Zon. The Zon has Flickering Flame, right? So we'll grab him the Flickering Flame real quick. The reason why is because 95% is not going to be enough to show us. We need to be able to actually watch him kill things. So I need him to have the Flickering Flame on him. This should work. This should work. It should tell us whether it's going to work with the traps or not. If it works with the mercenary, it will work with the traps. If it doesn't work with the mercenary, there's a chance it could still work with the traps, but probably not.
I'll put that to good use.
All right. So my boy's got his Flickering Flame helmet on. I have the fire charm on me. So when we encounter the fire immune monsters, they should be broken, at least for me, but they may not be broken for him. So they are broken for me. Let's see if he can kill them. I'm gonna say the answer to the question is no. Let me get it so I can stand still real quick. So no. It does not look like the charms will work on mercenaries. Which, I mean, none of the negative enemy lightning resistance effects have ever worked on mercenaries or traps or anything like that, so it's nothing new. Alright, so I got some other things that I need to test here. Let's see here. I kind of need to kill the mercenary. I hate to say this, but poor little mercenary needs to die. I can't have him here messing with the results of my test. Let me just go ahead and strip him down naked. And that way I can get a better idea of what's going on with this physical immunity. What we're going to be doing next is we're going to test whether amplify damage works with the physical immunity. We need to see whether or not we can actually dish out physical damage. I need to test this on a character that is not dishing out magic damage, though. And it looks like he's running Berserk, which Berserk adds magic damage to the Frenzy, which doesn't help us out at all. Kidding me? I run Act 3 mercs on a lot of my characters, Tice. I've actually been running Act 3 mercs on quite a few of my characters now. Vengeance Paladins, Holy Shock Paladins, all sorts of stuff. Any character that takes advantage of negative resistances usually ends up working very well with Act 3 mercs. I even used the Act 3 Fire merc on my Summon Necromancer on a solo self found through Players 8. And let's go get him killed real quick. Come up here, Rolden. I need you to get murdered. Get surrounded, Rolden. There we go. Okay, he's dead. Ow, you guys hurt. Alright, so now we need to do this test, which should be pretty easy. I actually found that Atmos earlier, which will certainly come in handy for this. Let me go grab it. Yes, new PTR is up, Samael. Everybody can get in and start testing. Alright, so Atmos Scarab. We're definitely going to use that for testing this. I know, I'm flipping flat back and forth between these characters so fast, you guys probably don't even know what's going on. But what we're trying to test now is we're trying to see if whether the amplified damage is suffering from the penalty when it's applied with the charm. Alright, so let me take off the fire one, since I don't need that right now. So if amplified damage is applied with the penalty, we are looking at 75% physical resistance. Okay? Versus if amplified damage is not being affected by the penalty, we are going to be looking at negative 5% physical resistance. So that is the difference between these two numbers. And the significance is obviously very large. A 75% resistance monster is going to go down much slower than, for instance, a negative 5% resistance monster. So there's going to be a pretty big difference in the amount of damage that we're going to be able to put out on these characters depending on what's going on. Let's go back to Arcane Sanctuary. It doesn't affect minions. We just tested that, Steve Bob. It doesn't affect minions at all. It only affects you. We just tested that successfully with the fire mercenary, with the fire charm. It did not do anything for the fire merc. I mean, it's not like the summon necromancer really needed it. The summon necromancer has free and readily usable amplify damage at his beck and call. He's one of the very few characters in the game, obviously, that can literally just spam amplify damage on everything. So I don't really feel like it's that big of a deal. Where is that confuse coming from? Oh, taunt. He's using unbending will and an oath. Oh wait, oath is decrepify, isn't it? No? Oh, dang. He's got Warcry pre-buff sticks. That's pretty funny. He's got +3 Warcry's balance knives. Alright, there's my ghosties with the mosties that I need. Let's pull them back. Alright, to get this test proper, I need to take off all elemental damage sources. I'm actually totally forgot about this before I started. So we need to be dishing out only physical damage. Ravenfrost, of course, has cold damage on it. We're going to have to take that off. There's 40 poison damage on Atmos Scarab, but I don't think there's any other damage, elemental damage coming from any other sources. Let's see here. No. Unbending Will also doesn't seem to have any elemental damage on it, so I think we're golden there. We have a lightning damage charm we're going to have to remove. Cold damage charm. Put those in the stash. Cold damage charm. Okay, our damage type is white now, so we no longer have any elemental damage except for the 40 poison damage on Atmoscarab, which I think is perfectly fine. Let's see if we can test this properly. Before we test Atmoscarab, let's test it without Atmoscarab and just see how well he does damage-wise against these physical immunes without the amplify damage. Alright, so here's our first ghost. He is broken. I'm assuming, of course, if we pick this up, his immune to physical comes back, so yes. So if we hit this guy... I mean, that's some pretty impressive damage for just 95%. I mean, I'm not dishing out any magic damage because I'm using Concentrate. Alright, let's see if we can get our Atmoscarab to proc. Oh, as soon as Amp procced on him, he instantly died. That was like almost instantaneous death as soon as the Amp hit. Let me just try regular attacks so I can see if I can get the Amp to proc. As soon as the amp comes on, it's instantaneous death. It makes me think it is actually going to negative 5%. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I can always punch them. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, sir. I will punch you right in the eye. Ghosties. Any ghosties over here? Oh, no ghosties. Punching procs. That's right. Punching procs. Any ghosties over there? No ghosties? I will punch you in the eye. Come here, buddy. Alright. I want to say yes. Like tentatively, because I can't really get like a really good test out of this. But what I'm noticing is as soon as that amp hits, they're instantly dead. And it's very fast and it's very noticeable. I think the answer is yes. Amplify damage is applying at its full percentage. And I think that we are looking at negative 5%, not 75%. Because 75% resistant would not die that quickly. I mean, it's like instantaneous 1 to 2 hits as soon as they're amped. It's like absolutely ridiculously fast. Specters don't really have a large amount of HP though. Let's see if we can find a monster that has a little bit more HP. We'll just kind of surf around and see if we can find a physically immune monster. Let me take this charm out of my inventory too, so that I actually can see if they're physical immune. Let's check a bunch of super uniques real quick. Why not? Let's check Fire Eye real quick. We'll see if Fire Eye is immune. I know it just came from here, but it just occurred to me that Fire Eye is right here, so I can check him to see if he's physically immune. He is stone skin, but he's not immune. That's interesting. Ow, stop shooting lightning at me. It hurts. My resistances are not good. Ow, why are you guys so rude? Let's try a different zone. I mean, we could try the council, but the council is such a muddled mess of things. It's too muddled. What about Thresh Socket? Let's see if Thresh Socket's immune to physical. Oh, wrong way. Wow, seriously? Do I got leap? Oh, I got leap? Yeah, bless it. No leap for me. Oh, Lord. Ow. The physical damage, it hurts so badly. Stop it. I don't have good resistances. You guys are rude. You started it. Freaking punks. I don't have any. There's too many lightning damage monsters and I don't have enough potions. What level are my BOs? They seem to be running out really fast. Oh, they're really low level BOs. No wonder they're running out so fast. I totally wasn't paying attention to the fact that they're like level 6 BO. That's Worldstone Keep is full of globes. Let's just see. We'll see what Pendle. Maybe Pendle might be immune to physical. Okay, Pendle is immune to physical. Alright. Let's have some fun in here then. Ow, 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 ow. I'm gonna switch back to Frenzy so I can actually kill some stuff. Well, remember, aggro, I have a negative 25% penalty to physical resistance. The charm is applying negative 25% damage reduced by it to me. So I'm taking a lot more damage than I would otherwise normally. Alright, let's go ahead and pull out our physical charm. It's probably a good thing I didn't have it on, I would have died. Yeah, that is for sure negative 5%. There's no way that's 75%. I absolutely just demolished Pendle Skin with the amp and the charm, and he was physical immune without the charm. So yes, it is definitely doing more than 20%, which is what it would be doing versus an immune target. So Bone Breaker is essentially going to make physical damage builds actually possible now, which is really interesting. Maybe if you're a Smite Paladin, could be interesting on a Smite Paladin. Smite Paladins have a huge problem with doing only physical damage, and this actually gives them the ability to do something else. It's pretty sexy. It's very sexy, actually. Let's check out these terror zones real quick and see if they've done anything to the zones themselves. I'm kind of curious about this, whether they changed anything within the zones. Let's just pick a different. Let's pick a cold sorceress. Why not? I'm kind of interested to see how the cold sorceress works anyway. Negative 75% enemy no, 95 cold resistance. Negative 75% cold resistance. They gave her some interesting equipment. They gave her a Tals, a Death's Fathom. They gave her some pretty decent equipment. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, yeah, she's not like filled up on cold skillers, but I mean, she's got a Night Wings. She's got a Death Phasm. I mean, that's already like a really like a killer combo right there. She's using the Tal's 3-piece, which is a pretty sexy. It's pretty sexy. She also has a single Soge, not two Soges, but she's got one. And she's running Silk Weaves. I mean, she's got some pretty nice little setup here. She's even got a CTA. Monster put the cube on the left-hand side. I don't know who put that on the left-hand side. Yeah, we were playing around with that earlier, Scum. You can definitely stack both. I'm on Discord if you want to come join me on voice chat. I'm in Atma's Bar and Grill. What was I going to test out with her? I totally forgot what the hell I was doing. Ooh, she's running Glacial Spike? I love Glacial Spike.
Hey, GGM.
What's up?
All good, man. What's up with you?
No, just having fun testing out this crazy stuff.
Yes, it is actually crazy. I completely agree with you. So, what do you think?
I mean, I think it's a very ingenious answer to the question of, you know, like, do you nerf things or do you buff things up? Or, you know, like, they basically decided, hey, we're not going to do any of those things. We're going to do whatever the hell we want to do.
Exactly. Exactly. And to be fair, I kind of like this approach because it opens up so many possibilities. I'm now thinking about Uber Tristram because some of the builds, like the Bone Necromancer and the Poison Necromancer, especially Poison Necromancer against Uber Lilith, has been suffering from this mechanic a lot. And right now, I tested that this works outside of terror zones as well. So I cannot confirm this right now, but hopefully people can come together and trade some keys. So this opens up a whole new door to Uber Tristram, potentially. I cannot confirm yet, but, you know, this kind of stuff is super exciting because a Bone Necromancer,
Well, none of the monsters in Uber Tristram were immune to anything, right? I mean, well, except for the minions, but
all Uber bosses,
the bosses
all
are
Uber bosses have hidden magic resistances. They have hidden magic resistances, so Bone Necromancer could not do anything against them.
Well, they have hidden magic resistances, but the charms don't reduce resistances; they only break immunities.
Yes. Yes.
So it doesn't really do anything for them in there, except for against the minions. I mean, if it works against the minions, that's great, because then you'll actually be able to kill the minions for the first time ever. So, like, a lot of characters have trouble in there if they have a single element, because then, like, they can't kill hardly any of the minions, and the minions just keep multiplying until they die.
Exactly. And a Poison Necromancer usually plays with revives. So basically you can actually like kill all the minions surrounding the Uber bosses, so your revives can focus on the bosses better. The only problem is going to be the Uber Lilith, and as you said, it just breaks the immunity. So I don't know what it does to resistances. Does it lower or not? So I have to confirm that. It probably doesn't. So that problem,
what
it's
they
still going
said
to.
is what they said in the notes is that it only reduces the immunity down to 95% exactly.
Yes.
So
Yes.
no matter what the monster's at, even if they're at like 200% cold resistance, it just simply sets them at 95, and it specifically says before everything else.
Yes.
So we were testing out just a little while ago amplify damage to see whether amplify damage was essentially being neutered essentially by the penalty, or whether it was having its full effect, and it looks like it's the full effect. So the 100%
Exactly. Yeah.
negative is actually applying after the immunity is broken, which is extremely powerful. It brings the monsters down to -5.
Exactly. You still want to take curses like lower resist or amplify damage. They're still pretty useful. So that's also like a big plus in my book.
Well,
but
the other thing here is that if it's applying before everything and it's breaking the immunity to the point that conviction and lower resistance are not being penalized, because conviction and lower resistance have always been penalized. There's never any situation where they haven't been penalized if a monster is immune. And if basically what we're saying is that conviction and lower resistance are not getting penalized, then both of them are going to be under full effect to any monster that's under the effect of the charm. So take, for instance, a paladin who's running conviction that's -150%. It immediately sets the monster to 95%, and then also applies the -150%, which means we're looking at, what is that, 95 minus 150 is negative. So every single monster that you're fighting essentially with a fully powered conviction paladin would be at -55.
yes, that's actually well said. And to be fair, again, this type of change like opens up like a new door, and it's definitely going to shake the meta. And I wanted to also talk about the magic resist one, and know about your thoughts on it, because earlier on your
It does
stream,
nothing.
yes, earlier on your stream you made a pretty accurate calculation, and I've reached the same result. It kind of pretty much doesn't do anything. So basically, like Hammerdins are a bit like I'm kind of laughing in Hammerdin style, I would say. They will still be able to kill some monsters, but
Well, it will enable them to be able to kill a monster that they would not be able to kill otherwise. But it would be very similar to like a purely physical summon necromancer casting amplify damage on a physical immune monster. Yes, you've broken the physical immunity and your monsters are completely physical damage, but it's going to take them a pretty long time to burn through a monster that's still basically 90% physical immune.
yeah.
And the Hammerton will technically be able to kill those monsters that are magic immune, because they will no longer be immune, but it's still 95% resistance. It's still going to wipe out the majority of the damage that they're putting out. And without any form of negative enemy magic resistance, which does not exist within the game, it's just not going to help them very much at all, unless they have the intention of adding it. Maybe they have the intention of adding negative enemy magic resistance, which could potentially make the Black Cleft more useful. I mean, it's not useful. I mean, being able to break a magic immunity and being able to kill something that's magic immune that you can't otherwise kill is not useful. But that -50% magic resistance penalty is massive. Magic resistance or magic damage attacks are already one of the primary killers in this game. Monsters like Bone Spear Snakes, the Dark Star shooting Herodrums, like any monster that shoots magic damage can effectively kill a player with ease, especially if it's multiple of those monsters firing at the same time. And having a -50% penalty to a resistance that is already just absolutely nasty could result in many deaths. Many deaths.
Yes. So, coming to that point, in your forum post, the GGM mentor, GGM feedback post, we kind of talked about making terror zones a bit more brutal.
Well, yeah.
And I think that kind of serves to that purpose as well.
Well, it's interesting when you talk about like the brutality, like the negative. I like the negative aspects of the charms,
Yes.
but and you guys might hate me for saying this. I feel like negative 75% isn't enough. Like
I
negative.
was actually going to say the same. I was going to say the same thing. I think we should be penalized a bit more because this is just way, way more powerful than it is. And like, I think we should be penalized. The game should be a bit more brutal, if you ask me. So
Well,
I'm with you on this one.
we'll take the magic resistance, the negative 50% magic resistance. Great, because there's no way to bring up your magic resistance. So negative 50% to your magic resistance is extremely detrimental. You can't counter it. There's basically nothing in the game that can increase your magic resistance, except for maybe I think one item. I think it's the safety shield. I think the safety shield has magic resistance on it. And that's like literally it. But you can't counter that. However,
Yes.
cold resistance, lightning resistance, fire resistance, poisoning resistance, you can counter that. Like you can stack on some really high fire resistance items. You can use something like Flickering Flame to bring up your fire resistance. You could use something like which is funny because the fire one literally brings down your fire resistance, and one of the most commonly used helmets at this point for a fire damage character is the Flickering Flame, which immediately wipes out that entire negative. So like it's almost a non sequitur for the fire damage characters because all of them are probably going to be using Flickering Flame from this point. Like that negative 75% has pretty much ensured that just about every fire damage character is going to be rocking a Flickering Flame. But like when it comes to like cold resistance, lightning resistance, poison resistance, you can very easily counter that. You could be using
Sandstorm Trek, for example. Sandstorm Trek for a poison
Sandstorm
necro.
Treks will just completely wipe out the negative poison resistance.
Yeah.
You could utilize several items for the lightning. Fire is really easy. You could use Laying of Hands. Laying of Hands has 50% fire resistance
Baldur's
on it.
Advanced.
Alders. Exactly. So there's quite a few ways that you could completely counter that negative 75 with ease.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it bumped up even. Maybe negative 100 or maybe even negative 125.
Yeah, I would actually say 125 would be a bit more reasonable, if you ask me, so that people could actually like try to find ways to counter it. I think it has to be a really like big negative effect at the cost of giving you infinite damage, actually, because you're literally just breaking that school's immunity. Like, for example, for a poison necro, like I've tested it, I've streamed it, like you don't see any more poison immune monsters in the game. Like that, it's crazy. So I think the trade-off should be also as big as the payoff.
Yeah, and I think the really cool thing about this is it's gonna shift the trade scene as well. So like, for instance, all resistance charms will be less valuable, believe it or not. So a all resistance 5 charm is going to be a lot less valuable than, for instance, a plus 11% cold res charm to a sorceress who is a cold sorceress. They're going to be looking for that plus 11% cold resistance charm with the like 20 life on it instead of an all resistance charm. Same thing for the fire, the lightning, the poison, all of it. People are going to be looking for those specific all resistance charms to help counter these charms to make up for the fact that they've got that massive negative. And I guarantee you, like, just about every single plus 11%, like, with other effects, like 11% with Magic Find, or 11% with Life, or 11% with whatever it is that you're looking for, those are going to be more valuable now than the all resistance charms, because people are going to be trying to counter that negative resistance.
Yes.
As Anima is talking about hardcore, I mean, the negative resistances in hardcore will be kind of a big deal, but you usually build your characters pretty tanky anyway in hardcore. I can't really see that being too big of a deal. I mean, yes, you wouldn't want to have that magic resistant one. I would definitely avoid. I would really avoid the magic resistant one on a hardcore character. But the rest of these don't really seem like they would even be that big of a detriment for a hardcore character as long as you balance it out properly. The magic one, though, could very well get your hardcore character killed, and that literally just might be cancer on hardcore. I probably wouldn't even touch that thing on a hardcore character.
Agreed.
It's way too easy already to die to magic damage in hardcore. Like especially if you run into like say a Herodrum pack that's like extra fast multi-shot, those Dark Stars will just rip you to shreds. Could you imagine running into one of those packs and then you also had negative 50% magic resistance? You'd die immediately. They would just kill you like in the first volley.
I mean, as you mentioned, I can only think of the safety shield, which should give like 5 to 10 percent like magic resistance, and basically that's it. And earlier today we were talking about the Hammerton Nerf, and in a way, I think you already mentioned this. In a way, this is kind of a Hammerton Nerf if you look at it from a broader picture, broader perspective, because
I mean, it's like everybody got a brand new engine for their race car, and the
yes,
Hammerton didn't. So
exactly.
he's just basically right where he left off.
Exactly. So it's sort of like a, I don't know how many people here watch F1, like Formula 1, but it's sort of like a, everyone else has a new car, they have upgraded tech and everything, but Hammertons, they're using the same race car that they were using like two seasons ago or something like this, you know? So in a way, yeah, a lot of builds will catch up and maybe they will even exceed the expectations. The current hot topic is the Blizzard Sork right now, and
Well,
like
yes, the
in general,
Blizzard
Cold
Sork is
Storm.
definitely going to be going up quite a bit. But you know,
Exactly.
it's interesting though because I don't really feel like the Cold Sorceress is going to be that amazing comparatively to the fact that everything has gotten a bump.
Yeah.
Like fire has been held down for a very long period of time, like to the point of absurdity where like nobody plays fire characters unless they're insane, and and you know it's basically now at this point like you can actually play a fire character for the first time ever and actually do it correctly. Like you could be a firewall sork, a fireball sork, a meteor sork, a hydra sork, and all of them will actually work properly, and you can build just fire. You don't have to multi-spec. Same thing for
Yes.
fire Amazons, same thing for fire Druid. I mean, all the fire characters can now actually play for the first time ever. I think we're going to see a lot more fire characters. I mean, yes, I do think the Cold Sorceress is going to be insane, but at the same time, we've got this, like, you know, there was like this door that was just holding back the fire characters for a very long period of time, and they were all just like wailing on the door. They're like, let us out, and now the door's open. And they're all going to come
I
flooding
mean,
out.
the door is not open. It's broken. It's completely broken.
It's
Exactly. Coming back to my earlier point about Uber Tristram, I think I need to clarify something else. I wanted to say, and I think you perfectly pinpointed the factor. Now you can kill the minions, which means sorceresses, if they have a sort of mercenary, a sort of build, which delivers enough physical damage to the bosses, they can clear out all the surrounding monsters. So it's just gonna be the Merc versus the Uber bosses. And on players one, I think that's pretty much doable. Like an Infinity Merc, if you like feed them enough potions and whatnot. I think we can see sorceresses doing Ubers now with different builds and variations. So again, coming back to my earlier point, this also opens up new possibilities in other areas of the game as well.
So the Ubers actually have a pretty high amount of resistances. You're gonna it could be possible. Definitely the door's open now, but it's also important to note for anyone who's listening and thinking about trying to do Ubers with a sorceress, you're gonna need a rather high amount of negative resistance. And you're probably also still going to need to keep your mercenary alive to apply open wounds, because they still regenerate ridiculously fast.
And crushing blow on your merc as well.
So Ubers have generally 70% or higher in just about every category of resistance, including magic damage, by the way. So you're going to need, like, to get a decent amount of damage on a sorceress, you're going to need at least like probably around like negative 50% enemy resistance in your particular category to make it viable to actually dish out damage to them. And I would assume for the minions, because you're breaking them but not actually reducing them, I would say you probably would need even more like negative 70 to get decent damage on the minions. Because even 50% resistance from a target can be enough to make things a little bit too difficult, especially when they're spawning on a regular basis. Because you're not talking about just the ability to kill them; you need to kill them faster than they're spawning. So if you're not killing them faster than you're spawning, they're gonna overwhelm you. It could be
Exactly.
it could be interesting to test it out and see kind of how it works out. I also kind of want to see whether it even breaks at all. Have you already tested to see if it breaks?
I have no keys, unfortunately. So, but I can tell on Bale Throne, for example, on my Poison Necro, I had one Magic Grand Charm and one Poison Grand Charm, and it's removed the immunities. So I can tell for sure. As a Necromancer, for example, you can actually remove the fire immunity, which means your corpse explosion, if you get a kill with your poison nova, which removes the poison immunity, and then you have your corpse explosion as well. So for example, as a necromancer, you can pretty much clear out the surrounding monsters, which paves the way for your revives to just focus the boss, and just
the thing
that's
is
a great
that
addition.
the Ubers and the Uber minions, the Uber minions
Yes.
specifically have never been broken by anything before.
Yes, exactly.
So that's what I'm asking is like, have we actually tested it on those minions specifically?
I cannot confirm that, and I'm
because
actually looking forward to test it if
because
it breaks or not.
conviction and lower resistance don't break the immunity. Like even if you cast both on the target, and I've done it before, you can have full conviction and full lower resistance on on one of those minions, and it doesn't break anything. And I'm not sure if it's because their resistances are just so ridiculously high, or if they're technically immune to the effects. But it would be interesting to see whether they're also immune to the crack of the heavens over here.
Exactly. You're a native English speaker, so going back to the original forum post, I think there was an expression, a specific wording that said, no matter what it is, it breaks the immunity. Some sort of expression like that, going back to the forum post. That's what I read. That's why I came up with this idea, because
Well, yeah,
if it
sets the immunity to basically to 95%.
yes,
But that's why it kind of needs to be tested, because those monsters seem to almost specifically be designed to not break, which is kind of like the mechanic, right? So does it bypass the mechanic?
Right. That's why I'm actually a bit hyped about testing that, because I actually need to know, because like I don't know, I'm pretty curious about it. Where does it extend to? Does this charm actually even extend to Uber Tristram? If yes, then again it might open up a lot of possibilities for new builds, new like type of variations to emerge. If not, oh well, what can we do? What can we say? It's a good change regardless.
Pop and Wheelie, the date for for ladder start is set in the notes. It says specifically that it's October 6th. So if you want to go ahead and like get your vacation time scheduled in or whatever, that's the day that ladder is going to reset according to the patch notes. October 6th. Depending on your time zone, of course. If you're over in Japan, it's going to be the 7th.
So what are you looking forward to? What is your what is your priority in your agenda right now? What do you want to test more of, or?
I mean, we do need to test the Ubers, but to do that, we're going to need keys.
Exactly, maybe.
Honestly, we don't even need to test. We don't even need all the keys. We just need one set.
Right. To enter, like, I don't know, anywhere. Mini Uber portal is fine, because
Yeah, because
the moment we set foot into the mini Uber, exactly, those are the same monsters.
They're the same minions in all the
Yes.
Uber zones, especially in the Uber Iswal zone. The Pit Lords are there, which honestly are probably the ones that we really want to check, because they're immune to literally everything, except for physical.
Exactly.
And if it does break their immunity to that particular element, then we'll know for sure. So I guess what we need to do is farm some keys.
Yeah.
They didn't.
And
They
call
didn't give
our
us.
community, call to action for the community members to also farm keys and probably
Let's just
trade
use,
it to us.
let's just use the cold sork. Why not? She can actually kill like all the monsters now. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and make GGM keys 1. We're gonna start farming some keys, and we're gonna see if we can test this out today.
I'm also gonna start try to kill some nil attack with the corpse explosion. Unfortunately, I will not be as fast as you are because they kind of trolled. Have you seen the paladin, the Hammerton character?
What is
It
he on?
has 3 open socket armor with it rune.
Ha ha ha.
You know, you just need jaw and burr and you're fine.
See if I can get a destruction key. Oh god.
I'm also gonna be using the Sork.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
They're hitting hard, right?
Well, there had to be freaking cold archers there. The freaking cold skeleton archers, and they absolutely demolished me.
Yeah.
Of course, because I'm
like-
also using the cold charm, which has reduced my cold resistance to like near the silliest levels.
Yeah.
So they just like ripped me to shreds. That was beautiful.
Exactly. I guess this was the kind of brutality that we were talking about. I don't know. I have yet to.
It
see
had
all
to
sorts.
be freaking cold archers, right? Like I was just talking about how there's not very many like monsters in the game that actually dish out cold damage, and they had to like make me put my foot right in my mouth and hand me the cold archers.
There you go.
They're like, here, have some cold archers. You said there were no cold immune, sir. I think you might have been lying.
It's definitely a good and refreshing change overall, in my honest opinion. Like,
This sorceress has like no HP though. She's like 900 HP or like 800.
I mean,
Ow.
frankly speaking, we could actually duplicate some charms and whatnot, but you know.
Did I get? Oh, no, I didn't even get one from her. Oh god, get me out of here.
Alright. I think we're both okay. You know what? I'm just gonna farm the Arcane Sanctuary since I just checked your stream. You're trying to kill nil attack, so
Oh dang! Apparently, laptop is smoking. That's never good. Laptops don't you don't generally want those to smoke.
no, you don't.
It's usually is a bad sign.
I'm also curious about the energy shield sorks actually. Since
Not in town.
I don't think they're gonna be affected by the negativity so much.
No, because of the way that the resistances apply after the
Yeah.
shield. But I mean,
Yeah.
as soon as the shield goes down, you're freaking screwed.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
It does hurt a lot. I built the energy shield Sork and had it happen before. Like as soon as that shield goes down, you'll just get annihilated.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me see the smoking laptop.
Okay, something tells me I'm gonna get a Key of Fate from Summoner on this run. Let's see.
Where did the smoke come from? Exactly. Okay. Smoking laptop, huh?
Maybe your laptop also has a grand charm, you know, minus resistances.
Probably.
Okay, I got an Ithron. Yeah, it's definitely trolling me.
An Ithran?
Yes.
Well, Woogie, were you finished with schoolwork? Okay, well, it's not coming on. Then I'm gonna have to figure it out. Just set it over there on the table and I'll take a look at it later. Ooh. Cobus the monster dog. Dang, freaking 4-way to Arcane Sanctuary. I'm amazing. Nobody can 4-way Arcane Sanctuary like me. Come here, Mr. Cobus. Cody. Cody, got some chippers for you. Laptop started smoking and cut off. Can't ever catch a break.
I hope you fix it.
Who knows? Maybe. No key from the summoner.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Does the improved curses apply to minions and traps? No. None of the new charms apply to minions or traps or anything that we've tested so far. We tested that earlier with a fire minion using the fire charm on a barbarian, and it did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's a sad day for trapsins as well, yeah.
I'm not really sure what they can do to fix that, to be honest. Allowing negative enemy lightning resistance to work on traps would open up a whole can of worms. Just got teleported right in the middle of a group of monsters. Beautiful.
I was about to say, like, Dragon Tail, but then again, Dragon Tail requires you to deal physical damage output, and then it adds the fire damage, so against, like, physical immune monsters, Dragon Tail is going to be useless still. So perhaps mixing something with F Lacerator or anything that procs amp damage, and then having the minus fire resistance charm might open up a new door for...
I thought Dragon Tail was a conversion. It's an addition?
Well, it multiplies your physical damage output to determine the total fire damage output. So...
Well, yeah, but it's fire damage once it hits the target, so it should still
once it hits the... Yes, but fire damage, yes, but then if you deal 0 physical damage, it's literally 0 fire damage. It's gonna be 0 fire damage, unfortunately. So your physical damage, for example, against a stone skin monster, which is not physical immune, no matter what you do, your Dragon Tail will actually deal low damage. So physical damage output plays a huge role to determine your Dragon Tail's fire damage.
I always thought it
So
worked
some
like
sort.
I always thought it
Yeah.
worked like Vengeance or Berserk.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it calculates the physical damage output and then
Well, yeah, but
multiplies. Yeah.
Berserk works very similar. It calculates all the physical damage aspects first, and then once it finishes calculating all the physical damage, then it converts it into it converts the entire number into the magic damage. So it doesn't ever hit the target as magic damage. It does that. It does that conversion at the very end.
Yeah.
Magic arrow, fire arrow, and cold arrow, as well as lightning bolt, all do the same thing. They all convert at the end. I always thought Dragon Tail was the same. But then again, Dragon Tail doesn't specifically say conversion, does it? Like all the other ones do.
I mean, at the very end, it does deal the fire damage. It's just it takes into account your physical damage output, which kind of messes things up, you know.
Alright, no runes this time. Let's make the next game. No keys. Matthew said detail does physical with a fire explosion. Explosion damage is based on the physical damage. I see what you're saying. So the physical damage kick. That means it's very similar to something like what's that ability? It works exactly the same way. Can't remember the name of it. I see you, Kubus. Sorry, I was talking to my dog.
All good.
He
all
gave
good.
me the eyeball.
Your
let me-
dog is also excited about the charms, maybe.
I don't know what he's excited about. I know he's jealous of everything in life.
Oh well, I mean, they deserve our attention. I love dogs. Okay, I got a key of 8. All right, that's done. You
That's
can
the
stop your
countess?
summoner farm.
Oh, the summoner? Okay.
You can stop your summoner farm. I got a key of 8. It's
Yeah.
gonna be ours to test, or yours. I don't care. I can trade it to you if you wanna test it solo, or I can join you. I don't care.
Yeah, we'll do it together.
Alright,
I'm
so
I'm trying
who
to
should I
grab
go for?
I'm trying to grab Countess as well. I mean, you can do them all. Just as soon as we get a key, we'll
I go nil attack
stop
then.
doing that one.
Alright, I'll start farming nil attack. Let's see. I got a key of 8. It's the most annoying one in my book, so you know we got that out of the way.
Yeah, because you know you never really know which way he's facing.
Oh no, yeah.
It's I've actually tried like many times to see if there was like some kind of hidden method that you could use to figure out which direction he's in. And there does not seem to be any. Like I've even like examined the art on the walls and all sorts of cool stuff. It's not there. There is
Nah.
no hidden mechanic that allows you to see where he is.
Even if there is, it's not consistent, at least. So
Well, I had originally thought that there may have been a hidden mechanic inside of the palace that kind of like gave away which direction it
actually, that would. Oh, I got a key of distraction. Ah,
was. Look at you, hacker.
let's go. Yeah, I'm hacking. I must admit. Yeah.
What's going on here? 2 keys in like 2 minutes. That's
GG.
unheard of.
GGM. I mean, your name is amazing. It's GG. It's a good game. So okay, I'm coming for the countess. Imagine if I get all the keys. I have 2 already. So
Well, no key for my countess. Moving on to the next run. For Your Eyes said there is a hidden mechanic. He can do it every time.
oh yeah, it's called map hack. I agree with him.
The art on the wall, the 2 walls. There's no walls in Arcane Sanctuary.
I think he talks about the nil attack one. The painting on the wall. To
That's the reason
find
why.
it.
That's the
I
reason
think he's
why.
confusing. He's confusing summoner with nil attack probably.
That's the reason why I'm talking about it in the first place. Like, reason why I went into the palace to look at that stuff is because
they kind of gave it away with Neolithak with like the stuff on the walls and whatnot. So I'm like, maybe there was something in Arcane Sanctuary or Palace that is talking about that particular thing, but I can never figure it out.
I got a key of them. I got everything. I got a key.
Hacker.
All right.
All right. Well, let's make a game and let's test this out, shall we?
Yes, yes. So that I can prove to everyone that I'm not lying, actually. So. I guess this is the perk of having
Oh, so you
a
remember?
guest, in your stream.
So you remember when we didn't even have the public test realm up, and I was like, 11% charms are gonna be like the new meta.
Yeah.
Look at this cold sorceress. They literally gave her cold resistance 11, cold resistance 10, cold resistance 11, cold resistance 11. She's literally using 4 cold resistance charms to help counter out the negative 75 on the charm. So literally exactly what I stated was going to happen. Literally, they're already doing it. The devs are already doing it.
Yep.
All right, what's the game name? What do you?
I am going to private message it to you, so you know.
All right, private
We don't
message sounds
get-
fun. Inundated with a million peoples.
All right. It's hell difficulty, no level difference. It's also terrorized, but yeah, whatever. One sec. I'm conveying the information to you right now.
What? Uber Tristram is terrorized? That's what I heard.
Yeah, imagine.
All
right.
right.
You'll do the honors, okay? You'll do the honors.
I need a tankier character than this girl. She's gonna die.
I mean, let's just do the minis and just bail, and then we say we confirmed it.
Well, we don't even have to aggro one of the Ubers.
No, not really.
I'm trying to think which one we can aggro.
I
If
mean,
we-
to be
if we
fair, I
aggroed-
can just listen. If we get into a challenge, I'll just find Urdars and we just plow the thing. Like, we just destroy Ubers anyway.
Well, I was
so-
thinking if we aggro Diablo, he'll spawn the Pit Lords, and Diablo doesn't usually come out of his area.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we're not. We only have 3 keys.
We're
so
gonna,
actually,
we're gonna do one mini portal.
Hopefully we
Alright.
get hopefully we get Uber Iswal, because those are the easiest ones to test.
There you go. As promised, the keys are there.
All right, well, let's do this. then.
Imagine.
Here we go.
This was the fastest key farm in the history, I guess.
Some straight up hacks involved. I don't even know.
Hacks,
I've
hacks,
never found that many
alright.
keys in my life.
Furnace of Pain. Let's go.
All right, so I have my ice doojank. Let's see if we can find one of these Pit Lords. That's where the money's at.
Yeah. I won't lower resist because okay, they're not immune to poison. It's GG.
They are not
lower
immune to
resistance.
cold, and I'm freezing
Oh
them.
my god, you're just look at okay, so this is like again, okay, so it works on Ubers then. We confirm this.
So it does work on the Uber minions, which means that this mechanic bypasses everything.
So imagine a poison necromancer who has the poison one and the fire one. Because you can now corpse explode on top. Like
You know that a little bit of the sad thing is that this is actually going to have a negative effect of making the game much easier for a lot of characters. I kind of wish they would beef up the difficulty of the terror zones a little bit now,
they have to.
because they
That-
basically
it's-
made it far easier for just about every character in the game to play
I
in those
mean-
terror zones.
I mean, as a necromancer, I'm probably gonna use the physical one as well. Not gonna lie.
Why the physical
Just
one?
for the memes. Just for the memes.
For
I
the
mean, I'm joking.
memes.
Yeah.
If you want to be a physical necromancer.
Imagine. Why would I be?
How
Man, you
about,
can
how
just
about
play
the
poison now.
ultimate pain, the Vengeance Paladin who uses all three?
Man, just yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do
Negative
actually.
75% all resistances, boys.
Yeah. But definitely, Necromancer will use at least two, like the poison and the fire one. I can see it happening.
Yeah, the fire one's gonna have a pretty nice effect on the corpse explosion for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, my damage output on the Pit Lords is not terrible, even without
I
your lower
mean,
resistance.
we're kind of playing suboptimal. Okay, he's on the other island. Okay, so that's a dead end. This way, and we have him here. I'll wait for you. Okay, I'm pulling him. Okay.
I'm here.
I forgot you could actually teleport.
Yeah, I'm on the
Okay,
on the
feel free to interrupt my poison damage. Okay. Feel free
Yeah,
to interrupt.
I'm gonna interrupt it all day long, my
I
boy.
see it happening. I see it happening.
That's a bug I hope they eventually fix.
Yeah, hopefully one day. I'm actually waiting for it. He's dealing some damage though.
So
like, what is this?
I was actually thinking about this the other day. I think there may be another bug in the poison damage that we may not have thought about.
What is it? You
So
take it. You take.
So you know how poison damage is supposed to technically stop regeneration when it's in effect, right?
Right. Yeah.
I think what's also happening is that when the poison damage is being interrupted, it's not stopping the regeneration. So during
Holy smokes! If
so-
that is the case, then it's like extremely useless anyway.
well, so during those frames when, you know, like for instance, if I attack and interrupt your frame, the regeneration is probably taking effect during that frame when the poison damage fails to take effect. So like every single time a frame is interrupted, it gives the opportunity, I think, for a regeneration frame to take place.
Okay.
Which means that
I
it's
see,
actually
I
doing.
see.
I think it actually is even worse than we might have ever thought. If it is actually doing that, especially if you have a summon army, because if you have a summon army, not only are they negating the majority of your poison damage, but you're also not getting the benefit of the added like reduction in regeneration.
Oh yeah.
Now, if
Yeah,
you have
yeah,
open
100%.
wounds, open wounds does stack with it though. So if you have open wounds, that is good because that will still prevent the regeneration. But
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, yeah. By the way, I think you've tested the experience gain anyway. So if you want to test a Terror Zone Players 2 experience, like feel free to kill stuff. Although the monster density on lower crust is kind of disgusting still.
the lower crust.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to keep that actually.
The lowest of crusts.
Yeah, it is what it is.
No, it was just funny. That was the translation in the Japanese one. It literally said lower crust.
Most of crust.
Lower crust and upper crust.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the-
But I'm actually excited about this Uber Tristram thingy now. Like, of course, further testing is needed to reach like a definitive result, but still. By the way, Declone is phase 4.
well, we can definitely kill him. Let me.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
Let me actually
yes.
just go ahead and make a new game real quick before they spawn him. That way we can both get a declone.
Yeah, yeah, sure. You can solo him in your game, then I'll wait for you to join this one, yeah? So you can, I don't know, check out stuff, I guess.
Everything that we've confirmed so far, Gabe, is that it does not work on minions at all. It does not work on minions. Doesn't work on mercenaries. Does not work on traps at all. Not even the tiniest bit. It doesn't break their immunity for the minions, and it doesn't apply in combination with other effects. They don't get it at all. So, like for instance, we tried it with a fire mercenary. The fire mercenary had Flickering Flame, which had negative enemy fire resistance.
We went over there and basically let him attack a fire monster, and he did 0 damage. Just stood there and just let him wail on him. Just 0 damage. So it does not affect him at all. Flare jungle and flare dungeon.
Yeah, I feel like the zones, they're trying to improve the zone size as well to encourage split farming. And about the experience issue we talked about earlier today, I'm really waiting for a change regarding that system as well. I would be really happy to see some sort of rework applied to experience distribution in this game.
I mean, so far there's just 2 fatal flaws with the system. The system, number one, is supposed to obviously, promote people to play together, but from everything that I've actually found is that you actually get less EXP playing in a group than you do by yourself.
Yeah.
For those of you guys who were with me when I tested this out, I actually went through the process of testing out players 1, like Chaos, players 8 Chaos, solo, players 8 Chaos, in a group with all 8 players there, and so forth and so on. And I divided out the numbers and kind of figured out how much EXP I was getting. And the answer to the question was P1 solo Chaos was actually more EXP than P8 group Chaos. Literally playing by myself was more EXP than playing in a group. And then on top of that, we also have the fact that playing by yourself in a player's 8 game is way more EXP than playing in a group. And so it just seems to be set up, honestly, like to basically make you not want to be in a group. And so kind of what we're talking about is like them fixing the EXP share distribution so that when you're in a group with 8 other people or 7 other people, you actually get more EXP than when you're by yourself. That would be number 1. And number 2, take away the EXP bonus for playing by yourself in an 8-player game, which would encourage people to actually group together instead of encouraging people to play by themselves in a group, in a basically a game full of people.
Exactly.
Especially with these new terror zones, I feel like having fun playing with a group of people would definitely be a lot of fun in here.
Right, 100% agreed. It's just right now I see it happening like a split type of group play. That is the best case scenario, and then that's gonna mess things up because terror zones are supposed to make things easier, accessible. A lot of people, a lot of players have suffered from the C-ball games and their runs and their rules and regulations and whatnot. And like a lot of the players who join those runs, they don't know how exactly it works. So when we ask them, for example, hey, don't leave the game, please wait until we face Bale because we want to spawn Bale at players 8 so we can form a 4-party group, 4 players party to get the experience.
None of it is apparent. None of it is apparent. I mean, you don't even have to go through the process of explaining it because anybody who's a new player has absolutely no idea how those EXP mechanics work.
Exactly. And most people would just reply, hey, bro, Bale is capped on P3. What are you guys, smoking? And we had to just explain, listen, yes, but when it's a player's 8 game, if you form a player's 4 party, and if you get the killing blow, that's what happens, this is what happens, then those guys just either leave the game or, you have to deal with a lot of like challenges, social challenges to explain people what is going on.
Oh, I know.
And now in terror zones, like what are you going to tell them? Hey, I'm going to farm northwest section of lower crust. Don't come to northwestern section. That's mine. Like what? Like that doesn't make sense at all.
Well, no, because you want to play with people. Like when I was leveling up my paladin and I was trying to get as much EXP as I could, trying to get to level 99 sort of legitimately, people wanted to come and play with me. Like that was what people wanted to do, right? They wanted to come play with me. And I had a very hard time kind of explaining to people like, hey, I need to be over here by myself. And they're like, but and I'm like, I know you want to play with me. I was like, but I'm not getting any good EXP with you over here, so I kind of need you to go over there. And it was like
And it was like next to impossible to explain to people, hey, you know, I need to be like over here by myself. And it's just completely anthema to the way that the game is designed. Like, you know, like
Yeah,
nobody
unfortunately. Yeah.
nobody who is a new player is gonna understand that they need to not
No,
be near you to
no
get
way.
more EXP.
Yeah, no way. No way. Yeah, that's a big problem. And I hope terror zones would actually fix this problem. But unfortunately, right now, the whole like experience share thingy and the system going on, that's a problem. So whenever you want to cover that as well, I would be more than happy to talk about it, like about like the solutions I came up with, having like a party buff or having certain players, you know, close to each other get like additional XP or whatnot. That kind of like something needs to be done about it. Otherwise, I don't want to give out any names, but I'm in touch with a lot of the, you know, competitive players, and one of them already bought 7 accounts now. Like the guy has 7 accounts. I'm not joking. He stopped playing with his team.
Oh,
He said he's not going to play with a team. He doesn't want to play with in a team. He doesn't want to share anything. He's just said he's going to put 7 accounts into town,
yeah,
G-rush them.
it's a pretty common thing in this game. I mean, there was a guy I was arguing with on the forums on that post. You may have seen it, and he was all
Yeah.
talking about how he leveled like 3 whole characters.
Oh yeah, like I
to
stopped
like
reading
level 98, and I
at
was
one point.
and I basically called him out. I'm like, look, unless you've got like 7 alternate accounts that you can just sit in town, I was like, there is no way to maintain players 8 solo kills, like for the number of runs that you would have needed to do this like 3 times. Like, so unless you've got like 7 alternate accounts just sitting around waiting for you, multi-boxing, like it's next to impossible.
To be fair, it's still impossible to maintain a player's 8 game, even if you have all control of the accounts, because you can get random crash, DC, and whatnot. So, like that kind of thing happens a lot. And on season 1, we had an entire community Discord joining our rounds, our C-ball rounds, Diablo chains, and whatnot. And people leave the game, and new people rejoin, other people leave, and of course, there has been people with multiple accounts. Even their multiple accounts, sometimes their characters get disconnected. Like a lot of things happen. Like you can't. There is no way you're gonna maintain a player's 8 game for like I don't know 48 hours straight. That's not gonna happen.
Well, the funny thing is that like as it's set up, like you only need the characters to stand there and do nothing, right? So they just log into the game. They don't need to be
That's
in
the
your
biggest
party.
problem. Yeah,
They can
exactly.
be in Act 1 hell difficulty. They don't even necessarily have to be in the same act as you are. So, like, in general, with the way that works, it's like one of the most easiest ways to exploit. You just need 7 copies of the game and basically just sit them in there in the thing. Sometimes I think some people have even figured out how to load multiple copies of the game on the same computer. But, like, it's not ridiculously difficult to get 7 characters sitting in a game while you go play. But
Yeah.
if they changed it so that the characters had to be with you for you to get that EXP bonus, like if we're talking about
Yes.
like
Yes.
take away the
Proximity.
solo
Proximity
8-man
requirements,
EXP,
yes.
but give a bonus that allows you to get, you know, more EXP if there are 8 people in the same zone.
Yeah.
It
Or
becomes
maybe
it becomes
250
much
yards
it becomes much more
radius.
difficult because then the players actually have to be geared. They have to run around behind the character. They would have to be with them on a regular basis. They may even actually have to contribute, depending on, you know, like how close they need to be together to get this bonus. So it makes a much grander challenge essentially, because it's not just have 7 computers extra that are running the game, or however many computers you need to run 7 copies. Now it's have 8 copies of the game and have 7 computers that are somehow like following you around. There's no auto follow mechanic in the game, by the way.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
And
Yeah.
actually, like, you know, staying alive while they're doing so. So it becomes a much more difficult challenge to automate, to basically
Right. Right.
cheat.
Right. Right. I completely agree with this. I completely agree with this. And to be fair, at that point, you're just better off playing with friends. Done. Or like play with other people, just socialize, you know?
I mean, having everything at negative 100% resistance doesn't necessarily mean that everything is super easy to kill, Bob. I've done that before. Like my Tesla literally runs like a plague sword, negative 150% conviction, and negative resistance, and he hits basically the negative 100% cap on a lot of monsters. And it doesn't necessarily make them like super duper ridiculously easy to kill. You still have to have the damage output. And defensive force. You're going to sacrifice some of your damage output to get that negative resistance. I mean, it's not the first time I've seen a multi-box character running around, but you know what's funny about multi-box characters? If you guys have ever seen them in an MMO, how they follow each other around, and how it's really freaking obvious that they're multi-box characters.
It's like
Elemental shamans, 5 elemental shamans, 5 versus 5 arena in WoW.
Yeah, but
Chain lightning.
but it's so obvious that they're multi-boxers.
Yeah.
Like anybody
Yeah.
with half a brain, like literally, like actually, literally half a brain. Like you could literally have half your brain carved out, and you could still tell that they're multi-boxers because of how they have to perform, how they
I mean, they're
cast all their
synchronized.
spells at the same time, how they run together. Like it's so deadly obvious that if somebody is doing it, it's going to give them away immediately.
Yeah,
From what I understand, Blizzard has been keeping track of some very interesting information, which kind of explains like what's going on with how they're finding the bots nowadays. Is they're basically keeping a heat map of where you move, and if they see a character who literally has 8 characters all running in tandem where the heat maps are identical, it's going to be a dead giveaway that they're literally just multi-boxing 8 characters and they're botting, and they're probably going to get banned really fast. If when all 8 heat maps literally line up with each other, like freaking connect the dots, like it's it's going to be just like a red flag right off the bat. I can't really see anybody really getting away with that unless they just decide not to ban people for it. Which doesn't seem likely because they've been banning people for a lot of third-party tools, including MapHack.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I've actually recorded a video and showed people that how MapHack can grant an unfair advantage.
Oh, it definitely, for sure,
People-
grants an unfair
Yeah,
advantage.
yeah. I mean, it's a
If you-
ladder.
if-
You're pushing for 99, and they're finding Bale Throne in like less than 10 seconds for like 10 games straight. That's like it's just crazy.
Well, if anybody has ever played single player, if you've ever played single player in your entire life, you know that the maps don't change in single player. And you know how ridiculously easy it is to farm a boss or farm a Bale or something like that. When you can find them reliably every single time, when you know where they are, and all you have to do is just simply teleport in that direction because the map has already filled in. Like it is a huge, ridiculously huge advantage over the other players who have to seek out and search for that particular monster. And single player, is designed that way, so it's not that big of a deal. But in the online scape where you're competing with other people in ladder, especially for gear and levels and whatever else is going on, yes, MapHack is an extremely ridiculous advantage over other players. Especially considering, like, for instance, like, say I wanted to farm Andy, which is a particularly difficult boss to farm because you don't always know where her entrance is. Sometimes
Exactly.
it's easy, sometimes it's not, right? But, like, if you have MapHack, it's always easy. You know exactly where the entrance is. You never have to struggle, not even once.
You can locate the summoner on, like we talked about, 4-way Arcane Sanctuary. MapHack literally identifies the summoner's location. So people don't even they just fly to the summoner, which means they can farm Key of Fate early on in the ladder, and then they can sell for profit, or maybe keep it to themselves, like that kind of stuff, or finding Bale Throne Room, so you could reach 99 easier.
That doesn't
It's
help on
unfair
Nintendo
advantage.
Switch.
It's just unfair advantage.
Would Blizzard ban multi-boxing without botting? I don't think multi-boxing is possible without botting. I mean, unless you've got 4 hands and you could use 2 keyboards and 2 mice at the same time. I don't really think
Okay, so I know a guy.
there's got to be some
Let's
kind
say
of
it like that.
automation.
There's a player who uses 4 different types of Razer keyboards. I don't want to advertise any brand here, so he can create macros.
Well, yeah, but that's
on the
that's
keyboard.
automation essentially. That's kind of what I'm
Yes.
getting at. Like, there's no
Yes,
way
yes,
to do
I
it.
see what you mean.
There's
Yeah,
no way
yeah.
to do it without some kind of automation.
Yeah, some kind of automation is 100% required to efficiently play all the accounts at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, this actually is really cool because it makes a lot of characters viable that I think were never really viable before. Like, everybody looks at Holy Fire and they're like, yeah, Holy Fire's cool, but it's still fire. And then now you can actually build a Holy Fire character if you want to. You know, Holy
Fire
Freeze.
Druid.
Holy Freeze is
Fire
cool,
Druid.
but you know, Holy Freeze has tons of immunities that you can't break, and now you could actually build a Holy Freeze Paladin and not have to worry about those immunities.
So, what do you think about Fire Druid, for example?
I mean, Fire Druids are interesting because they're fire physical, which means that they could technically be using both charms.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Here, Hurricane Druids are the same. Their Hurricane Druids are fire or cold physical, so they could be using both charms.
Right.
I'm not entirely sure they should be allowing people to use multiple charms, but I don't. Sometimes with this stuff, they don't put the maybe they haven't put in the requirements yet, you know, so that we can't use more than one at a time. I don't know. I don't want to get super excited about using multiple charms until I know for a fact it's actually what they intend.
Yeah, let's just say right now this is on PTR and everything is subject to change, obviously.
Well, I mean, if we take precedent, so we take precedent of all the previous charms that have been made, every single unique charm that has ever existed before this one are all one only. You can only have one Annie, you can only have one Torch, you can only have one Geeds. So I don't see them breaking that precedent, which makes me think that maybe it's just set up this way for PTR because they haven't finished it yet. I feel like they're in
Right.
I feel like they're in a rush. Is basically what's going on there. They're in a rush,
Right.
and everything's not quite set up right. I mean, they didn't even have time to make it so that the monsters actually drop the charms. They basically told us, they're like, "Hey, we gave you the charms, but they don't exist in the game yet. You can't find them anywhere." You know, so that screams to me that they haven't finished setting everything up yet, and they're still in the process of getting it all fixed.
Right, right. I guess at this point it's more important to know that these charms actually work without any problem. So, you know, when they implement it into the live game, so they know the charms actually work. I think that's more important.
All right, so let's talk about the most glaring issue with these charms, which we don't know the answer to, which is how rare are they? I would definitely say, for instance, that an infinity is something that most people will not obtain. So, like, if you start a ladder character, like if everybody starts a ladder character, most people will never obtain an infinity. Like, it'll take you probably all ladder to get the runes that you need for an infinity.
Ber ist. Yeah.
You may try to get something else first, like you may make an enigma or a COH. You may decide that holding out for an infinity is just not worth it, and you know you may never obtain one in a ladder cycle. And even if you do,
Right.
it's going to cost you a lot. It's a pretty big investment. So, how rare are these charms? Like, that's another question that we've got to answer.
Right,
Are
right.
these like infinity level rare? Is this like finding a Zod rune like difficulty? Or are these going to be like more along the lines of finding like a Geeds? Like, Geeds is not ridiculously rare, but it's common enough that
most people usually have one by the end of ladder. I will definitely say that. So if you play a ladder sequence of 4 months or 6 months or whatever, usually by the end of the ladder, you found at least one Geats, if not multiple. And this is definitely something that, you know, is kind of in the same line as Geats because it's a Grand Charm. So it's obviously going to have to fall from a magic Grand Charm. So when a magic Grand Charm falls, then it has a chance to roll this. But it also has a chance to roll Geats as well.
I would say, first of all, I'm going to speculate because, like, I don't know basically the real answer to this question. In my opinion, like, we can look at the two things as you mentioned. First of all, it's a Grand Charm. Second, it's a unique item. So, and also it has a required level of 75.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Yeah. So those are the facts right now that we can think of. And also it has variety into it. So maybe you drop the cold one, but you need the poison one. Maybe you drop the poison one, you need the fire one, etc. So there are too many of this item right now, potentially dropping. So I would say this will not be something as rare as Infinity. That's my gut feeling. But we will not see this item, like, it will not be as common as, let's say, I don't know, chance guards or something. So something a bit rarer than Geats, but at the same time still accessible enough so people can trade these charms, you know, because a sorceress can get a poison nova, like poison necro charm. I mean, it's a poison charm, but it's pretty much poison novas are salivating when they see this charm, obviously. So so I think it also brings life to the economy of the game as well. Like,
Oh yeah, there's
the
definitely going to be a lot
item
of
for
trading.
item trading. Yeah.
Definitely a lot of trading. I'm trying to find an item that has a similar level requirement to this. Let me see here. I'm trying to think off the top of my head which one I've seen, because I've gone over like every single unique item.
I mean,
And
I love those videos, I must say. Since I'm live on your stream, I love those videos. I love the content. Hellfire Torch should have, at the top of my head, Hellfire Torch should have required level 75. But, I mean, that's a guaranteed drop. That's a guaranteed drop, so...
I'm looking at the TC class list, and I'm trying to get an idea of where an item could potentially drop from that would be around the same level requirement. I know it's not going to give us an exact, but just trying to kind of see... what level is Flesh Ripper? Flesh Ripper is level 76. That's close enough. So Flesh Ripper is a TC class 84 item at level 76. I mean, we could be looking at a TC class 84 plus item.
Okay.
Geeds, Fortune, I'm not really sure. I don't think Geeds Fortune even really compares, but...
No. 420 Farm says they can only drop in terror zones.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
we're also talking about level. So this is also important because the terror zones obviously are in normal difficulty. They're in nightmare. They're in hell. So technically, you don't necessarily have to be like in a particular difficulty setting to hit a terror zone. So I would assume there's going to be a TC class, probably like a minimum TC class that they're probably going to drop, because you're probably not going to find a level 75 charm like in a level like 5 terror zone. That would be just silly.
All right, so I have a surprise for you. I'm gonna send you this image. So this is my season 1 teammate who was just messing around in the game, and he got normal bail to drop these items. This is a terrorized normal bail, and since you're the expert, I actually would love to hear your opinion about this. Do you think this is a good sign or not? This is a normal terrorized bail.
Yeah, he got Demon Hide Boots and Serpent Skin Armor, so he got Skin of the Viper Magi. That's actually something that drops pretty commonly in Nightmare.
Yeah.
I mean, that's honestly, as long as it's terrorized and he's the right level, it's fine. Like, because basically, you got to think about the terrorized zones as just simply what they are. They're scaled zones. So
Yes.
all they're really doing is just giving you a zone which is scaled properly to your level. And if you're a higher level person who's in a lower difficulty setting, all it's doing is scaling it up as high as it can go, which I think is fine. And they put caps on it, which I also think the caps are fine. I mean, level 48 in normal difficulty isn't too bad. It's not so high that you're going to be getting like Raven Frosts or anything, but it's high enough that you might get some of the lower level nightmare items. And I actually talk about this a lot in my unique item videos, is that a lot of the nightmare level uniques are very poorly postured. So like you'll have an item that's like level 45, but like the earliest that you can get your hands on it is like Nightmare Mephisto.
Yes.
And so it's like impossible to actually get your hands on it and use it at level 45, which is what the level requirement is. So this might actually open up the possibility for some players who are, like say a level 45 character to actually get their hands on a level 45 item like at the appropriate time, which I think is actually excellent. Whereas before there really wasn't like that opportunity. So like if the item that you wanted was level 35, but it only drops from Nightmare Diablo, by the time you get to Nightmare Diablo, and even if it does drop, you're like level 60 and you don't care anymore.
Exactly.
So it just opens up some more opportunities, I think, for you to actually get your hands on items like at the correct times. Because it's not like when you go to normal difficulty and you fight, the level 48 monsters, if you have to be basically level 43 to make that happen. So you're already kind of like outpacing yourself anyway, because by the time you hit level 43, you're supposed to be a nightmare. Like that's around the beginning of nightmare difficulty anyway. So you're just kind of like lounging in the early difficulty settings, which is pretty common, especially for hardcore characters. I think it's going to make things easier for hardcore characters though, because it's going to allow them to level up longer in the easier difficulty settings. And just in general, it's definitely going to give them an easier time transitioning in between difficulties, because they can lounge around in nightmare difficulty for quite some time, because the areas will be as high as level 74. So you're talking about what is that as far as levels go? I think you could probably level up to almost like level 80 in nightmare difficulty as a hardcore character, and then you could transition into hell difficulty at like level 80, and you'd just be way overpowered for your area zone.
Right, yeah. It's a viable hardcore strategy, yeah.
Not that hardcore characters needed to make things easier for them.
No. So yeah, we can speculate about these charms, and I'm definitely leaning more towards them being accessible to many players, so these things just float around in the economy now, at least in the market.
I'd like to see them somewhere in between an Infinity and a Geeds. Like I don't want to see them as common as a Geeds, but I don't want to see them. I don't want to see them as hard to obtain as an Infinity. And I do feel like the fact that they're random, like obviously if you find one, it's not necessarily going to be the one that you would want. So even if you are leveling up a Cold Sorceress and you happen to find like a fire one, I mean, it either A, could kind of convince you maybe to swap to a fire spec, because if you're literally running a sorceress anyway, and you find like one of the trifecta, basically lightning, fire, or ice, you may be more inclined to run that particular build just because you found that particular charm. Or obviously you can go online and you could try and trade it with somebody else, which there's going to be a lot of trading of these charms. And speaking of trading of the charms, let's discuss this really quickly. Value of these charms. Which ones do you think are going to be the most valuable, and which ones do you
sorceress
think
ones? Sorceress, cold source. I mean, like
I
right
think
now you can see the hype. You can see the hype already.
So
Poison necromancers, sorceresses, they're hyped.
Yeah.
They're salivating right now.
Well, dead. We can talk about dead last. So dead last on the list, least valuable out of all of them.
Magic.
The magic.
Magic one is the
The
dead
magic
last.
is
Like, I
definitely
would say.
dead last.
Yeah, I would say.
Then poison. I want to say poison might be second to last. Not necessarily because it's a bad charm, but just because there's so few poison builds. Like if
Right.
you like
It doesn't
if you
appeal to the broader class. Yeah, yeah.
if you
I
counted
agree,
up
actually.
if you counted up all the builds and you like said, okay, there's like this many cold builds and this many fire builds. There's really only what, like 3 poison builds in the whole game.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. Poison Nova Necro, Rabies Druid, and maybe Plague Javazon or something like that.
Yeah, so
I would
it's like
say.
3 whole poison characters.
Yeah, maybe four maximum. But yeah, 100%. I would say three builds that would run.
And then
What about the physical one though? Like, I think poison kinda would compete versus the physical one.
well, I feel like physical is actually going to be pretty popular. There's a lot of people I think that like physical builds that
Yeah,
are very
yeah,
that are
true.
very attracted to the physical builds, but
Right,
I think
right.
the physical immunes kind of really poured water on their flame. But this could potentially revitalize the physical builds entirely.
I would say probably the Tornado Druid, Wind Druid, and Blade Fury Assassin.
Yes, even the spellcaster, the physical spellcasters are going to see very nice effect from these.
I agree. Okay, so poison would be second to last. Okay, I agree with this.
Doesn't the
statement.
physical one would also affect corpse explosion, right?
Yes, yes. Corpse Explosion deals 50% physical and 50% fire. And I just told you when we were doing the mini Ubers that I'm going to use the physical one just for the memes as well. Like, if I have Poison Necromancer, so I have the Poison Charm, I have the Fire Charm, and then on top, if I put the physical charm, I will have Corpse Explosion, like, dealing a lot of damage.
I'm laughing because the Necromancer has always been like the frail one, right? He's the character that
Right.
hangs in the back. He's the character that like somebody farts
Yeah.
on and he collapses, right?
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
now the Necromancer is what? Putting on 3 different charms that are going to make him even weaker and even more
Exactly.
easy to kill by everything that touches him, so that he just disintegrates into a pile of ash now.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, he has the best death animation sound, at least, so maybe we can hear it more often, you know?
All right, so I think at the top of the list has got to be the Cold Charm, and it's not necessarily, I think, because it's better than Lightning or better
Cold
than Fire.
versus fire, I would say. Cold versus fire.
I think the Cold is going to hit the top of the heap just simply
Yeah.
because the Sorceress has the Cold Mastery. So Cold Mastery is going to make the Cold Charm, I think, the #1 tradable charm in the game.
Yeah.
And just simply from that one aspect. I do think Fire might be second on the list. I think a lot of people are going to be interested in building Fire characters now that they can actually break the resistances. There's a lot of fun Fire skills. You got Firewall. You got
Oh, yeah.
Blaze. You got Hydras. You got Fireballs. You got Enchant. Enchant Sorceresses might very well be a thing soon. I love building a Demon Machine, like maxed out Enchant, like max Fire Mastery, because you get like the piercing effect along with the explosions, and it actually does a massive amount of damage, but it's held back extremely much by the horrible fire immunes, and having the frickin' flame rift on your character is going to make a huge difference.
Yeah.
And then I think lightning and physical are probably going to be like right in between. So we're probably looking at from dead last to first. We're probably looking at magic resistant. So the Black Cleft is going to be the bottom tier.
100%.
Poison is going to be the second bottom as far as trade value goes. And then we're probably going to see the physical one kind of tied with lightning. So
Yeah.
physical and lightning, I think, are probably going to be tied together. Flame is probably going to be the second best, and then cold is probably going to be the
It's gonna
best,
take over.
the most valuable charm, basically.
It's gonna take over.
So if you do find, I think honestly, if you do find a cold immunity charm like in the new ladder, you've basically got yourself probably a Burr rune or maybe even higher.
More
that point.
more than Burr. I would say more than Burr.
Well,
Depends on when you
It
find
depends
it.
on how
Depends on
common they
when
are,
you-
right? So if they're very common,
then less. But if they're not
I
very
mean,
common, then more. And somewhere in
suppose
between.
suppose you find this charm in the first like 10 hours of the ladder.
Oh yeah, but nobody's gonna have a burr rune in the first 10 hours of the ladder. So
Believe me, I don't want to give out any names, but some of the people, some of the people that I also played with, had their enigma. I'm talking about some Hammerton players, had their enigma handed out to them, given to them in the first 10, at like within the first 11 hours after the launch.
we had a guy in our kinship who literally bought his like on the first day. Like, I don't know how much he paid for it. I think it was like $300 or something, but he just bought it.
I mean,
And then he tried to argue with us that it wasn't an advantage and that he didn't have a leg up on anyone for buying it, that it wasn't really that big of a deal. And like nobody in chat agreed with this guy. They were like, dude,
I mean,
they were like, we don't really care that you bought your Enigma, but you're not gonna convince us that it's not an advantage to have an Enigma on day one.
I mean, it's a huge advantage. I think I want to argue against this kind of mentality. It's a huge advantage. Like, it's a fact. No one should deny it. And if you're a competitive player, I'm not advocating buying items or cheating in any way. But if we look at World of Warcraft, for example, I play that game, and when the Mythic raids release, all the top organizations, they spend gold like crazy, so they can actually get bind on equip items from other players who were lucky enough to receive those drops. And we're talking about insane amount of gold debt. I'm talking about 250 million gold. Insane amounts of gold. Like, organizations actually spend resources, not necessarily real life money, but resources to get the upper hand in this competition. So in Diablo, there's a worldwide ladder. There's a list. Of course, there are competitive people who are competing for this for the rankings, and I would be 100% okay with them spending resources, runes or whatever you call them. Like, I don't advocate spending real life money to get the upper hand, but if people do it, yes, okay, whatever, but don't say it's not an advantage. It's a huge advantage. Like,
Well,
let's not fool ourselves.
That's what we were getting at. Like, we didn't even really care. Like, nobody was gonna like take it from him or boot him from the kinship for buying it. Like, we didn't care that much. But like the fact that he was trying to argue that it wasn't an advantage was just, I think, was probably one of the most hilarious things. It's on one of my live streams, like 8 million live streams back, but it was just so silly.
Unfortunately, yeah, there are people who are like trying to convince other people, and like, I don't know, do mind tricks on them or whatever. It's an advantage. It's a fact. Like, you cannot like discuss or argue the facts. It's a fact. That's why it's called a fact. So.
This cold zone's actually doing pretty good in here. Kind of surprised. I don't think they have her set up very well, but she's using a harmony bow, which is, I mean, it's like a meh choice for an ice zone. She does have a Nightwing's veil, though.
So people are actually hyped about the Mavina Ice Queen Amazon as well, right?
I mean, it's an interesting build for an ice zone. I would probably prefer to not use Mavinas, though. I'm actually going to be building an ice zone.
I'm going to ask you a question, GGM.
What?
What do you think about Java zones now?
I mean, the Javazon was already OP.
Like,
she's just going to be even more OP at this point.
Could we easily say Javazon is the new Hammerton now?
I mean, very easily, because the Infinity was always holding the character back as a whole, because obtaining Affinity was not easy. So to reach Hammerton level of play, you know, with the Infinity, like, was a difficult task. Whereas,
and you don't need weapons anymore.
But then that comes back to the question again: how easy are these going to be to obtain? And I think that's what it really comes down to. There was an anime I watched a long time ago where this guy, he made bread. I'm not even kidding. It was a whole anime based on bread. And this guy had made like this really awesome recipe on like how to revitalize stale bread and to turn it into the most delicious like bread that you'd ever tasted.
Okay.
but they couldn't figure out what price to make it because they didn't want to charge people for something that literally was going to be thrown away. Like this is literally
Right.
garbage, basically. Like the stale bread
Right.
was literally going to be given out for free to like homeless people because nobody wanted it. And so his decision on this was to make it free, because if he made it free, then he didn't have to worry about people getting upset that he was charging for something that was essentially garbage. They would come in for the free food, and they would eat up all the free food, and then there would be nothing left. And that's basically what happened. So they didn't have any leftovers anymore because they gave it away for free.
Right.
And that's kind of the
right,
same
right.
situation we're in here, as if they don't come up with the correct drop rate, it's either A, going to be way too common to the point where literally everybody has one, and I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that everybody eventually gets one. Like, that's a good thing. Everybody should eventually get one. That should be your goal. But I don't think it should be so common that everybody has one, like, immediately. They've got to balance it to be rare enough that it's not common, but not so rare that it's literally like infinity level of rare, where literally nobody gets one except for like the uber rich or the people willing to spend a whole bunch of money.
Uber rich, yeah. To be fair, I'm gonna be brutally honest here. I think rather than trying to fix the monster immunity issues and the coding and messing up with the code of the game, I think they just came up with the solution. They said, you know what? Let's just create these items which just negate the monster immunity, and I think that was a faster, easier fix for them to make terror zones more accessible by different builds, instead of trying to balance out the monster immunities and like change the coding of the game.
Well,
That's what it feels like to me.
Well, I think the best part of what they came up with is that they didn't come up with just simply, hey, this is an immunity breaker. Like, Conviction and Lower Resist don't just break immunities. They also reduce the resistance of the monster, right? So,
Right.
So it's a double-edged sword. You can't just simply go, okay, well, let's add an item that reduces the resistances of the monsters, and then, oh wait, no, now the monsters are too easy to kill. Well, okay, well that doesn't work, because now we've just made the game like ridiculously easy. So they came up with a better solution, which is where instead of reducing the resistance of the monster, it simply sets the monster's resistance to 95%, which still makes them ridiculously difficult to kill. If you've ever fought a monster who is 95% resistant to your element, you still have a very hard time killing them. So they didn't make it easy for players to be able to kill these monsters, because you still need negative enemy resistance to cap, like, along with this effect. So any item with negative enemy resistance is going to become extremely valuable in the next ladder. You're literally gonna get even things like Wiz and Draw, which have negative 35% enemy cold resistance, will become valuable, just simply so that you have that negative enemy cold resistance. It's one of the easiest ways to get negative enemy cold resistance, by the way.
Facets right now are gonna be even more important.
Facets are definitely going to be more important.
Yeah. Java Zone with Griffin, for example, and then you perhaps may want to compare again Thunderstroke and Titan. I remember watching your video about those.
Thunderstroke is definitely going to excel exceedingly. Because in any situation where
By the way, Diablo clone is about to spawn, yeah? So be careful.
Alright, I'm just hanging out in the hell game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in any situation where you're fighting monsters that are immune, Thunderstroke is definitely going to exceed over top of Titans.
Oh yeah, 100%. And since now these charms are breaking the immunity by default, and then you apply your minus enemy resistance, it's gonna be way more, like, as you said, important. So Poison Necromancers with Death's Web, like, Death's Web is just gonna, I don't know how, like, it's gonna probably triple in value or something. Like, it's gonna be crazy now.
Grief, Plague,
oh yeah.
Phoenix. Phoenix is going to become pretty valuable for fire characters.
Fire. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Facets definitely, like you said, and honestly, you could use the same scale that we've been using, like for when we decided the trade value of all the charms. Like, it's probably going to apply the same way to the facets.
Right. The cold one is going to be way more popular. Yeah, the third ranking would be probably for. I mean, I'm actually expecting Java Zone spike now. The population of Java Zone will spike even higher now. I'm sure most of the people are familiar with the Wowhead analysis article that we published. I've researched the numbers so to determine like which class is played the most.
So I'm
And yeah,
so I'm kind of
you were saying.
hopeful in a different direction. Like I get it. There's some characters are really popular, and if you
Yeah,
went by the current meta, like it would be pretty obvious which characters would get played the most. But I kind of feel like the community as a whole is fed up with playing the same characters, like over and over and over again. And any situation in which it opens up a pathway where they could potentially try something new, I feel like most people are willing to go that direction if it would work out. And what they've done is they've opened up like a freaking 1,000 doors, where literally
right.
you can build characters that you wouldn't necessarily otherwise build, like a physical Amazon right now, which is kind of a subpar character, and usually requires the most overpowered equipment like in the game to even become a viable character. With the physical immunity item, could actually become a powerhouse, and for the first time ever, you could actually build a physical boson since like 1.09.
Yeah, yeah, because
Even
of dodge evades. Yeah,
even something as simple as like the exploding arrow Amazon, which gets absolutely no love, could effectively be extremely powerful at this point.
I agree.
And like other characters like Fireclaw Druids, which get a lot of love from the PvP community, but not so much from the PvE community, could actually work very well now. Even the Fire Elemental Druid might be worth playing now. Even after the buffs, a lot of people, even YouTubers, were basically like, it's not strong enough still. Like it still doesn't really work well enough, and it just might work well enough now in combination with the charm.
I completely agree. I completely agree. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think the overpowered classes like Blizzard Sorceress definitely got more powerful. Not exactly sure that she needed to be more powerful. I feel like that was completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
And the Javazon definitely did get more powerful too, which I think also is completely unnecessary. The Lightning Sorceress didn't really get more powerful. Maybe just easier to obtain than the Infinity.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Like it's still kind of like still status quo for the most part.
Oh,
And
declone is up.
let's go see if I can kill her with my freezing arrows on. Do I got magic arrow? I don't have magic arrow. What kind of person built this character? You troll.
Yeah, they actually kind of troll a lot.
Well, you know what happened is everybody said that the characters they put together for the last PTR were overpowered, so they threw us together like half good characters that were like using some OP equipment but not enough, and had like some decent charms but not everything matches quite up right.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it was on purpose. They did it on purpose this time. They're like,
Okay,
oh,
so by the way, I'm gonna tell you something very interesting. Last time I checked, Declone was not spawning in terror zones, but right now I checked Shank specifically, and Declone actually replaced Shank on Bloody Foothills. So now Declone can actually spawn on terror zones, and I think I've spawned a terrorized Declone in our game.
well, he's in Bloody Foothills for me too. Not sure if I can kill him with this character without without guided arrow.
Yeah,
Who doesn't put 1 point in the guided arrow though? That's like such a clutch skill for boss fighting.
it is, yeah.
Ow! God bless it, Declone. Your butthole stinks.
Well, I got some good news. If you wanna kill him, I have the Urdars waiting. I didn't start reviving them yet, but we have River of Flame Urdars waiting to pump him down. And you can IDD Annie on your stream if you want.
Well, I'm gonna go grab a different character. What am I in? Keys 4? I'm in Keys 4. This character's not set up for Uber killing. Uber Diablo is not within that Ice Amazon's reach. Let's see if the Frenzy Barbarian can do it. Should be funny.
I don't know. I don't know if he can actually. I mean, 75 is a long way, as some people are pointing out. Like to get to level 75, you still gotta trudge through all the darkness to get there.
Right, right. Actually, yeah. I think it's these charms are a bit more end game focused items to help people do the final push to 99. And I could easily argue against the 75 decision. I would probably say level 60 to 65 would be more fair.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to check my chart and see what level, like, what's like the lowest area you can get to at like and still be like level 75. Because it's kind of more of a weird question than it seems. Because I think you can get to level 75 in just nightmare difficulty if you try, and that's just doing bail runs. I'm assuming the terrorized zones would make it even easier. Do I got like no lifesteal on this character? Like, what the hell's going on? I'll put 3% lifesteal on a bull Kathos. Is that it? Is that really all the lifesteal I got? Oh, I got 13%. I am sucking it over here.
Drain effectiveness could be the problem.
He's at like 20% drain effectiveness, but I should still be stealing something back.
Yeah.
I've got no fire resistance either, which could definitely be a factor here.
In your chat, Gökhan Özgün says he got a Middle Eastern accent, so I told him where I'm from.
Put on a Flickering Flame. That'll do it. Let's go, buddy. Come on.
All right, let's see it. Oh, he's hitting hard. He's hitting hard.
Yes, he does. He hits really hard.
Yeah.
And they don't. This guy has terrible war cries too.
Right, I see. Actually, they really trolled when creating this build, didn't they?
Negative 11% lightning resistance. Let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's doable, but it's gonna take me a lot of potions.
I mean, if you had better gear, 100% it's gonna be viable, but rare.
Let me go pick somebody else. These characters they provided are not really set up for this kind of stuff.
Nah, they're not. They're actually not, and they're kind of bad, to be fair. I don't know.
Habaneros.
To be fair, get like a paladin with 1 point into smite.
I want to see if Habaneros has magic. Has a guided arrow. Habaneros does not have guided arrow either. Why?
By the way, what does habanero stand for? Like
Habanero peppers. It's a joke because she's a fire Amazon.
Ah, okay, cultural thing.
It's a joke.
All right.
That's not cultural. Habanero is just the name of the pepper. Oh great, I've got like absolutely no HP. I once had a whole argument with a guy.
He actually prisoned you. He's playing pro now.
I had a whole argument with a guy who was talking about Amazons, and the dude literally had like 400 HP on his Amazon. And was trying to say it was like standard play. And I'm like, dude, you almost died like 6 times, like in one run. I was like, if you stood still for like half a second, you would have died like over and over again. I was like, Diablo literally pimp slapped you and you were at 1 HP. She's actually not doing as terrible as I thought she was going to do.
I'm actually surprised myself.
She's actually doing halfway decent.
She's pumping. She's pumping.
Ow. His freaking. You notice that none of these characters that they built have any good resistances whatsoever. Like they're
I'm suspecting the Anya quest is bugged. So
all
yeah.
rocking like negative resistances or like
Right,
even
right,
lower. Like some of them are
Yeah.
at like negative 100, and you're trying to kill
Right.
something, and like Diablo like pokes you with a one fire attack, and you're almost dead.
You're toast, yeah. I am suspecting the Anya quest. Back in 2.4 PTR, this was the case. The characters did not have Anya quest completed, therefore they did not have the reward from it. So, you know, not getting the Anya quest from normal, nightmare, and hell, and then trying to play the game on hell difficulty kind of sucks because, you know.
It does say that she has the Anya quest completed.
Yeah, but it's bugged. On 2.4 PTR, it was the exact case. People figured it out. It was the Anya quest because the item was not delivered. So they rather just said, okay, this quest is complete, you can't do it, but they did not reward the scroll that is used to give you the resistances on that difficulty.
I think I couldn't
So-
have picked the worst character to do this on.
I mean, you're doing it for science, right? So
Did you know that back in 1.10, I think? Or maybe it was 1.11. Did you know that the Anya quests would cease to work when you died?
actually, I'm happy that I didn't. I actually didn't know. Back in 2001, I think, I played with the Enigma rune word. I played it, and before I'm a very old player. Like I played when the game came out at like 2000. Like I played at year 2000. So then I continued playing for like 5 years, and I had a break. And I think that Anya quest bug was during my break when you talked about it. Like when you died, and if that stopped working, I would actually lose lose my mind.
Yeah, so basically if you were in a game at any point and you stopped, you kind of like, you died and you came back, like the negative or the plus 30 resistances that you got from the quest, like just stopped working. Like it would just
No
cease.
way.
And until you left the game and rejoined, like the plus 30 resistances wouldn't come back.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
And it was a very long time before they fixed it. So like if you didn't know, like you basically had to leave and you had to come back. Otherwise,
Right, yeah.
obviously it didn't affect hardcore characters because, you know, yeah, if you died,
Yeah, once
that
you
was
die,
about
you
it.
die. Yeah, exactly.
But it would affect everybody in PvE, and it was pretty nasty too because that plus 30 all is pretty sick for hell difficulty.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, Uber Diablo, come on, die, sir. Thank you. Give me that. What do you mean you can't? Oh, you already got one, you little turd.
Yeah. You gotta put it in the shared stash.
Oh, thank you, Dark Showers. I appreciate it. Be sure to head over on YouTube and subscribe to me, sir. Subscribe.
Not the personal. Yeah, shared. Yeah, perfect.
I can't.
Did I put it in the wrong one? I always put it in the wrong one. They need to put the
Yeah.
they need to put the personal one's name in a different color because I never paid
Right.
attention.
Yeah. It has to be on the shared stash, unfortunately.
I never pay attention.
Yeah.
I'd
happens.
like to see the stashes have like a different color to them.
Yeah, that would be good actually.
What'd I get? Perfect 2020? Let's go. 1116. But it's a 10% EXP gain. 10%
10% is
EXP gain,
10%.
that's nice.
That's big value.
Why is my
That is
paladin
big
using
value.
a Templar's Might?
Because they wanted it.
It's a Templar's Might.
By the
man.
way,
Let's go.
you can also join the game that we did the mini Ubers with. I'm still waiting for you there, so we can kill D-Clone if you want, and you can ID the second Annie.
Sure. Or yeah. So,
I mean, I'm just gonna get the orders.
my
Holy Fire Paladin didn't do so bad on him. It was actually pretty impressive.
All right. Let me just get these guys so we can do it the easy way.
Not in town.
All right. Okay, I'm bringing the boys.
Where you at? River Flow? You gonna Urdar?
Yeah,
his butt?
guess what's happening? Guess what's coming for Uber Diablo. Guess what's gonna happen?
Dude, this game had an insanely large amount of Urdars on it. I was actually kind of
Yeah.
impressed.
Let's go.
Ow! Stop being so rude, Uber Diablo.
Look, he has terrorized the markings.
Ah, terror.
Near his name.
Unfortunately, I don't think that brings up his level.
Nah. But the cavalry has arrived.
Because he's already level 110, I think. Which means he can't necessarily be any higher level than he already is.
Okay, look at him go though.
Ow! Get your stupid bone prisons away from me. You shall not succeed. A bit of salvation aura to counter all the negative resistances that my character has. The massive negative resistances. I'm at 36 HP.
That's like the worst place. Okay, I'll drop you some potions, yeah? Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Die.
Team play for the win.
Of course, you know, being a holy X-Paladin sucks because as soon as you swap your aura to a different
Right.
aura,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
lose all your damage. So all your damage is instantly gone. And then you swap back
just
to your
gonna-
holy fire aura and immediately you turn into a weakling again.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put a town portal on top of this guy, go back into town and stomp him with the town portal because I don't have teleport on Necro. So I
Hey.
have to use the
It works effectively.
budget ways.
It works
yeah, it-
effectively.
Look at him. He's stomped. So, you know, manual telestomping for the win.
It works. Ow. Why are you picking
He's
on
dead.
me? Diablo?
We got him. We
Why
got
are you
him.
picking on me exactly?
It's over. It's your idea. It's your stream. It's
He's
over.
always picking on me. A 13, 18, 8.
Well, better than nothing, I guess.
13, 18, 8. I'm actually kind of curious with this magic charm. Like, I can't believe that they added it without...
Impossible.
Did we completely clear the mini Uber, the Furnace of Pain area? I'm gonna check.
I don't think so. I can't believe that they would have added it to the game without some kind of plan to make it useful. Because, like, as it is right now, they added it to the game and it's basically useless. So,
It is. Okay, I have some monsters here. Immune to magic, immune to fire. Okay. Actually, if you want, you can bring the magic guy, the Hammerton or whatever, and you can test it. This zone is still,
oh yeah,
It
we
has
do,
some
we do
monsters.
have a Hammerton, don't we?
yeah, actually we do. You know what? I'm gonna go to
what
town.
has he got on?
chill.
A Tyrael's Might and a
Herald Zakarum as well.
is he running a I know what. He's running a Alma Negra. That's what he's running.
Yeah, that would be fun.
I mean, sure, it has +2 skills, and it's the best shield ever, but...
I still cannot believe how fast we farmed the keys though, and just checked the Uber's area. Like I still like love it.
Got too many windows open here. Way too many windows open. Let me close that. Close you. Here we go. You're even greater than my mercenary is using an insight. Let's take his weapon away. I don't want him to do any damage.
Just go towards the.
So this is a 9.7k Hammerton.
If you go just south, you will find the deserted island. It has some Venom Lords on it.
Yeah, that's what we need. Venom Lords. Venom Lords.
Yeah. So
Lairds.
if yeah, they're not immune to magic, are they? They're not actually.
Well, yeah, they're not going to be immune to magic because of the charm.
Yeah, exactly.
But I kind of wanted
So
to see how much damage they would actually take. So, I mean, they're killable. It's definitely taking a large number of hammers to kill them. But definitely killable. Which, you know, the funny thing is that the Hammerton by far was probably the last class that needed the
right,
ability to
that
break
this
immunes.
kind of exactly.
Like
exactly.
they did not need the ability to break immunes. They were already literally able to fight like 99% of like all the monsters in the game with ease. There was like there's very few monsters in the game that are immune to magic. Very few.
Yeah,
Like you could literally count them on one hand. Like that's how few there are. It's
I
pretty
completely agree.
it's pretty much what is it? What is it? Zombies in Act 2. Like it's pretty much primarily zombies in Act 2 because I don't think there's any other zombies that are magic immune.
Right,
The Act
the
2
revive guys.
the Act 2
like,
wave in Bale runs, you know, in the Bale chaos waves are, you know, it's basically just the Horadrim, not even the skeletons,
yeah,
just
yeah,
the
yeah.
Horadrim.
The Horadrim are magic immunes. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then it's of course it's the magic immune pit lords that I just killed. That's literally
Yeah, on Ubers.
I can't think of another one off the top of my head.
I can think of something alternative, but that's not like that has nothing to do with immunities. It's rather like an environmental factor. It's maggot layer, since your hammers will not be able to swirl around to deal the damage, and they will hit the wall often. That might create a problem. Taldrasha's tombs, as you mentioned, might create a problem with magic immunity, but if you have this charm, then they become easy. So maggot layer is still a big problem for Hammerton.
You know, I'm actually kind of sad that they took maggot layer off the list.
Yeah.
I was actually kind of excited for that to be an area where that particular character wouldn't be able to go when that terror zone
Exactly.
activated.
Exactly. I think it should have stayed.
and
It
the-
should have stayed, I think.
The monster density in maggot layer is actually fine. And
It was decent, yeah.
there are certain characters, like for instance the Ice Amazon and the Fire Amazon, which have an extremely easy time farming maggot layer. There are several characters that have an easy time farming maggot layer. Bone Spear Necromancers, because they can fire straight down the line and they can hit basically every monster with one Bone Spear. Basically any character that has a piercing attack, like an Enchant Sorceress, or any of those things, could do surprisingly well in those zones. Not really too happy they removed that one. I don't really care about the Harem in the Palace. I think that one was actually a good one to remove. The density was really low there for some reason, and it just, I don't know. But it was all spread out, and all the monsters were all over the place. And even with 3 levels, it didn't even really feel like it was all that great.
Yeah. By the way, I must ask for your permission to leave. I gotta feed the dogs and take them out for a walk.
Oh, no, man, go ahead. No, it's no problem.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. It was a blast, and I had a lot of fun. Thank you so much.
All right, you too, man.
All right, have fun with your stream, and hoping to see you in the next one. Take care.
All right, so let's harvest some screenshots, shall we? I think that's a good use of our time here. So I'm gonna go ahead and harvest a bunch of screenshots of these items. Let's go ahead and grab the Black Cleft. I'm going to start posting these in my Discord. If you guys are a member of my Discord, by the way, I do have a Discord where I do, well, a lot of Diablo stuff, as well as other stuff related to my YouTube channel. And let's see if we can grab one of every single one of these so that we can post these. We'll post them all on the community board. Everybody can talk about them and stuff. So let's grab the Poison Necros. Poison one's kind of cool too. You know, I kind of think, well, should I get like the whole thing in there?
so you can see the graphic on the charm. I think that's cool. We'll get the whole thing so you can see the graphic on the charm. I think that looks cooler anyway. They do all have interesting colors to them, don't they? Bink. Alright, so we got poison, we got magic. Let's go ahead and grab cold or fire or whatever the hell's next. Doesn't really matter. There's fire. We already tested whether the curses can work in conjunction with the charms, and the answer is yes. They work at full strength. For you. just for you. Only you. What are the big changes? The big changes are the charms, Jesse Gomez. The charms. The amazing, wonderful charms. The ridiculous, crazy charms, Jesse.
Yes?
Yes, and the poor traps in gets no love. I'm literally pulling them up on the screen right now, Jesse. Like I'm going through the process of screenshotting every single one of them. Why is it not pasting? God bless it. One more time onto the breach. Alright, so that makes, we got fire, we got magic, we got poison, cold. We need lightning. Lightning is missing. Well, if you just joined, Jesse, feel free to rewind a little bit. At the beginning, I go over everything. Like, literally everything. I talk about all the changes in great detail. I mean, I could give you a short condensed version, but there's definitely a lot of stuff to go over. So it might be better if you just rewound and checked it out from the beginning. Please be kind to rewind. The condensed version, though, is basically there are 7 charms, or what is it? Fire, lightning, ice, magic, physical, poison. Six charms? There are 6 charms in the game that basically allow you to break immunities and offer rather hefty negatives also. And these new charms are only droppable in the terror zones. Alright, did I get them all? Poison? Check. Magic? Check. Fire? Check. Cold? Check. Physical? Check. Lightning? Check. Okay, so that's all 6. And,
What's up, Tomash? Bink. I'm going to make a community post real quick. I'm only going to be able to include 5 of these. So one of them is going to have to get left out, unfortunately. Rotting a fissure. The black cleft. Alright, I'm just saving my files here. The Flame Rift. Which one has the coolest name? That's the question. Which one has the coolest name? I think funniest name definitely goes to the Crack of the Heavens. The Crack of the Heavens, boys. The Crack of the Heavens, my boys. Crack of the Heavens. Yep, I'm telling you, I was talking about that. The 25% increased physical damage is gonna hurt. It's gonna be ouchy. All right, it's not gonna be like a walk in the park. You guys are gonna feel. You guys are gonna feel that. Okay. It's gonna ouch a little bit. You're gonna have to counter that with plus physical damage reduction. All right. Bing, 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 bing. Definitely going to include the Crack of the Heavens in the list. The Crack of the Heavens, my boys. I don't know why there's a limit of 5 images on the frickin' community posts. That doesn't make any sense to me. There you go. Images are up there for you guys if you want to download them. High quality images. The community post is... Brink. You can take a look right here on the community board, my community board. If you guys haven't seen my community board, I usually post a lot of good stuff on there. That is the community post, so you guys can harvest the images. I only couldn't post one of the images, one of the 6. I'm sorry. I don't see a lot of paladins usually do gold find, but could be worth something. It's still a skiller, at the very least. I had something else I wanted to test. I'm not really sure, Dryden. I think that skiller is going to be very specific to a very specific person. While it might be rare, it might not necessarily be in demand enough to make it be worth a vex. It's kind of hard to judge something like that. I didn't come here for you. I came here for lightning immunes. The little turd faces. I'm trying to find a lightning immune specifically to. I came here for beetles. That's what I was hoping for, anyway. Not a beetle in sight. All right, let's go somewhere else. Travencall usually has a bunch of lightning immunes. Unless I get a weird spawn. Alright, yes, the zealots are immune to lightning. Okay, so basically what I want to test here... I need to kill these hierophants real quick. Alright, basically what I want to test is does the AoE aura of the Tesladin affect the lightning immunes? So we know it doesn't affect, for instance, minions, right? But we don't know if it affects like AoE skills like this. Just out of curiosity, I wanted to check and see. So it does in fact affect the AoE pulse of the ability as well. It's good to know.
I need a key.
I think the other important thing about these charms that I may have left out as we were discussing these many different aspects of these charms is there's no radius. So unlike the Infinity, which has a 13-yard radius, or lower resistance, which has to be cast on the target, obviously, there's no radius on this charm. It's an infinite radius, so it would work on a monster that's very far away from you. With an Infinity Sorceress, specifically, like say if you were running an Infinity Lightning Sorceress, you don't get the effect of the Infinity unless your mercenary is close enough to apply that effect, which often can put you in danger, you know, just in general. And having the ability to kind of strip the resistance off a monster from any distance in some ways makes this far superior to an Infinity, which is limited in range. And that definitely is an interesting aspect to these things. I do like the whole risk versus reward aspect of this. I really do. It's my kind of style. I like it when they give you big bonuses and they're like, hey, but you know. Equip all 6 charms. Suicide. Suicide is painless. It brings on many changes. And I can take or leave it if I please. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. I need a lightning. We're going to do this. I need a lightning. Let me go ahead and grab his charms, because I'm probably going to need them. Let's grab his Herald of Zacharium, too, because I don't know what the hell is it. We got a Crescent Moon. It's not really a good vengeance item. I need a good vengeance. I need a vengeance sword of some kind. We're going to make a vengeance paladin real quick, and we're going to give him all of the elements. I want to see how the I want to see how the vengeance paladin does.
It should be ridiculously stupid. My boy Vengeance Paladin's going to be like ridiculously damaging, but he's also going to be ridiculously easy to kill. So he's going to be using the fire, the lightning, and the cold res one, and he probably also needs the physical damage one as well. Let me throw an Annie in here just in case. Yeah, there's plenty of monsters that do magic damage, Tice. They're some of the most damaging monsters in the game. More often than not, if you've died to a specific monster, there's a very good chance that you've died to a very specifically a magic damage monster, because they're usually the ones that kill you. Because there is no way to have resistances to magic except for like a safety shield, and nobody uses those. What has he got? An oath? An oath might be the best thing I'm going to find for a vengeance weapon. Alright, let's convert one of these pallies into a vengeance pally. Which one though? We could do the fire pally. Let's check the fire pally, see what he's running. So he's got an Astrion's Iron Ward. Pretty nice little weapon. Terrible armor. He's running Flickering Flame and a Dragon Scale. Alright, so let's, what has he got? CTA and a Spirit on his other hand. So let's go ahead and give him the Oath. He needs a better armor. Like, by far. Dracul's is a pretty terrible choice for his boots. His boots, his Warcraft is actually pretty good. Let's take off Templars. He doesn't need that. He does need to be wearing all of these, though. God, I hate when it does that. I don't need a defensive aura charm. Let's put that back in the Doojank. We got a bunch of all resistances stuff. I need Bone Break in here too. And the lightning one needs to be in here as well. Let's grab this all resistance jammy. Two of each one. Are you insane, sir? Don't be silly. Alright, I need an armor, and I need better gloves. Dracul's is not the correct gloves for a Vengeance Pally. Let's, trying to see what armors people have on. Everybody's got weird stuff on these characters. Some of the gear that they gave these guys, I don't even know what to think about these people. Let's check and see what she's wearing. I think they were deliberately trolling us this time for equipment. Like, just straight up trolling us. She's got a duress. It's not really the best item for this particular character. A Vengeance Pally, but it's a little bit better than what she's got on. Laying of Hands will work better for the Vengeance Pally than that. Honestly, I got left behind. I think that's probably the funniest thing about what happened to the Hammerton in this patch. Everybody got a buff except for the Hammerton, which effectively is a nerf. If every single character gets an upgrade, but you don't really get hardly anything, it effectively is a nerf for your character. Why bother with Vengeance Pally? So I can wear a fire, cold, a fire, cold, physical, and lightning all at the same time, sir. Obviously.
Not in town.
Alright, let's respect this boy. Is that a freaking Corona? It isn't a Corona. What the ham biscuit? For the fun of it. Alright, now we need to beef up Vengeance. Which, of course, is Resist Fire, Resist Cold, Resist Lightning, and Salvation. Go ahead and put 1 point in each. And then we got 41 points to split between everything, which is not enough to cap out everything. So unfortunately, we're going to leave Holy Shield at the lower level. And then we're just going to start spreading the love. 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. You might be asking why I'm putting 2 in everything. There's a reason. It has to do with the way that the cap resistances work out. I'm just going to go ahead and dump everything else into Holy Shield. So my boy is hitting for 11k damage. Let's see how that actually plays out when we actually go bonk some stuff, shall we? Holy, one-shot the champion. Just, what's up, barricaded tower? Basically just 1 to 2 shotting everything that I come across. Doesn't matter what it is. Like, it's just bonk dead. Bonk, bonk dead. Bonk dead, bonk dead. Bonk dead, bonk dead, bonk dead, bonk dead. Bonk. Katonk. Katank. Balonk dank. Katank. Katunk. So if this is working the way that I think it's working, this build could actually be fine-tuned even further. Let me kind of like run the numbers here for you guys if you're interested in this kind of stuff. So Conviction does negative 150% to all resistances. The charms are setting all monsters to 95% because I am utilizing the Flame Rift, so 95% fire, the Cold Rift, or the Cold Rupture, which is 95% cold, the Bone Break, which is 95% physical, and the Lightning Crack of the Heavens, which is 95% lightning, right? So every single monster is at 95% or lower. We are guaranteed they're at 95% or lower for the elements that we are dishing out. Conviction is reducing them by 150, and the lowest that you can possibly go is negative 150, or negative 100. All right, so we have an exact amount. And you can control this. Can't breathe, apparently. So you only have to go as low as negative 100%. You don't have to hit, anything lower than that. So if I'm running things like Flickering Flame or any other pieces of equipment that are going to reduce resistances, I don't necessarily have to have maxed out Conviction to hit the highest damage possible. So you can min-max that Conviction to the level that you need.
I need a key.
Yes, paint lungs. You're correct, absolutely correct. I got paint lungs. Beautiful, beautiful paint lungs. After I finished painting the bathroom, I literally was going to go lay down and take a nap. Like, my head was killing me. I didn't feel good. Like, I wanted to go die and crawl in the corner and die because, like, I had chemical burned lungs. And then, like, I was like, oh, let me check and see if the patch notes got released. Oh, look, patch notes. And I, just walk of death upstairs because I was like, I need to do a video for the freaking patch notes, but my head hurts real bad and I want to die. It's gotta do a video for the freaking patch notes. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was excited. It's just my head's killing me. Ow! Those are those negative resistance coming into play. The negative resistances. And he pretty much got nerfed, MacDang. Anyway, you cut the cheese. If everybody else gets buffed and you don't get buffed, that's pretty much a nerf. Anyway, you cut the cheese. I can't get over how useless that charm is, by the way. That charm is, absolutely useless. Not only is it absolutely useless, but it's more likely to get you killed than it is to actually be helpful. I mean, granted, what you could do with it is you could just, keep it in your stash. So, not actually put it on. And, you could just, keep it in there for when you need it. Because having that magic damage charm in your inventory is, tantamount to suicide as far as I'm concerned. Because negative 50% magic resistance is going to get you killed. It is going to get you killed. You're going to run into the Bone Spear Snakes. You're going to run into the Herodrum. You're going to run into all of those frickin' monsters that do magic damage. And they are going to annihilate you. As soon as they touch you, they're just going to annihilate you. The Bone Spears and the Bone Spirits from the Bone Spirits from the Chaos Knights and stuff like that, when they hit you, they're going to really frickin' hurt. God help you if you run into a pack of Bone Spear Snakes and they all use their Bone Spirit at the same time. You're just going to instant die. Just instant death. The Bone Spirit, the Bone Spirit Doom Knights are actually going to be pretty deadly too if you're holding that charm. Where do I want to go test out real quick? Let's see here. Go to River of Flame. I don't think we've done Chaos yet, have we? No. Fist of the Heavens, Paladin got absolutely nothing. Holy Bolt already bypassed immunities for the monsters that it damaged. Dude, this character, like, with these 4 charms is just silly. I've gotten over lightning resistance, though. As soon as I get hit by a lightning attack, I'm just gonna die. No mana, equal vengeance paladin, not kill. Yeah, I break their resistance, and then I also take a hit to my resistances, which makes me much easier to kill in that particular category. For some characters, it's not really so big of a deal. Like we were talking about earlier, there's not like a ginormous number of monsters that dish out cold damage. I mean, they do exist, and you'll have to be wary of them. But, like, it's not so ridiculous that you have to be, like, on your toes every second of every minute of every day. Why does it have to be mana burn monsters? Every single one of you little bastards is mana burn. Go eat a mana burn. Go eat a mana burn. How about that? Go eat one. Little turds. Get out of my way. Oh, that was a nice DC. Conviction is always broken immunes, Gabe. You keep asking a lot of weird questions, Gabe, and every time I answer your question, you come up with another weird question to ask that literally is like the same question, just reworded. Conviction does break immunities. The charms do not break immunities for minions. Conviction will break immunities for anything that it touches, including for the mercenary, including for the traps, including for your minions, including for everything that touches the monster. It's always been that way. It's because it affects the monster directly. Negative enemy lightning resistance and stuff like that only affects you, whereas conviction and lower resistance affect everything that it touches. Let's see, you must make a new game here. Worldstone Keep. That's interesting. Lightning facets do not work for trap assassins. No. They're considered minions. Negative enemy lightning resistance only works for you. Remember that. It only works for you. Minions and traps and everything else that's not you, it does not affect. Correct, Jason. Correct. That's what it seems like from what we've tested. By the way, I know that everybody loves lightning on the lightning sorceress. Obviously, lightning is an amazing skill. Don't get me wrong. Chain lightning is superior by far. Lightning requires you to be within range of the monster. Chain lightning does not. You can guess sometimes, and you can get lucky with your lightning ability, and you can hit a monster from far away. But with chain lightning, you don't have to. You don't have to actually be within range. You can stand off screen, shoot at one monster. Chain lightning will literally bounce back and forth between everything nearby, and you can literally hit the monsters while you're not even near them. I mean, yes, chain lightning does have a maximum distance, but you basically just kind of stand off screen and you just fire your chain lightning, and it just literally just goes through all the targets. You don't even have to be there. You don't even have to do anything. You don't have to be part of the group. Shale rune. This is a terrorized zone, by the way. It's the only reason I'm here. Having a little bit of fun running around the terror zones. By far, Infinity is going to drop like a rock. I don't think Infinity is going to maintain its value at all.
A shift. Good afternoon.
It does act differently, Gabe, but only in regards to you. So if you're using the charm, then Conviction and Amplify damage will work differently in regards to you. But it does not work differently in regards to the Mercenary. Because the effect is only on you, it doesn't change for anyone else. So even if I was in a group of 8 people, and I was using the Fire Charm, nobody else gets the benefit of the Fire Charm. It doesn't matter what auras or what abilities are going on. Unless they have that Fire Charm on them, they do not get that ability. I mean, there's still a lot of items in the game that use Jaws and Burr runes. It's hard to say that Infinity's devaluation would have that strong of effect on the value of a Jaw and a Burr. There's still way too many recipes that use Jaws and Burr runes. What the hell was that? A freaking bug landed in my hair? I felt something for a second and I was like, what the hell was that? Again, Gabe, only for you. The answer to pretty much every single one of the questions you've asked so far is if you're using the charm in combination with any of the other abilities, only for you. Right? So let's just, you know, like we're going to treat it like an infomercial. Say it with me, everyone. Only for you. That's the answer to every single one of those questions. Only for you. It's always gonna be only for you.
Set it and forget it. That was the Ronco. You remember the Ronco food processors? Yes, I tested it, Gabe. I literally tested it with the mercenary. I tested it to see if it would work. The mercenary did not get the effect. The mercenary did not get the effect at all. I don't think Sunder feels too strong, but we did have a very long conversation on how rare they're going to be. Like, how rare are they going to be? Because if they're exceedingly rare, then they're going to be highly sought after, obviously, and extremely valuable. People are going to be like selling their left nutsack to get their hands on a Sunder charm. If they're extremely common, they're going to make the game too easy as a result. And I do feel like if they are too common, they can have a negative impact on the game as a whole, and it would definitely not be a good thing for them to be super ridiculously common. But I also don't want them to be so ridiculously hard to get. It's like an Infinity, where you literally can't even obtain Infinity like after like the entire time you've been playing the game. Let's take Tyrael's Might. Tyrael's Might is a rare item, but it is definitely easier to obtain, I think, a Tyrael's Might than it is to obtain a Infinity. I think many people would say that Tyrael's Might is easier to obtain than an Infinity. If it were about the same difficulty to find as a Tyrael's Might, do you guys think that would be acceptable? Or do you think that is too rare? Whew. That negative enemy lightning resistance is a little rough. Got next to a lightning enchanted monster, almost died. Ow. The negative resistances are nasty, especially with the low HP that these characters have. The Sork only has 1,000 HP total. You know what? That brings up a good kind of like talking point, Kyle. I don't know why my lights aren't on. Why aren't my lights on? My lights haven't been on this entire time. It's a very good talking point, Kyle, because come to think of it, what if it was variable? Like, what if you found this, and instead of it being negative 75% lightning resistance, what if it was like a variety of negative? Like, you could find like a really bad one, like negative 100 or negative like 150% lightning resistance, and like it varied between like a you know, like negative 75 and like negative 150, and literally you know, like the variable could make them obviously more interesting to find, but not necessarily something that you would just immediately go, okay, I have the best in slot item for this. Ooh, ow, ow. I want to see them properly balanced, mob. I don't want to see them ridiculously rare, but I don't want to see them ridiculously common either. I'd like to see them on the same level as, like, finding a Griffin's Eye, or finding a Death's Fathom, or finding a finding a Tyrael's Might, or finding a Geed's, definitely a little bit higher than a Geed's, actually. But not so rare as, like, an Infinity. I feel like Infinity is way more rare than a frickin' Griffin's Eye. I'd also like to see the negative resistances bumped up. Like, I feel like if we're gonna go down this route, if we're gonna say, hey, we want to have a penalty for you having this awesome item, I'd like to see it bumped up. I'd like to see the penalty bumped up a little bit. I'd like to see it go up as high as maybe like negative 125. I feel like negative 125 would be a good level, and I'd also like to see it variable so that it's like variable between like a negative 75 and negative 125. And that way you could, you would be hunting for a good, fire charm or a good lightning charm, so forth and so on. That way, you have to, it's not just a matter of finding one, it's a matter of finding a good one. So, when you do eventually find one, you're going to be hunting for, that better one that has lower negative resistances. So that you can balance out your character differently. It's also going to apply different trade value to things as well. So, like, if somebody finds a cold one, which is probably going to be the most valuable one, but it's like a negative 125 cold, it's still going to be a very valuable charm, and people are going to utilize it. And but it's going to bring the trade value down. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to utilize, because you're going to have something that's going to counter out that resistance. And, it's kind of interesting because there are items in the game that have specific resistances to very specific elements, and I've never really found them to be very useful. But I'll take Medusa's Gaze, for instance. Medusa's Gaze has like 85% cold res on it. There's a couple items in the game like that have like a ridiculously high amount of resistance to one particular resistance, which could come in handy to just simply fix that resistance for you for a little while until maybe you fix your equipment. Laying of Hands, of course, has 50% fire resistance. Sandstorm Trex has a massive amount of poison resistance if you're using the poison charm. And that's just like the beginning of the list. There's Black Oak Luna, which has a massive amount of cold resistance. There's Beverett's Keep, which has a massive amount of fire resistance on it. Very easy to obtain, by the way. Yeah, Flickering Flame would be a very good one to cover fire resistance because of the aura.
And as I was talking about earlier, it's also going to shift the meta a little bit away from these charms. So as of right now, all resistance charms are usually like your best bet. But we're going to be shifted a little bit more toward the 11% charms. People are going to be looking for those 11% charms to the specific resistance that they need. There's also some pretty crazy grand charms you can get your hands on. They're 30% to a specific resistance, which is pretty high. And you can get them with other effects on them. I've actually found a couple of them in my time. They're really low level. And they're really useful to plug resistances. So like when you're having issues with resistances, if you do come across one of those ridiculous 30% to a specific resistance grand charms that usually has something else on it, it's great. Yeah, Steve, I did talk about the variables in my Mang Songs video. The reason why is because Mang Songs is literally so ridiculously hard to obtain that by the time you do actually find one, you're like 99 years old and you're in a nursing home. I still haven't found a Mang Songs lesson, by the way. I've been playing for like 22 years. So we're not talking about, these charms are not going to be Mang Songs, like level difficulty to find. Like that's insane. Mang Songs is like one of the hardest to find items like in the entire game. And then on top of that, it has like, what, like 4 or 5 variables on it. We're not talking about 4 or 5 variables. We're not talking about making the item useless. Like Mang Songs, for instance, has variables that will literally, if they roll poorly, can make the item absolutely useless for your character. So we're not talking about making it useless for your character. It's still going to provide the sundered immunity, no matter what. We're talking about making their negative resistance variable so that there is a variable trade value on them, and also so that just because you find one, it doesn't immediately mean you found the best version of that one. So you're still on the hunt. You're still trying to find that perfect version of your crack of heavens. God bless it, the crack of heavens. You guys don't even know the crack of heavens. Come on, boys. Let me show you my crack of heavens. Let me show you my crack of heavens, boys. I'm going to turn around for just a second so you guys can see my crack of heavens. Don't you stare at it now, okay? Don't you stare at the crack of heavens. It'll burn your retinas right out. It'll burn your retinas right out of their sockets. The lower crust? That's right, the lower crust. I'm gonna go to lower crust, guys. I'm gonna see if I can farm some stuff real quick. I'll be right back. I'm going to lower crust. That's right, lower crust. Let's go to lower crust, boys. Wait, no, actually I want to go to upper crust. Actually, let's go to the upper crust. I want to be part of the upper crusts. So what you're saying, Jason, is this is a picture carved onto a grand charm of Tyrael's buttocks. That's what you're saying. Do they have a fire sork in here? I'm kind of curious whether they have a fire sork. They do have a fire sork. I want to test out the fire sork. Fire sorceresses are really fun. I like fire sorceresses. What kind of fire sork is this? No, the charms do not affect PvP. Nor would they, even if they did affect PvP. That's the funny thing. Like, they literally can't affect PvP at all. Like, I was literally thinking about this earlier. They even if they enabled them to affect PvP, they can't affect PvP. Because all it does is set your resistance to 95%. And 95% is literally the cap for PvE player characters. You can't be immune to an element as a PvE character. So it has no effect on a PvE character at all. Did the Hydra get screwed over? Or do the Hydras count as minions too? We were talking about that too, level 75. It is a little high, but I don't think it's like so high that it's ridiculous. I think we were kind of in agreement that it was a decent level, not too high, not too low. Maybe it could be a little higher. Or, I mean, sorry, a little lower. Maybe it could be a little bit lower. Maybe like level 60, but I probably wouldn't drop it any lower than that. So the Hydras are not affected by the charm either. Let me just double check that those guys are actually fire immune. Yeah, so the Pit Lords are fire immune. Put the charm back on. So they're not affected by the Hydras, but they still get affected by the fireball. I need to take the Merc out of the equation so he's not killing things on the... Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and say no, it doesn't work with the Hydras. Lower resistance would work with the Hydras, yes. No, it's not going to affect it more than it would otherwise because the charm doesn't affect the Hydras. The charm only affects you. Kind of sad with the Hydras. It's a little sad. That meteor, though. Just cast meteors on myself. Make an infinite wall of death right here on my body. You guys cannot come any closer to me, so back on away or I'll hit you with a pin. It's probably the reason why they didn't include an assassin in the patch. Although, to be honest with you, it would have been fun to play around with the Phoenix assassin. Basically, yeah. So a double-edged sword arch, a double-edged sword. Boom! I tell you, I've died a lot too in this PTR. Like the characters that they gave us may not be the most well equipped, but I've tried my best not to die, and I've died quite a bit on these guys. These guys are a little weak, and I think it has to do with the charms. The charms basically just make it so that you have nowhere near the amount of like survivability that you otherwise would. The negative resistance actually does freaking hurt a lot. Magic resist negative 50%. Freaking sick. When were scarabs not terrors, sir? Surely thou jest. Surely thou jest. I want to go take a look at Magic Immune Boy. Should be one Magic Immune here. If not, we can go into Ancient Tunnels. That's usually where the Magic Immunes live. In fact, you know what? Let me use Bone Spirit. Bone Spirit. Oh, he's got a nice white. +3 Bone Spear. It's not bad. He's got a Shaco, some Triangle Scales. No, it does not, Richard. Holy Bolt is never going to hit non-demons and non-undead. It's not how Holy Bolt works. Hey, Cow King's lightning enchantment is still bugged, so... I think he beats the scarabs. Try to find the ancient tunnels. Go down into the magic immunes. I mean, it allows you to be able to build a Javazon without an infinity. I feel like it also raises the Thunderstroke Javelin to a much higher tier. I think Javazons are going to want to use Thunderstroke a lot more than they're going to want to use Titan's Revenge. And the reason is basically that you're going to need negative enemy lightning resistance. Like, I've said this before a couple times in the stream so far, but these charms don't fix your problems all by themselves. They enable you to fix your problem. You're still going to need a pretty massive amount of negative enemy resistance to counter the 95% resistance. 95% is not enough to kill a monster effectively. You're going to have a pretty hard time killing a monster with 95% lightning resistance, even on a Javazon. Now, if you do happen to come across some negative enemy lightning resistance, like a Thunderstroke Javelin, Griffin's Eye Diadem, lightning facets, things like that, it becomes easier and, you know, more able to kill those monsters. People are going to get more ingenious in how they build their characters. I know that for a fact, because we're going to see people, you know, utilizing pieces of equipment that they might not otherwise ever use, just to get that negative enemy res. From 95%, you're going to need to bring it down to, like, bare minimum, like 75% to get an effective kill rate. And if you really want to get a fast kill rate, you're going to need to go down to at least negative 50, which from 95 is at least negative 45% enemy resistance. That's going to get you an effective kill rate for most characters. Cold Sorceress is going to have built-in negative cold resistance, enemy cold resistance, so she doesn't really have to worry about it. Cold Mastery is her ally there. But you know, there's a couple things that everybody needs to consider with this. Number one, it's very gear dependent. So like, if you're a new ladder character and you're just for the first time you're building your ladder character, you're trying to get up to, you know, whatever level you're shooting for, and you don't have good equipment, even if you get one, which it's also a piece of equipment, by the way, even if you get one, you're still going to need a large amount of negative enemy lightning res to make it be effective. It's not going to immediately fix your problems all by itself. Not the way that Infinity does. Infinity will like almost immediately fix like every problem that like a lightning character has. But Mr. Kubus wants to go out apparently. Mr. Kubus Abubus wants to go outside. Alright, let me let him out real quick. I'll be right back. I shall return, sirs. Hey, you joke, Envy, but that's actually a pretty cool idea. Not gonna lie. Whew. My throat's so dry. Let's go over some of these comments, shall we? Let me take a look in the live stream chat. I mean, elemental mastery doesn't exactly solve everything. Can I try out a rift? Felipe, the answer to that question is probably not, because they didn't add any assassins to the list. There are no assassins on the list. I'd have to like level up one from scratch, and they also didn't give us like a bunch of runes and stuff to work with either. So there's no they did not give us a single assassin. By the way, they gave us a bone necro, a fire sork, a light sork, a holy fire paladin, a cold Amazon, a frenzy barbarian, a cold sorceress, a holy shock paladin, poison necro, hammered in habaneros, which is the fire Amazon, fire claw druid, and a fire druid. They didn't give us. They did not give us the assassin.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you guys just reminded me. I should probably well, actually, I don't think it's possible. Now that I think about it, I was gonna see if maybe I could create these in Hero Editor for like D2 LOD players, but I don't think I can. How the hell would I reproduce a monster sundered ability? I don't think there is any way to reproduce that. I'm like trying to think inside my meager little brain, but my meager little brain can't come up with a solution. My meager little brain. So certain characters, like this particular character right here, are multiple damage types. So any of you guys are aware of this, but the elemental damage tree for the druid is usually a combination of two elements. So like tornadoes and twisters are physical damage, whereas a hurricane is cold damage. Armageddon is physical and fire. Volcano is physical and fire, so forth and so on. So each one of these actually has like multiple, sort of effects. So the druid in particular could utilize obviously the fire or the physical or both. If a fire druid were to utilize both, they would never run into any immunities to their two respective elements.
and they would have full damage in those respective elements. So say, for instance, you were using Molten Boulder, which is 1,373 to 1,523 physical damage, and then it's also 1,050 to 1,164 fire damage. You would be able to utilize both sides of it no matter what. So even if you come across a monster that's immune, you could still actually get your damage out of it. Now, granted, you still have to deal with the 95% resistance. It's not going to make it easy for you, but it's going to make it possible. I think that's the interesting thing, is the real thing about these charms is that they make it possible. They don't make it, like, done. You know, like, it would be the difference between, like, if you, I don't know, prayed to God and you asked for a brand new car. And one God just snaps his fingers and just poofs the car right in front of you, right? Like, that's an infinity. And infinity is something that's, like, so powerful that literally once you have it, it completely changes everything. Whereas this item is more or less like the kind of God who, like, you pray for a brand new car and he snaps his fingers and he sets a chain of events where he's like, okay, you want a new car? All right, I got you. All right, a couple people are going to approach you. They're going to have a couple jobs for you. All right, you do these jobs and you pay attention. And, you know, you play your cards right, and you'll have a new car by the end of the month. You know, like that's kind of what these charms are. Like, they're not necessarily just, like, snapping their fingers and giving you the car. But if you play your cards right, you put on the right pieces of equipment, you get your character in order, it very well can achieve the same goal. Which I rather like. I like the fact that it doesn't necessarily give you what you're looking for, but it helps you get there. Let's test this this Doojanks out. Let's test Molten Boulder out. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. Come a little closer, enslaves. I got some molten boulders for your face. I don't care if you don't want it. I want to throw it anyway. 'Cause I'm gonna burn you with a hail of rocks. You're gonna wish that I would go away. Come a little closer, mister. I feel like shooting you with flames. And I want to shoot some molten boulders at your face. And I don't care if you got some mace. Come a little closer, shanky poo. I feel like throwing rocks at you. Those negative resistances are rough. They're rough. Should the Bonebreaker Sunder Charm lower physical resistance more than the elemental ones? No. Because Amplify Damage and Decrepify do exist, and it does seem like we're getting a pretty healthy bonus from Amplify Damage and Decrepify. I tested it earlier, basically, where we were able to lower the resistance even more than necessarily you should have been able to. And because of that, like, we're already able to go down to -5 physical resistance with the addition of Amplify Damage, which I feel like is a little bit, like, a lot of it, actually. It's pretty crazy. I don't, if they lowered the amount of resistances that you could go down to further than that, I mean, you'd be talking about some pretty crazy negative numbers. I think -5 is already good enough in combination with the other abilities, and that's kind of what we're talking about here. And, you know, what I was going over earlier is that this doesn't necessarily give you what you're looking for. It just helps you achieve your goal. As an example, let me pull up the calculator here. I know I'm terrible at my quick maths. I don't want you guys making fun of my quick maths now. Don't y'all be making fun of my quick maths. I do got some quick maths, but don't be making fun of me. God dang, why is it so big? That's what she said. All right, so let's use a formula here real quick, all right? So let's say you run across a monster that's 110% physical resistant, all right? So you have to subtract the resistances of the monster with, say, if you're using amplify damage. I have graphics. All right, so these are the graphics right here. So as you can see, amplify damage suffers a penalty on immune monsters and reduces down to 20% effectiveness, right? So if we were to use amplify damage on that target that's 110% immune, he's going to go down by 20%, which is going to bring him to 90. So with amplify damage in its current state, we are looking at 90%, which is not really that great. 90% is still ridiculously hard to kill, and we can't get him any lower. Like, there's no way to get that monster any lower than 90%. However, with the charm, looking at the same scenario, we have a monster that's 110% immune. They are now reduced down to 95. So they are set to 95% resistance. Because they are no longer immune, amplify damage can work at full effectiveness. So instead of working at only 20% effectiveness, we are looking at 100% effectiveness, which means we go down to 100, which means negative 5%. That is a huge difference between negative 5 and 90 and requires only a minimal effort to try and get amplified damage in some form. Either Atmoscarab, an item that procs amplify damage. You could also be utilizing the Gavel of Pain. You could be getting a Reaper's Toll. You could use a... what's the one, Lawbringer, which has Decrepify on it. And even Decrepify does better in this scenario. So Decrepify only reduces by 10%. So if we have a 110% resistant monster, and you reduce his resistance by 10%, he's still at 100% and he's still immune. So in this scenario, it doesn't really matter, because Decrepify is now performing better no matter what, just simply because it is, of course, actually now reducing the resistance below the amount. So in the same scenario, we can run the math again. So now we're looking at a monster that's 110% resistant. We set him to 95% by using the charm. Then we reduce 50% for Decrepify, which brings us to 47.5. I actually typed in 50%, didn't I? I don't know why I did that. Minus 50. 45, not 47.5. So we're literally just making it more effective. 45% physical resistance is way better than 90% physical resistance. Way better than, the monster still being physical immune. In general, I feel like this is going to make physical damage characters far more effective than they ever were before. Granted, you still have to put some work in, and you still have to make it viable, but it's definitely a hell of a lot more viable than it was previously. Bink. All right, let's have some fun here. We're going to record a video. I'm going to collect all the charms. I'm going to collect all of them on one character. We're going to grab everything that we've got, and then we're gonna do a little video on these. I'm gonna explain all the charms, the mechanics, everything we've learned so far, and I'm gonna upload that video to YouTube so that everybody has a more like succinct. Instead of having to watch this video, which is what, like 5.5 hours already, you guys can watch a more succinct version with a better answer. Alright, so we've got, we already got a fire. Okay, we don't need another fire. Let's grab ice. Let's grab lightning. Let's go ahead and grab the magic damage one. Well, the other interesting thing is that you may not always necessarily need it. It's in sort of an interesting position where
Greetings.
it's in an interesting position where you might not necessarily use it. So hear me out here, okay? Let's say that you are a cold sorceress, and you're in an area where there's no cold immunes. What's the point of even having it in your inventory at that point? Why not remove it and put it into, you know, say your Roderick Cube for a little while? Like during that time period when you are not utilizing it, why not just simply drop it in here to remove the negative effect from your character? And then, when you come across the cold immune monster, take it out of your cube, put it back onto your character, and use it to kill the monster. And in other words, you don't necessarily need to be holding it. Alright, so we've got magic, lightning, cold, physical, fire, poison. Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't put it on for cows, although it will help her kill the cow king, which is always immune to lightning. That's another interesting consideration, is that there will be lightning immune monsters, or cold immune monsters, or fire immune monsters in every single zone. Doesn't matter what zone you're in. And you could certainly use it, for instance, to kill the cow king, or you could use it to kill one of the elite cows in the zone that spawns with lightning enchantment. We're about to do a video. You're just in time, Catnium. So we're gonna do a I'm gonna do a video. Basically, I'm gonna do the intro. I'm gonna hit the record button. This is gonna be the video that's gonna pop up on YouTube. Everybody's gonna see. So let's go ahead and get this out of the way. That answers that question. All right, here we go, boys. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome. Today we've got a news update for you for Diablo 2 Resurrected, and currently we are on the Diablo 2 Resurrected 2.5 public test realm, which has been updated to the newest version. In this version, we have access to a new set of charms, grand charms, that has been added specifically for the new season. And we have information on these charms. We've gone over them. We've done some testing. So I'm here to unload all of that on you. So be sure to hit the like and subscribe button, because we're going to dig into these charms. Now, first off, let's just go over what the charms do. So the first charm is the Bone Break Grand Charm. And this one specifically is for monster physical immunity. What it does is it sets the monster's physical immunity to 95% if they are immune. It does not do anything further than that. Now, it also decreases your physical resistance by 25%. So when you put this charm on your character, you will notice that your damage reduced by is actually increased, essentially. Notice that I go from damage reduced by 10% to damage increased by 15%. So now we are taking more damage than we would otherwise normally. We also have the Black Cleft Grand Charm, which is monster magic immunity is Sundered. Sundered is the new term that they are using, by the way. Sundered is essentially a ability that causes the monster's resistance to be capped essentially at 95%. So they cannot go any higher essentially than 95. And that's what all of these charms do, the magical effect of all these charms. However, the Black Clef Grand Charm also has a pretty massive negative of magic resistance, -50%, which could potentially get you killed in quite a few scenarios that I can think of in my head, most namely things like the Bone Spirit fired from the Chaos Knights in Chaos Sanctuary, the Bone Spears fired from the Bone Spear Snakes, the Dark Stars fired from the Herodrum, and so forth and so on. Magical damage effects tend to be the most damaging effects in the game because you really don't have any resistances to them, and having a negative in that particular category could lead to your death. We also have the Crack of the Heavens, which is absolutely hilarious, and I love that name, and I hope they don't change it. The Crack of the Heavens is the same thing. It is lightning immunity is sundered, so 95% resistance is the highest that the monster will go. And they will be. You will also get a massive -75% lightning resistance. We have the Cold Rupture Grand Charm, which is monster cold immunity is sundered, cold resistance -75%. And we same thing with the fire immunity is sundered, and fire resistance -75%. And then finally the poison resistance, immunity sundered, poison resistance -75%. Now, one of the things we did talk about with these is that there's obviously going to be a value that is going to be like assigned to these, a trade value when these are actually brand new. So we've kind of like me and Skull, we've kind of figured out what we thought was the trade value of these items based on their current status. So at the moment, the Black Cleft Grand Charm is most undoubtedly going to be the least valuable charm in the pile. The poison is most undoubtedly going to be the second lowest as far as value is concerned. And this is not necessarily because it's useless, but more so that it has less useful builds that it can be applied to. The cold charm is definitely going to be the most valuable out of the lot, specifically because cold immunes cannot be broken otherwise, whereas there are other methods to break most of the other resistances in the game. And there are a lot of cold immune monsters, and there are characters specifically that can take advantage of this charm, most namely the Sorceress, using Cold Mastery. We also have the Flame and the Lightning charm, which I feel are pretty much dead center. They're kind of tied for the second place. And then we have the Bone Break charm, which I do feel like deserves a good spot and may actually be tied for second place, but could potentially fall a little bit lower than the Fire and the Lightning, but undoubtedly is still number 3. Now, we've done a lot of testing with these so far, and we've come up with a lot of answers. Number 1, the Sundering does not affect mercenaries, it does not affect minions, and it does not affect traps. It also does not affect hydras. So this monster lightning immunity is sundered, only affects you. That's it. And this does mean, however, that that they have limited usefulness on things like trap assassins, hydra sorceresses. They don't work very well with summon necromancers, and so forth and so on. So it's definitely important to keep that in mind. They do work with Holy X auras, so we did test to make sure that they work with Holy Shock, Holy Fire, and Holy Freeze. My throat's so dry. Next thing to go over is the fact that we can put multiple on the same character. Oh, I forgot to hit the unpause button. The next thing that we're going to go over is the fact that you can fit multiple on the same character. So obviously, as you can see here, I have multiple on my character at the same time, which may not be the brightest idea in the world, because now I am rocking -75% cold, -75% fire, -75% lightning, -25% physical resistance, -75% poison, and -50% magic, which makes me extremely vulnerable to damage of every single type, and quite honestly is going to make things absolutely nasty. The other interesting thing here is that you can apparently put multiple on your character. Not that you would ever really want to. I don't know why you would want to put multiple of the same type on your character. Now, this may change, of course, and I hypothesize this because there has never been a charm in the game that has been unique that you can put multiple on the same character of. I don't know if this is potentially something that they are going to work out at the end of PTR, and we may see it change, so do keep that in mind. Because the Annihilus charm, Geeds, and the Hellfire torches are, of course, all one per character. So we don't know whether or not these will eventually go to one per character as well. Another interesting aspect of these is that while they do increase some of the more powerful builds in the game, they are also opening the door to a lot of characters that are relatively unused. And the reason why they are relatively unused is because, well, they have always had issues with immunities. Take, for instance, the Fire Druid, the Fire Amazon, the Cold Amazon. I mean, I could literally write a list that goes on for quite some time. The Phoenix Strike Assassin, like the Poison Necromancer is going to get benefit from this. The Fireclaw Druid. I mean, there are tons of characters in this game that have kind of been suppressed as far as meta is concerned that I feel are definitely going to rise to the top of this particular scenario. You may see a lot of characters that don't necessarily get played on a regular basis actually see game time. Now, granted, things like the Javazon with the lightning, things like the Blizzard Sorceress with the cold, are definitely still going to be very popular. But I do feel like a lot of non-meta builds are going to find their way to the top with the addition of these items. Another thing that we were able to test successfully is whether or not these will sunder uber minions. So one of the things in the game that has been always unbreakable, no matter how much negative resistance you apply to the target, has been the Uber minions. So if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, inside of Uber Tristram, as well as inside of the 3 Uber zones where you fight Uber Iswal, Uber Duriel, and Lilith, there are monsters that have immunities that cannot be broken. So even if you have max level conviction, you have max level lower resistance, and you cast both of them on the target at the same time, their resistances will not break. And this has caused a lot of issues for a lot of characters who are trying to do Ubers, specifically sorceresses and things like that are, usually having a lot harder time in areas with tons of immunities. And we tested to make sure that the immunity was in fact reduced to 95% in those zones. This means that characters that were unable to do Ubers in the past due to the immunity issues can actually now possibly do the Ubers if they build their characters correctly. Of course, having a huge negative resistance is definitely going to make it a little bit more difficult to build a balanced character in an area where you're going to be under the effect of Conviction by Mephisto. But it's possible now where it wasn't possible before. So like a Cold Sorceress could never effectively kill the Pit Lords because they were always immune to cold and unbreakably so. A Lightning Sorceress could never kill those Pit Lords either for the same reason. But now using these charms, you can effectively break the immunities of those monsters. There's also a lot of other little things here that we don't know. We don't know how rare these are going to be. This is definitely a big question in my mind, and I feel like this is important to figure out. I would like some kind of idea from Blizzard as to the rarity of these. And I also kind of want to put in my input that I feel like these need to be not common, but not ridiculously rare. Like if we say Mang Songs is like the most ridiculously rare item to find in the game, and Geeds is a relatively common grand charm that everybody usually has one of by the time they finish ladder, this needs to be somewhere in the middle. It needs to be more rare than Geeds, and it needs to be less rare than Mang Songs. a little bit more feedback also. I feel like they could add a little bit of variance to these to make it more interesting, to make trading them more interesting, so that, like, you know, you could potentially find one that's perfect and maybe find one that's not perfect, and you would, of course, seek out a more rare version. For instance, they could increase the negative resistance on these and make it a variable. So it could roll between, say, 75% would be the perfect, and then maybe like 125% would be like the anti-perfect. And then it would roll in between those numbers, and then you'd get excited because you found like an 80% or something like that. You know, you'd gotten one closer to the perfect value. I definitely feel like that would be an interesting mechanic that could be added very easily to these charms and would increase their value while also making trading them more interesting. Just need to take a sip here. I know I'm missing something too. I just paused the video, by the way. I know I'm missing something. I talked about the traps in not working with them. Talked about each charm. I need to talk about how terrible this particular charm is. We're going to talk about how terrible this charm is. And I don't really think they should even bother fixing it. I don't even know. I did mention Hydra not working. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about them only dropping from Terror Zones and only dropping from Champions, Elites, and Rares. And what else am I missing? Oh, we can talk about that real quick. Maybe I'll remember while I'm talking. So where can you potentially find these? The answer to that question is you can find them only in Terror Zones. And you can find them only from Champions, Elites, and Rare Monsters. Which means they're not going to drop from Trash Mobs, which is relatively interesting. The Black Cleft Grand Charm, I feel like we need to talk about how terrible this charm is. Out of all of these charms, it is by far and very easily the worst of the 6. And the reason why it is the worst is because, well, unlike poison, physical, lightning, fire, and ice, there is no form of negative enemy magic resistance within the game. So setting a monster's resistance to 95% doesn't necessarily really do anything, because you're essentially causing the monster to be 95% resistant to your attack, which still effectively means that they're relatively unkillable, unless you have an insanely high level of damage. And I think I calculated it out earlier, and we were looking at like a 13k Hammerton would be doing like 600 damage to a target using this charm if they were immune. And then on top of that, not only does it really not offer any huge bonus for those characters, it also has probably the worst negative out of all of the charms. While cold resistance, fire resistance, lightning resistance, physical resistance, and poison resistance can all be countered using a myriad of items, effects, and skills, there is no effective way to counter negative magic resistance. So it is in a class by itself, and having negative 50% magic resistance can effectively murder you. In fact, I would assume that, like, for instance, in hardcore, you'll probably never see anybody actually using this charm. It literally will be like a cursed object that they won't pick up because they'll be afraid that they'll get hit by a bunch of bone spears and die while it's in their hands. And maybe it could get utilized, you know, just sort of like in your cube, and then if you absolutely need it, you take it out and use it for like 10 seconds, and then you put it right back in your cube. But like, it doesn't really have a lot of good uses as far as I'm concerned. Now, granted, the one thing that it could potentially allow you to do is kill the magic immunes that are inside of Uber Tristram. And that's like the only good use that I can think of off the top of my head. And then we have the physical immune one, which I feel like we need to talk about for a minute. The physical immunity sundered one is an interesting one because it doesn't necessarily fix your issue. It will set the monster to 95% immunity, but you're going to need another way to break it. And this brings me to the next topic that we need to talk about. So how do these charms interact with auras and curses? Throat's so dry. All right, so as we've tested, the answer to that question is this. They apply before everything, but only to you, okay? So if you are fighting, say, a monster that is immune to fire, and you have the fire charm, so you're utilizing the Flame Rift Grand Charm, it will set the monster's immunity to 95% for you, and for you only, and when a player, or you, or a mercenary, applies conviction or lower resistance to the target, it will modify it as if it is a 95% value without penalty. Which means that, say for instance, you had a player who has negative 150% conviction. You are looking at 95% minus 150%, which is going to bring that monster down to negative 55% resistance with the combination of the two. But again, only for you. This is unfortunate, of course, because trap assassins are not going to be able to get this effect. Hydra sorceresses will not get this effect. Summon necromancers will not get this effect. They will get the regular conviction at its regular rate, and it will be applied with the penalty on the immune monster, not without the penalty that this allows. So, all in all, this patch is very interesting. It definitely does offer some very cool items that can potentially shake up the meta quite a bit, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know specifically if we're going to have everyone flocking to characters that are non-meta, but I do feel like it has potentially opened the door on a huge variety of builds that relatively have went untouched before. On top of this, we also have just the interesting capability of combining these in multiple ways. So if they do allow us to have multiple, which I'm not sure if they are or not, so let's keep that on the table. We also have the interesting idea of using multiple on a single character to get the benefit of both. So let's say, for instance, you had a Corpse Explosion Necromancer. Corpse Explosion is physical and fire, so you might necessarily want to use the Bone Break Grand Charm for the physical sundering and the Flame Rift Grand Charm for the fire, so physical and fire. Same thing for an Elemental Druid. Elemental Druids are either physical and fire for the fire side of the tree, or they're physical and cold for the cold part of the tree. So you could potentially use both of these to break two of the elements. Earlier, I tested out a very crazy build, which is where I used the Bone Break Grand Charm, the Cold Rupture, the Crack of Heavens, and the Flame Rift, all on a Vengeance Paladin, just for laughs to see how well it would work out. And in combination with Conviction, every single monster that I came across was broken down to negative 55% resistances, or lower, depending on what they were before. And I was pretty much just one or two shotting just about every monster in the game, which was pretty funny. Although the combined negative resistances that I incurred from using 4 of these together was pretty insane, and it did hurt a lot, especially when I came across some monsters that were very ouchy, and I did die. So there's also that. And the same thing goes for like the poison charm. You could be utilizing that in combination with another character. Like for instance, maybe you're running a rabies druid. Maybe you are running a poison necromancer who also uses corpse explosion. There are definitely multiple ways that you could be utilizing multiple charms. Maybe you're a dual spec sorceress. Maybe you're a fire/cold sorceress. Although these charms, very interestingly, will certainly allow you to forego dual specking. But the level requirement on these, which is level 75, kind of indicates that you wouldn't necessarily be able to build your character directly with these in mind. So you're still going to have to level up your character the normal way up to the point where you get your hands on one of these. And then once you get your hands on one of these, then you can maybe respec into a more singular build, which could be interesting. All in all, I'm actually pretty excited about these charms. I think they're a very interesting addition to the game. They definitely open the door for more builds, which is what I've always wanted from the very beginning. I've always wanted people to get out there and have fun playing characters, whether they were meta or not. And these charms, I think, provide a very interesting way that you can build characters that you might not necessarily ever wanted or could build before, specifically because they just weren't really powerful enough. The other interesting thing that I find about these charms is that they don't necessarily fix the problem for you. It's not like a I win button. Many people would probably say that about an infinity. Like once you obtain infinity, it is pretty much like an I win button. You pretty much just put it on and you've won the game. Whereas obtaining one of these doesn't really have the same effect. Because these specifically only set the monster's resistance to 95%, they don't necessarily fix your problem. You need other pieces of equipment with negative enemy lightning resistance, lower resistance, conviction, or multiple other things that you could possibly be running, like amplify damage, decrepify, that will lower the resistance further down from the 95% level to make these effective. And I think in that way they're actually genius, because they're good, but they're not so good that they fix every single problem that you have. You still have to obtain other items, like Wizen Draw, with negative 35% enemy cold resistance, facets that have negative 5% resistance, or like Crescent Moon that has a negative enemy lightning resistance, or Griffin's Eye, and so forth and so on. And in combination with those other items, like Flickering Flame, for instance, you will obtain the effect that you're looking for. And I think that's what's important. I also, I'm not sure if I stated it or not, but they don't work in PvP. Not that I think they would actually do anything in PvP, except for reduce your resistances. Although it could be a very interesting form of PvP play to put these on to reduce your resistances down, specifically for like just masochist PvP. Don't mind me, I'm dying. So masochist PvP would be like what? Just you get one of every kind. Like that's the PvP. You have to have one of every kind in your inventory, and then you go out into like normal difficulty and just get like annihilated, so that everybody is one shot in everybody. Just call it like the one shot PvP land. That would be hilarious, wouldn't it? Just like have a bunch of, I don't know, like ice sorceresses, right? And then everybody fills their inventory with cold rupture grand charms, and everybody just has fun murdering each other with all the ice skills. Or, like, or everybody plays a bone necromancer, and everybody fills up their inventory with black cleft grand charms, and you just run around just, like, murdering everybody with, like, teeth. Like, you literally, your resistances are so low that you're dying from teeth. I don't know. It could make for a very interesting, like, silly PvP game. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. And tell me what you think about these charms. Either good or bad. Do you hate them? Do you love them? Do you want to take them home and marry them and for them to be your wife? Probably the Crack of Heavens is the one you're going to take home to be your wife, aren't you? Yes. I saw you looking at that Crack of Heavens. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Pink. There we go. Done, done, done. I'm going to get that uploaded. Ready to go. And I swear, I chose the wrong day to paint the bathroom. My freaking head is spinning. My throat is dry. I keep coughing all the time. I'm slowly dying. Slowly dying. Just dying every day. I'm slowly dying. But I'm gonna get my pay. Slowly dying. I like Crack of Heavens. Crack of Heavens is great. What are you talking about? You don't like the Crack of Heavens? You know what the really sad thing is I literally just finished my unique item series. I literally just finished my unique item series, and now there's 6 more unique items that I need to make videos for. 6 more unique items. Maybe that's what I should do right now. Maybe I should just literally stop what I'm doing right now and just make all of them. I'll just make every single unique item. We'll talk about the ins and the outs of them, what potentially they could be used for, what potentially they wouldn't be used for. Could have a lot of fun. I can't really say where you find them because they're only found in terror zones, though, can I? Can't make a vid for them until I see the live ones. What? What kind of rule is that? I want to make videos on the PTR ones. How about that? On every single PTR one. Every single one. Well, let's just say there was more in there than just paint. I was using a pretty hefty mold killer, which frickin' destroyed me. I mean, it worked. Let me say that. It worked, okay? It was very effective. It achieved its goal with 100% accuracy. It also nearly wiped me out in the process. Alright, let's get all the names of these charms up in here. The black cleft. The bone break. The cold rupture. The flame rift. Oh yeah, it was lagging because I was uploading the video. Remember? I told you guys I was uploading it right now. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure it's already done. And the rotting fissure. If they change, they change. I can remake them. I'll mark them as PTR. Man, I've been going for 6 hours already. Good lout. Oh yeah, a lot of junk uniques are going to bump up, definitely. Like I said, Wiz Draw. Wiz Draw is probably one of the most crazy uniques that that never really was quite useful because, well, you know, you can't really break cold immunes, and most monsters or most characters that have cold immunity or cold damage don't really get like a huge benefit from negative enemy cold resistance, usually because they don't really have trouble killing non-cold immunes. But that particular bow is honestly going to be kind of nuts in the patch, as well as quite a few other items. I wonder if I've got it sitting around on one of these characters. Crossbows, nope. What's up, Goblin War Boss? The boss at the war boss. Had a big old boss at a big old war. Big old boss had a big old war. Come on down, gonna take you to Tor. Come on, I gotta have Amazon weapons. Where's my bows at? Vidalas, Infernal, Nauseous. Maces. There it is, bows. Yay, where's my Wiz and Draw? There's my beautiful Wiz and Draw. See? Negative 35% enemy cold resistance. Just massive negative enemy cold resistance. There's a lot of things going for this bow. Let me talk about these things real quick that this bow has going for it. Number one, it's low level. Okay? It's very low level. It's only level 26. You could put it on a cold damage character relatively early and get good effect. Number two, negative 35% is a lot of negative enemy cold resistance. And one facet brings that up to negative 40% enemy cold resistance, which is insane. And combine that on like a Hurricane Druid or a Freezing Arrow Amazon or a Cold Sorceress or any other number of characters that have cold damage type attacks. Absolutely excellent. And it's super cheap. Get your hands on it really easily. Playing a Necromancer on the mode where you can't, where when you die you can't continue. I play Necromancer and specialize in skeletons. I always die at the spider-looking demon at the end of Act 2. I can't res any skeletons because there are no slain mobs. How do I kill her? The Golem, Goblin War Boss. I pinned a bot message? How did I do that? The answer to that question, Goblin Warboss, is the Golem. You need a good Golem. Duriel is actually designed to attack the Golem. His AI is programmed to attack the Golem first. Pinned a message. Pinned a message that's deleted, too. Yeah, must have happened by accident.
Yes?
My bad. I'm busy and I'm dying from coughing, okay? I've turned into the Pokemon coughing. Isn't there another bow that has negative enemy resistance? I thought it was fire. Yeah, Golem and Decrepify usually is a really nice combo. I would do Clay Golem. Clay Golem is cheap. It's pretty easy to recast over and over again. What you want to do is you kind of just want to keep recasting your Clay Golem every single time he dies and keep recasting Decrepify on Duriel. And generally you just kind of work at it until he just stays dead. It's really just a war of attrition if you're not high enough level. What's the earliest eye level for Thunder Charms? We don't know. That's the correct answer to that. We don't know. The character level that is required is level 75, but we don't know what the eye level is. It's too bad we can't actually look up like the eye level of the items. Hey, look, there's another one. My channel's been pretty active today. They like to show up when I'm active. Yes, they only drop in terror zones. That's correct. That was what they told us in the patch notes. I literally clicked on exploding arrow. I hate how it does that sometimes. Yeah, I mean, my guess was hell difficulty TZs as well, but there is a possibility they could drop in the highest level Nightmare ones, because Nightmare does go pretty high. I mean, if you can get a Jaw Rune in one of the Nightmare ones, can't see why you couldn't get one of these charms also. Yes, it does depend on the creator, but it also depends on the difficulty too, because they put caps in place specifically for that reason. Alright, let me get this video posted before I forget here. What's up, Daniel Pepper? Oh, we got a lot of stuff going on, man. I just finished a video going over like a lot of the information that we managed to pull out of the patch. It definitely came up with some very interesting information, that's for sure. Make a thumbnail of this bad boy. Alright. Thumbnail complete. Actually, hold on. Let me double check and see what quality that thumbnail is set to. 1080p? That's alright. That'll work. We don't want no garbage thumbnails now. Is there one character that I like the most? I think it's always been tied for me between Necromancer, Amazon, and Paladin. I've always enjoyed all three. I really like the versatility of the Paladin. I really like the Amazon for her just crazy like builds that she has. And the Necromancer is just, he's my freaking general of my armies. I freaking love being the general of my Necromancer armies. He's amazing. Alright, boys, video is live. If you guys could do me a favor and head over there and just pop me a thumbs up. You guys literally just saw me record the video, so you know exactly what it is. And, yeah, I mean, it's just going over the new charms. I think it should be pretty fun. I'm going to go ahead and pop a few advertisements out for the new video with the new features. If you guys are just joining me and you haven't... you know, seen what's going on yet, you want to know, that video right there that I just posted is the sum up for everything. Bink. Bink. Sorry, this is all back end stuff that normally I do while you guys aren't watching, but unfortunately I'm behind. I'm very behind right at this particular moment. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this in the forefront. I desperately have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we're going to do a little bit more testing, and we're going to have some more fun checking out some more features with this stuff. Do I have a particular build in mind that I want to play for ladder season? Yeah. Well, I had already chosen it actually before this ever even occurred, and I'm probably still going to play it. Cold Amazon. I was going to play a Cold Amazon this ladder season. I've always been a big fan of the Freezing Arrows on, and the Freezing Arrows on is just a fun character to play in general, and definitely one of my favorites. And maybe not so much the favorite of find item barbarians or summon necromancers, but definitely one of my favorites. And I think I'm definitely still going to play that character. Yeah, I tried the magic damage charm with the Hammerton. All it does is allow him to kill some magic immunes. It doesn't really give him very good damage at all. It's actually pretty terrible. So it's a pretty terrible charm all around. Barely does anything for the character that's using it, and then on top of that, not only does it barely do anything for the character that's using it, it also has a really strong negative. Just a really, really strong negative. Fire test. Dueling. What did I want to check? I haven't checked all the characters yet. I didn't check the Fire Claw Druid. Let's play around with the Fire Claw Druid, shall we? Man, they ain't leaving me alone today, huh? I got enough likes, I got enough views, so now they're all coming around to say hi. Banded. In an effort to reduce the amount of spam on this a little bit more, since they are literally spamming the crap out of me today, I'm gonna bump up the time limit on subscribers. So if you want to chat, you're gonna have to hit the subscribe button. I'm sorry, guys. It's the only way that I know to keep them out, or rather to slow them down at least a little bit. They'll be on like 10-minute timers from now on, so they're gonna have to like mess around with that. Poison Necro has already been tested. I mean, yeah, we played around with Poison Necro a little bit, me and Skalm. It seemed to work out pretty good. And it breaks the poison immunities, and lower resist lowers it even further, so it's pretty great. Combined with negative enemy poison resistance, and also the lower resistance curse, it seemed like the Poison Necromancer was burning through stuff. I mean, granted, the poison bug is still present, so having a lot of additional damage added in will definitely still cancel out your poison damage, but it seems stronger than it was before. Probably not for bosses, though. Alright, so what is this character set up for? This character is set up with Cyclone Armor. I don't know why that's not a button. Looks like he's got Armageddon. Armageddon is not up here either. Why is Armageddon not up here? What the hell's going on with this character? How you going to set up a Fire Claw Druid and you're not even going to put Armageddon as one of his buttons? Oops. Alright. Let's go play around with this, shall we? Fireclaw would be wrecking over here. Oh yeah, the pit lords? Ah, pit lords. Pretty effective. Why would your post be gone, Aaron? What did you say? Did you say something nasty? Are you gonna start cold? I'm just gonna start as a cold Zon. Cold is really easy to build early on. It's super easy. Cold Zons are like ridiculously easy to build. Well, there you go. I'm literally demolishing some fire immune champions. That's some pretty impressive rate of kill for a fire immune monster. Fire Claws does what, 11k to 11k? So not bad at all. You know, I gotta say, I can't talk too loudly. I started to cough. I gotta say that this team that is working on Diablo 2 Resurrected has surprised me several times in a good way. Like, when they have come out with certain very specific changes, like, for instance, the Terror Zones. I was actually pleasantly surprised by the Terror Zones. The Sundered Charms. I'm actually pleasantly surprised by the Sundered Charms. I like the fact that they went with a negative-positive scenario where you're getting a negative along with your positive. I like the fact that they are not giving you exactly what you need, but opening the door so that you can obtain it if you work, you know, on your equipment. I didn't mean to do that. My bad. In general, like, I feel like they've come up with some really good ideas, specifically revolving around Diablo 2 Resurrected and making it into a very interesting game. And they're always such just curiously interesting ideas, like the people that they have working on this game actually like to play it, which is kind of insane. I mean, there are some negatives to these particular items. And I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't go over the negatives of these particular items. So we've done our fair share of testing. We've done our fair share of you know, like, hypothesizing and things like that. But let's talk about the negatives. It further entrenches some of the more overpowered classes in the game. Lightning Sorceress, Lightning Javazon, Blizzard Sorceress are three of probably the most overpowered characters in the game. I think most people would agree that those characters are overpowered. Now, I don't necessarily think that they're anywhere near as overpowered as with the Hammerton, was in this particular scenario, because the Hammerton got left in the dust. But they were already at the top of the heap. And these charms don't exactly fix that. They actually further entrench them into the top of the heap. The Blizzard Sorceress now becomes even more powerful than she was before. The Lightning Sorceress and the Lightning Javazon have an easier time obtaining their infinity, basically. This becomes their new infinity. And if they build their character correctly, they don't even need the infinity, technically. And I mean, that is a downside. Like, you never want to, like, further entrench an already overpowered character into more overpoweredness. And I do think it's funny that the Hammerton, for instance, basically got nothing. Although that's kind of also a slap in the face to the Necromancer, because the Bone Necromancer also got nothing. Another big negative of these is that they do not apply to traps, hydras, or necromancer summons. So the trap assassin, the hydra sorceress, and the summon necromancer kind of got left out in the cold. They didn't get any real benefit from this patch or these items. Now, the summon necromancer, you could argue, does get a bonus in the form of corpse explosion, so you could still be using a physical and fire version specifically to beef up the corpse explosion, but it's not going to, of course, beef up the skeletons themselves. The sorceress, of course, could still get added benefit from the fire charm while utilizing her other abilities. Like, you know, she might not necessarily get any bonus for her hydras, but she will get bonus for the fireball, you know, or meteor, or any of the other abilities on the fire tree, which, you know, is not necessarily a bad thing. It just kind of sucks that it doesn't work for the Hydra, because the Hydra, I feel like, definitely is a spell, not a minion, even though it seems to function as a minion. Another big downside of these, which we don't really know for certain is a downside, so let's talk about this as a maybe downside. is that if they are too easy to obtain, they could essentially like completely wipe out like early game like gameplay, like because everybody's going to want to build their character toward these items. They're so readily available that everyone has one, so all the immunities are basically pointless. Or on the flip side of the coin, they're so rare and hard to obtain that nobody can get one, and you might as well just get an infinity instead. I mean, there's two different sides to this coin. You know, the lower crust and the upper crust. The lower crust and the upper crust, you know, it could be the lower crust where it's so easy to obtain even a caveman can do it, or it could be the upper crust, you know, where you can't get in without a special ticket. And that could also be a downside. The level 75 requirement could also be seen as a downside because your immunities really start in Nightmare difficulty around Act 4. That's when things get kind of nasty. Specifically for fire characters. Fire characters have it the worst in Act 4 Nightmare. There are so many fire immunes in Act 4 Nightmare that it is next to impossible to progress if you don't have another element. And level 75 is a little past where you would potentially want to obtain something like this because it's gonna cause some issues. Not exactly sure where you're going to be able to find this either, so we don't know like if you can find this anywhere or if it's only going to be from extremely high level zones. Like, could we potentially find this in a Nightmare game if we were high enough level? I'm assuming it's going to be TC class orientated, but it's only obtainable within the terror zones and only from champions, elites, or rares within the terror zone, which is going to give people an awfully big reason to farm the terror zones. I think that's another very interesting thing here that that is important. They've achieved something that they had not achieved before. So when the terror zones were first announced and we had no idea you know, what else might be added or what changes were going to occur, there were some people who probably would have avoided the terror zones. Maybe they wouldn't have gone in there. Maybe they wouldn't have farmed them. Maybe they didn't like the idea of them. Maybe they didn't think they were going to EXP, or they didn't, you know, want to like change their routine. Whatever the reason is, now they have an actual reason to go into the terror zones and farm the terror zones because, well, now there's something really cool that they can potentially get there, which is also relatively interesting. Trying to think if there's any more negatives to these charms. I mean, obviously the most glaring negative is, of course, the negative effect, which is on the charms. And I like the negative effect, but I feel like it needs to be larger. I want to see the trade-off for these charms to be kind of massive, where like you know, you're giving up a lot. I'd also like to see a variance on them. I think that would be great. It follows along with all the Diablo 2 items having variances too, and I mean, make 75% like the really good one, like the perfect one, and then have it roll between like 75 to, you know, like 95% or something, or 100%. Like give it a 25% variable or like a 30% variable or something like that, so that we can, you know, like get excited when we find one that's a higher percentage, or rather a lower percentage. And that excitement is going to be fun. You know, like when you find your first charm and you ID it and it's like a 76%, you're like, oh my god, I found a 76% fire! And you get all excited and you tell all your friends and they're like, oh my god, no way, you found a 76% fire? But like, dude, the last one I found was 95% fire. That's insane. What are you going to trade that for? Freaking 3 burr runes? What other characters haven't we played yet? Let's go check out some of these other guys. We already played around with the Hammerton. We did play around with the Holy Shock Paladin, Cold Sork, Frenzy Barb, Cold Arrow, Light Sork, Fire Sork, Fire Druid, Bone Necro. I didn't really play with the Poison Necro myself. Let's go play with the Poison Necro. You cannot find them right now. They said that they were currently not available in the game to actually be found. The only ones that you were going to have access to are the ones that they gave us.
I can't do that here.
Yeah, Black Crack. That's right, boys. The Black Crack. Ugh, I forgot how you can't use... Yeah. They're not sandbagging, Daryl. What happened was really simple. They added a whole bunch of overpowered, broken characters with crazy-ass equipment, Daryl, into the game, and those broken-ass, OP, crazy-ass characters had an easy time with everything because they were set up literally with the most overpowered pieces of equipment that you could possibly put on a character. And everybody cried and said the terror zones were too easy. So this time they gave us more realistic characters. They gave us characters that were actually, you know, struggling with equipment. Didn't have perfect resistances or perfect equipment, but still were workable. They fixed our problem. People don't get Griffin's Eye, Diadem, and Enigmas in 1 week. Not unless you're purchasing the items off a sub-pay site. Those characters were completely decked out. Like, they couldn't have been more decked out if you tried. Like, those characters had CTA, they had freaking Hotos, they had Enigmas, they had Infinities, they had, like, freaking Perfect Insights, they had Maras, they had Soges, they had literally everything that you could ever possibly want, including F-Titans, Thunderstrokes. Like, nobody's going to argue that they weren't like, they were like perfect characters, but they literally had the most broken pieces of equipment that you could possibly get. Everyone gets to an infinity? No, everyone doesn't get to an infinity, Daryl. There are many people who play entire ladder seasons and don't get an infinity. There are many people who literally, like, go the entire time and never get an Enigma. Griffin's Eye Diadem is also something that is pretty difficult to find. You can trade for it if you find the right runes, but you're not gonna find one every single time you do a ladder playthrough. It's only important to test what the meta is going to be. Never thought I'd come across a statement that I disagreed with more than that. I don't use JSP, Daryl. You will find that if you don't use JSP and you don't purchase your items on a regular basis, the kind of stuff you're talking about is next to impossible. People who have an insanely large amount of currency saved up on JSP or who purchase their items off of real money trade sites have absolutely no idea what it's like to be a real player. to actually try and find your items,
You're at the
to try and get your hands on items of value and trade for
At
other
your
items
service.
that you might need. It's a hell of a lot more difficult than you seem to think it is. I agree, Catnium. They did ruin the character balances when they added synergies because they made it much more difficult to build hybrid classes. It was very, very difficult to build hybrid classes after they did synergies. Tri-spec sorceresses were totally a thing back before synergies were added, and after synergies were added, you could do hardly anything because they bumped up the HP of the monsters. They bumped up pretty much like everything that you could possibly think of in terms of like difficulty and immunities, and they made it extremely difficult to get enough damage while also dual specking or trying to actually make your character useful in just about any way. In many ways, I actually prefer the old days before synergies, but I don't think there's any going back. I mean, I understand what you're saying, Daryl, and meta builds are not really going to be that much changed by these items. The meta builds are going to be further entrenched. Hammerton won't get helped at all. Javazon will just have an item that will allow her to break immunities earlier than Infinity. The only meta build that really changes are the cold ones. The cold ones now have the ability to actually break immunities, which they didn't have before. I don't really feel like you really need the meta builds to actually test this stuff out. It's perfectly capable of just kind of thinking it out in your head. I mean, for the most part, when it comes to characters in this game, breaking immunities is something that you've been able to do previously. You could always break fire immunes. You could always break lightning immunes. You could always break poison immunes. This offers something else. It offers the ability to go further, earlier, and with less effort than Infinity. And on top of that, it actually opens up the ability for you to use another mercenary besides an Act 2 mercenary, which I think is also very cool.
Good evening.
Yes, you can farm facets. There's particular monsters that drop facets more than others, it seems. In my experience, or rather most of my facets have come from the Travancore Council in Hill difficulty. Should clarify, but it's by saying damage taken increased. Monster physical damage increased by... That's a good point. I agree with that, Envy. That's a good point. It should say damage taken increased by 25%. The wording is a little odd. I mean, for instance, well, increased, reduced. I kind of see what they did there, because the helmet, of course, has damage reduced by 10%, and this one says damage increased by 25%. So yeah, I mean... They look cooler in the old graphics. I like the old graphics ones better. They're definitely a lot cooler in the old graphics. There's a lot more nicer. Especially the bone break one. The bone break looks really cool. And the cold rupture looks really sweet. I like those two. Those two are really sexy looking. Maybe I just like I like the white and the blue. There's also a possibility, by the way, that they may change appearances. So we might be looking at a color set, but not necessarily the type set. So, you know, there's multiple different Grand Charms. You know, we've got the different ones. We've got the ones that look kind of like the rock, right? And we've got the ones that look like the plank with the eyeball, and we've got the ones that look like the little like Celtic serpents. And you know, maybe it could roll any of them. It might roll any of the designs. Maybe not just one in particular, but any of them. What was the difference with lightning characters before with Infinity? Because fire and cold didn't work the same. I'm not really quite sure what you mean. Of course, cold doesn't break pretty much ever. But fire did break. It just didn't break as much as lightning. Lightning, I think like 95% of the monsters you come across that are lightning immune will break. I think it was more like 80% with fire. It wasn't as good. But now that goes to 100%. So 100% will break with the new charm, whereas 100% will now break with the cold charm, and 100% will now break with the lightning charm. The other interesting thing is that it does stack with the curses and the other effects. So if you were running Conviction, Lower Resistance, Amplify Damage, or Decrepify, they do tend to stack with the charms very well because they don't suffer from the immunity breaking penalties that they normally suffer. So it actually does offer the ability to get much lower than you would on an immune monster. So, you know, as we were discussing earlier, if you had a monster that was immune to physical and you cast Amplify Damage on him, the lowest you could possibly get would be negative 20% because of the immunity breaking. But if you're utilizing the Bone Charm, the Bone Break Charm, it's going to set him to 95%, and then he's going to get reduced by 100, so he's going to end up at negative 5, which is going to be a hell of a lot better than 90, which is what you would have gotten before. And then, of course, you know, the cold resistance one is obviously going to get the massive negative from the cold sork, cold mastery, which is just absolutely nuts, right? I'm trying to think if there's anything else really to test with these. I do feel like we've kind of gone over everything. Let's go do some terror zones real quick. We're in the pit. Let's go to the pit. The lowest you can possibly go is negative 100 Hungry Greek Mexican. Negative 71% enemy poison resistance. Wow. This guy's rocking some negative enemy poison resistance. Missed the changes announcement. Can I real quick say that the changes to the Hammerton are? The Hammerton's changes were basically that he got no changes, which was a bigger detriment than nerfing him probably would have ever been. Everybody got basically sweeping buffs in the form of special charms that can be put on the characters, and the Hammerton basically got nothing. I have a video that I just posted, Mystic Cast. If you want to check it out, it's right here. I literally just went over like everything. I think it's about like 25 minutes long, and kind of get a better idea of what's going on. Did I just find a frickin' Stormlash? Oh, Horizon's Tornado. I was about to say... I mean, I will say that it's not useless, but it's nowhere near as useful as the others. But here's the interesting thing about that, right? So the Hammerton has always had it easy because basically he hasn't had to go against any resistances, right? No immunities. For the most part, there's hardly any monsters in the game at all. And it always makes me laugh when people are like, but what about the magic immune monsters? And I'm like, what about the magic immune monsters? You mean like all 4 of them? Like all 4 of those magic immunes? Dear Lord Jesus, save us from the 4 monsters that exist within the game. But it kind of worked against them because they made a change, which was specifically to help out people who were having issues with immunities, right? And so the character, of course, that has the least trouble with immunities also, of course, got the least benefit from the change, which helped all the classes with immunities. So, I mean, it's just sort of quid pro quo, right? Just sort of like poetic justice, so to speak. I think it's like the perfect way to nerf the Hammerton without actually nerfing the Hammerton. It's like, here, everyone, here's a buff, and the Hammerton walks up and he takes his buff, and the Hammerton's like, what the hell is this? I don't want this piece of crap. I don't feel like Melee has been shafted at all. Melee got one of the biggest buffs possible, which is the ability to combine physical breaking with amplify damage and decrepify. Quite honestly, they probably got one of the best buffs, like, out of the lot. It was very difficult to break physical immunities, and there's no such thing as negative physical enemy resistance, with the exception of decrepify and amplify damage. And, like, you couldn't stack the two. So, you know, you couldn't have amplify damage and decrepify together on the same character. So, in general, like, the entire thing with the physical damage characters is they got a buff that was actually kind of insane. And I don't really see how this hurts them or makes them less effective at all. Because, you know, take, for instance, if you had a monster that was at his best. So, like, let's say we had a monster that was exactly 100% physical immune, which means that they were only just barely physical immune, right? So only just barely physical immune. Now, you subtract the 20% that amplify damage offers, and you're sitting at 80% physical immunity. So they're still mostly immune to physical. If you use decrepify in that same scenario, you're looking at negative 10%, which means they're still at 90% physical immunity. So the best that you could ever possibly hope for as a physical damage character was 80% resistance drop. So, that, you know, all the way down to 80%. Woo! However, now with the change and utilizing the charm, you could potentially take a 100% resistance character down to 95, which is going to be for the charm. The charm is going to break them to 95. And then you subtract the 100 for amplified damage because it no longer is suffering from the penalty, and you get it at a massive -5, which actually increases the physical damage of all physical damage characters by a pretty massive bonus. And if you didn't want to do amp, if you wanted to do, say, decrepify instead, you're still looking at 95 minus 50, which is 45% resistance to physical damage, and it's still way better than the 90% that you would get otherwise. So you're going to be able to, number one, break physical immunes far easier than you were previously. And number two, if you're utilizing amplify damage and decrepify anyway, that's going to bring down resistances even further. So like if you come across a monster that's only 50% resistant, yes, the charm doesn't do anything to that monster, but when you hit them with the amp, now they're down to -50% resistance, which is going to make it basically the entire like playthrough of your physical damage character far easier. You're going to run into those unkillable monsters basically never, because you're going to be able to kill every single one, and they're going to be far easier to kill than they were previously. I mean, you don't have to spend any points on Berserk, though, now. I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about these charms, is that they kind of bring back the old days of pre-synergies. Before synergies were added, you could essentially just, like, build a character with one element. Like, Cold Sorceresses were a thing. Like, you could just build a Cold Sorceress, and then you could dump a couple points into Fireball if you wanted to, and you'd have that. But, like, you don't have to dump a bunch of points into Berserk anymore. You could potentially just build a Whirlwind Barbarian or Concentrate Barbarian, or, you know, something maybe better than Berserk. Because if you've got the physical damage now and you can break the immunities, you can just burn right through them. Oh, Death's Web is amazing, but there's other alternatives. I mean, you could be using a Plague Dagger. You could be using a Grief that has negative enemy poison resistance on it. You could be using a 6-faceted poison resistance Phase Blade or something. You know, well, actually, Crystal Sword. You can get a 6-socket Crystal Sword. I mean, there's other options. Death's Web is definitely, like, by far the superior choice, but you don't necessarily have to have it. Phys-immunes were totally a problem for the majority of the characters in the game. I feel like you're bringing up one example, which is a Berserk Barbarian. And the Berserk Barbarian, yes, if you're a Barbarian and if you build Berserk, you can kill those physical immunes with Berserk. But Berserk also makes you ridiculously weak, and unless you've got, like, insane amount of hit points and good gear to counter the fact that you basically have 0 defense, it causes some serious issues for you. Most characters don't have a skill like Berserk to counter physical immunities. If I was a Fury Druid and I didn't sub into, like, Fire Claws or something, there'd be no way I could break that immunity. A Zeal Paladin has no way to break that immunity. Vengeance, 1 point in Vengeance, does not work the same way that 1 point in Berserk does. Physical Amazons can't really do the same thing. They have Magic Arrow, or sorry, not Magic Arrow. Yeah, Magic Arrow, sorry. They have Magic Arrow, which is sort of similar to Berserk. It doesn't really work as well as Berserk does. It doesn't have additional damage added to it like Berserk does, but it does eventually kill the monster. But it would be a lot better if they could just kill the monster with their physical damage attacks instead. I mean, in general, like any character that deals physical damage that doesn't necessarily want to be dishing out elemental damage would certainly have a lot of fun with a physical damage charm. Atmoscarab is nice, but you can combine the Atmoscarab with the charm. You just walk past one single physical immune. And what happens when you run into a pack of physical immune Deathlords? Or a pack of physical immune Maulers in Halls of Pain? Or when you come across a pack of physical immune Ghosts? Or when you come across... I mean, I could go on and on. It's not always just about the one elite monster that's physical immune. Sometimes it's about the entire pack of physical immune monsters, which literally you have to go through to get to your objective. Ghosts are always physical immune. Maulers and Halls of Pain are always physical immune. Even the trash mobs are physical immune. There are literally monsters in this game like Deathlords. Specific classifications of Deathlords are immune to physical from the get-go. They don't need the stone skin modifier to become physical immune. I mean, maybe you just don't go to those zones often enough. But ghosts in particular, I love to farm. And it would be absolutely excellent if I could do that on a melee character without having to sub into alternate elemental damage skills. The bugs in lower crust. The bugs in lower crust are physical immune, aren't they? Not sure if I even got bugs in here. Ow! Y'all's rude. No, none of the charms work with mercs. It's only you. Set it and forget it. Say it with me, folks. It's only you. Only you can break my heart in two. Only you can make me flutter. Only you. Arcane Sanctuary Ghosts. I mean, it's an endgame item. You're going to be in hell difficulty by the time you put it on your character. I mean, that much pretty much shows that you've still got to make it through the entirety of the game by yourself until the G-rushes start happening. But at least in the beginning of the ladder, when everybody is, you know, just struggling to get their first character up, nobody's going to be benefiting from these charms. I'm sure that when the first person finds one of these charms, somebody's going to want to offer them a pretty hefty bounty. I never enjoyed the whole skipping things mechanic. Like people, I don't know how people can do that. It drives me batty bananas. I don't know how you guys can just look at a monster and be like, there's a challenge that I'm not gonna take on. There's a challenge that I'm gonna walk right by. There's a really cool monster with a really cool name and really cool abilities that I'm just gonna ignore the existence of because I can't do that kind of damage. Like, I've never been that kind of person. I can't do that. Like, I absolutely cannot. And, it cracks me up. Like, when people are like, just walk by the monster. I'm like, no, never. He has insulted my very existence. I met him and took offense to him immediately. Hell Swarms, that's the ones I was talking about earlier. These guys are always immune to physical as well. All of them. There's actually a pretty healthy number of monsters in this game that are always immune to physical, and they're spread out all over the place. If you actually level up a Zealer or something like that from scratch, you will come across these monsters on the regular basis, and when you do, you will lament life. I think the color of the charms are pretty. I like the old versions of the charms a little bit better than the new versions of the charms, though. I think the poison charm is a really big buff for the poison necro. This charm really offers the poison necro like something that they may not have like ever really even realized that they wanted, but I mean, having the ability to break every poison immunity, which they could already do anyway with lower resistance, but having the ability to break the poison immunity and then also casting lower resistance on the target is kind of insane, and you could potentially reach numbers that you probably shouldn't have been able to reach. I mean, like if we run the numbers right now, assuming of course that this is the character that we're, using, we've got negative 71 enemy poison resistance here, right? And then you combine that with, of course, our lower resistance curse, which is currently at negative 56%. I know you guys can't see it, but it's negative 56%. I'm in the way. I'm fat. I know. So we got 56% plus...
Greetings.
56% plus 76, right? Or 71. And my math is terrible. My quick math is always terrible, so I'm bringing up the calculator. And then, of course, minus 95. Hold on, let's see. 95 minus 127. So right now, the monsters, if I cast lower resist on them, are looking at negative 32%. Let me see how that runs if I actually go. Impressive. Melted. I mean, I could totally foresee certain characters in the game just absolutely demolishing at this point. I mean, if their goal was to beef everyone up to Hammerton's level and sort of keep Hammerton the same, that was some lightning ridiculousness there. I dodged the first one though while I was literally looking away. I was like, what was that freaking lightning bolt heaven? If their goal was to beef everyone up to Hammerton's level, they honestly have come close. Like, they've literally brought everyone up to a certain degree of immunity breaking. One of my biggest reasons why I felt that the Hammerton should be nerfed, and I know you guys hate me for it, but one of the reasons I've always felt that the Hammerton should be nerfed is because he bypasses the very balancing mechanic of the game that everyone has to abide by. The fire characters, the lightning characters, the cold characters, all of us have to abide by this immunity mechanic, and the Hammerton was basically exempt from it. And that's one of the reasons why I felt like they needed to be nerfed. And they did. They did exactly that. They basically gave everyone the same ability to be able to bypass the immunities, and in doing so, they did essentially nerf the Hammerton by not giving the Hammerton... I mean, they gave the Hammerton exactly the same thing that they gave all the other ones. It just didn't do anything for the Hammerton because he could already bypass all the immunities anyway. Yeah, I think the penalty should be a little stiffer. I also think there should be a variance on it, which should be really easy. Oh, you should see some of the comments I got, Chad. Oh my God, you want Hammerton nerfed? Well, I'm just gonna like unsubscribe from you. You have earned my unsubscribe because of the way that you talk to people in the Hammerton evilness. How dare you talk back to people who are mean to you? I'm not even joking. Like, literally literally like the way that I talk to people apparently because I want Hammerton Nerf apparently is nasty. Despite the fact that honestly I was trying to be as succinct and kind as possible. But there was a lot of nasty people in that stream the other day. It was a pretty nasty video in general, but I tried my best to maintain my composure. But when people came in and made really stupid arguments, I mean, I wasn't going to just be like, sure, that's exactly how it is. Sure. Sure. I mean, there's like five. There's like five total in the game. Aggro skate. I mean, it really didn't. They really didn't get much of a buff. Honestly, they could have just switched to smite for most of those monsters anyway. Like, especially if they were doing Ubers, which was like the only place where that one magic immune even matters, is the one they can't kill. They could have just switched to smite with live tap gloves, and they're good. They're good to go. Like, done. And then just swap back when it's dead. I mean, I don't necessarily think the Blizzard Sort got that much of a buff. She just got the ability to kill monsters she couldn't kill before. It's not going to increase her damage overall. It's just going to increase the places that she can potentially farm. I mean, I mean that much is definitely, something. I'm not going to say that it's a bad thing. It's definitely a good thing that she can farm areas she couldn't farm before. I mean, I leveled up a Cold Sorceress from scratch, the correct way, not skipping anything. And, man, I had trouble in hell difficulty in quite a few zones I could barely even pass. Like the Claw Viper Temple was just an absolute just nightmare for me because there was like almost everything in Claw Viper Temple is immune to cold. And it is so difficult to go through there on a Cold Sorceress. Cold Sorceresses could already max out the negative resistance. Like, that was already a thing that could be done, Richard. It's not like that's something new. Any Cold Sorceress worth her salt already has negative 100% cold resistance on every single target that she can potentially kill. Nothing has changed there. That's exactly the same as it's always been. If you are a Cold Sorceress and you don't have it set up so that you're at negative 100% enemy resistance for cold, then you're not really making your Cold Sorceress right, because it's super easy to do. Cold Mastery makes it ridiculously easy to hit negative 100. And if you include other items, like, for instance, the negative enemy resistance on things like jewels and whatnot like that, you don't even need that many points in Cold Mastery, because Cold Mastery only has to be up to the exact level to get you down to negative 100%. I mean, that's the Cold Sorceress's mechanic, though. That's how she's balanced. She doesn't have Cold Mastery that increases her damage like the Lightning and the Fire one do. She increases her damage by reducing the resistance of the monster. And because of that, she has a hard cap on how much damage that she can increase her attacks by. She can't go any higher than negative 100%, whereas the Lightning and Fire Sorceress can continue to raise their Fire Mastery as high as they can manage to get their skills. And they can also apply negative enemy fire resistance from other sorcerers, like Flickering Flame, or Crescent Moon, or Griffin's Eye Diadem, or Lightning Facets. Cold works differently. And so it's fine that she can hit negative 100% on any monster that she fights, because that's how she's balanced. She has a lot more trouble getting the plus cold skill damage, which is a lot more finite for her particular character. I have not heard anything about single player yet, B. except for the fact that we already know that terrorized zones are not coming to single player first. And since we do know that the charms will only be dropping in the terrorized zone, we can pretty much assume that single player was going to be left out in the cold until terrorized zones are added to single player. They did specifically state that ladder was their main focus and was going to be first. And single player was not their main focus, and if it was added to single player, it was going to be after the ladder version was finished and perfected. Exactly, Richard. The cold sorceress is going to have an easier time earlier on because she can beef up her negative enemy cold resistance with the charm, but the charm is level 75, so it doesn't really like help out a ton early on in the game. It's really going to be like sort of late game. Whereas, yes, the fire and the lightning sorceress have a potential higher damage that they can reach because they can still hit that negative 100% number if they really try, along with the ability to have the fire and the lightning mastery, which is going to increase their damage exponentially, especially with plus the skills. The other thing here that I don't think a lot of people even realize is that the ability to break cold resistance is more than just the ability to dish out damage. So the ability to break cold resistance also means, that's right, you see my hand moves, also means you can chill targets and you can freeze targets. Not sure if you guys actually realize that, but it's an interesting thing to think about. If you're playing a cold sorceress and you're relying on things like Glacial Spike to freeze the targets around you, or Ice Blast to freeze that one target, or you're relying on the chilling effect from Frozen Orb or any of those other things, you can often find yourself in a very detrimental position when you come across a monster that is essentially immune to those chilling effects, right? So having the ability to chill targets that you wouldn't otherwise normally be able to chill is a very nice defensive bonus for the cold sorceress. That is definitely going to help her out a ton. The reason, Daryl, is because that negative enemy cold resistance does not break resistances. It only brings down the monster's resistance if they're not immune. So these charms are specifically breaking the immunity, which is going to, of course, allow the cold sorceress's cold mastery to actually take effect. What's up, brother?
Not much. Did you figure out all the secrets of the 2.5?
Oh, yeah. Figured out everything. I've been on for 7.5 hours so far. Just learning and thinking and living and coughing and dying.
Well, I caught some of it here and there. I was bragging on you. I said, you're like the only streamer other than one guy who's was even covering it.
Oh yeah, that was thanks to Skolm. I've been doing a little bit of collaborative work with Skolm, and we were talking about it like earlier, and I was like, "Hey, you want to come on and we'll talk about it when it happens?" And he sent me the link pretty early on, like the Japanese version of the link, before it was actually loaded into the English version, and that's what the one I was going over. There was some pretty hilarious stuff in there, like Black Crack. I don't really know why that was in there, but.
Yeah, I saw that. I got all like you had just started streaming when I was jumping in the shower like noon, and then getting my butt to work.
I think that's when it popped up.
Yeah. Of course, you got some people asking the same question over and over again. No, it does not work on the minions. It does not work on the minions. I mean, did y'all get the keys? Did y'all get in there and figure out if it worked on Ubers?
We found out. We did gather 3 keys, and we went into Uber Iswall's zone. And we did find out that the immunity did break the minions. So those unbreakable, the unbreakable minions, the ones like the pit lords and whatnot that are immune to all elements, it did actually break them.
Oh yeah, that's what we were hoping for. But I mean, are they classified as minions though? I mean, they're minions of Baal, but
Well, I just call them the minions because they're spawned directly by those monsters. They're not
I am
like they don't exist anywhere outside of Uber zones.
Well, they're the same ones that are in Uber Tristram.
Yes, and those are the ones that are spawned directly by those particular monsters. So that's why I'm referring to them as minions. So Diablo, he spawns the pit lords. Bale spawns the ghosts and the ghouls. And Mephisto spawns the skeleton archers and the skeleton mages.
Oh, that guy who was on chat with you, is he the one you were talking about that helped you out, or?
Yeah, Skull. He was the one that sent me the link. He's got a YouTube channel too. I put it up there for everybody to see earlier. He's got some pretty good videos on like necromancers, like budget builds for necromancers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I saw his video too because I was looking, and there was a Lucius or something, or Licious. He was the only other person who even covered it. Maybe at least until the real patch notes dropped from the U.S.
Well, I knew they were legitimate because, you know, they had the right link.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty neat. It's kind of a weird nerf that they did to the Hammerton, though, because it's not really a nerf.
It's kind of like getting left behind, right? Like all your friends go to the gym and they power up and they get stronger, and you were like on vacation and you get back and like, you know, you're not any weaker than you were before. Like you kept up with your training a little bit, but like you get back and they're all beefed up and they got big muscles and and you're like, well, dang guys, like couldn't wait for me.
The boys want you to come join our raft and check it out.
Oh, they got a raft.
Well, we've been playing all three of us together. We've got a huge one.
Yeah, Raft is really fun.
Yeah, that's what Carter says every time he gets off. The Raft is really a fun game. It's big enough that we can all kind of do our own thing, and nobody's really stepping on anybody's toes. Like Parker's making paint, and he's painting everything, and so everything's got like color to it.
Oh yeah,
we were wondering why you didn't do fishing though. Like the fishing is like part of the.
I did do fishing at the beginning, but then eventually I just kind of like started to focus on the stuff that I needed to focus on.
Well, you get the bait, and then the different levels of bait let you get different fish, the rare fish. I don't know really what it helps you with. We did something neat though. We captured a raft. We actually, the bow of our boat, we went right up to the front of the raft and created the raft around the boat, the one that was floating in the water, and discovered that they are anchored permanently in the water and they don't move.
Yeah, and if you touch them, they immediately start sinking.
Well, we didn't touch it. We just stole the thing off because Parker always goes up to it, or Carter, and they just grab the crate off of it without jumping onto it. But our boat would not move when we captured the raft. We thought we could just drag it around the whole game, but nope. Did you ever figure out if you just like float continuously, like in a circle or something?
There's a direction, like it's a specific direction. Like it sometimes it will change, but most of the time it doesn't.
Oh. Because we were trying to get to like one of the numbers, like the first number that you get, and it was completely in the wrong direction. And then eventually I think we floated closer to it. Or in a better direction, if you want to say. Hear 'em? Now they're all home. Why am I playing? Because I'm on here fishing so y'all don't starve to death.
Yeah, you got to work to stay alive. Okay. Get a farm set up, and that way you got you'll have plenty of farm food.
So the boys figured out why you couldn't use the recycler.
I mean, I was using it. It takes a long time to fill that thing up.
It needs a battery. It doesn't take very long to fill it up at all. They just put like for every 20 stack of an item that you put into it, it gives you one trash cube.
Okay.
So if you'd put a battery in yours, it would have given you like 500 trash cubes.
Just wondering
But,
if anyone knew when we could use make season 1 rune words in single player. You can make season 1 rune words in single player right now.
Oh, you said single player. I need some mist. Runes. I got that perfect base. Got to make it before it gets kicked out of ladder, right?
I mean, it'll get kicked out of ladder with you.
I know, but I have a mist that Squiddy gave me. But I have a mist base that I could make it in. But if ladder ends, then that will be useless because there aren't any 5-letter bow ones, aren't there? Or 5 rune.
I mean, we're also going to find out whether they're going to be nice enough to allow the non-ladder characters to make those rune words once the season's over. I doubt it, but I guess we'll find out.
Well, if not, I have to go to the kinship and I see. I'll have to go beg some runes or trade some runes.
Well, I'm sure everybody will be pretty generous right now. Most people don't care about this stuff coming to the end of a ladder.
Yeah, everybody's like, they don't even want to play because they think anything they do is going to be wasted because ladder is going to end.
Exactly. Why spend a whole bunch of time finding Griffin's ID addendum when it gets taken away from you in a week?
Oh yeah, well, definitely that. But you know, then people are sitting there going, they're like, oh, what's the point of playing non-ladder? Non-ladder's useless now. And I'm like, I was full of it.
I mean, non-ladder was always inferior to ladder. Nothing's changed.
Yeah, but some people don't play the game that don't play ladder at all.
I mean, ladder before was so inferior to non-ladder, or sorry, non-ladder was so inferior to ladder before that literally like everything was missing. Like there were items that didn't drop there, there was unique items that didn't drop there, there was rune words that couldn't be made there, there was specific magic affixes that didn't spawn in non-ladder.
They just stopped focusing on non-ladder and only focused on ladder.
Well, it was just they wanted to build more and more incentives for you to go and play ladder, and they certainly did a good job.
Even without them charging for it, like on WoW, it's crazy.
I need a key.
Oh yeah, I messaged you about that guy with the computer. He never brought it to my shop. Never heard from him.
That's fine.
I figured maybe he sold it to somebody else, but
yeah, it's not a big deal. I can't really afford it right now anyway.
yeah, I figured you didn't need a whole nother computer, but I thought maybe I'd like chop it up and like all I'd want is like the video card or something.
So I was gonna make a cold Amazon this ladder season. That was what I was thinking of doing. What are you doing? I was gonna do a cold Amazon this season. It's a good season to pick a cold Amazon apparently, because all I need to do is get my hands on a cold charm.
Freezing arrows on, yeah. It is pretty nice. I mean, I think it's possible that you could, go all the way to 99.
Well, now that I can actually build the colds on and actually break communities, like the build might change a little bit.
Well, I mean, you could tell it was always lacking that, like, too many cold immunes, blocking out certain areas. I mean, I could switch over to strafe, but it just wasn't the same.
Yeah, you're focused on one particular damage type, so of course when you swap out, it's not going to be as good.
Yeah, but you can do the cold really, really well.
Oh yeah, and as I was talking about earlier, is that one of the benefits of getting the access to the the ability to break cold immunes is that you'll be able to apply that crowd control. Not necessarily even killing them, but just being able to slow them down and freeze them will have a huge effect.
That'd be like butter. If you could freeze them.
Yeah, the only characters in the game at that point you won't be able to freeze are Death Lords. I think Death Lords are unfreezable, just in general. Like they're not cold immune; they're just unfreezable. I mean,
walk around the raft.
I had originally kind of decided to do like a half freezing, like half lightnings on, because I've always wanted to try like that duo build. But now I think I might just pure colds on, just rock the colds on and just like see if I can burn it.
Well, and everybody's excited about the charms. I'd say a lot more than everybody was all pissed off about the nerfing that was going to happen.
Oh, of course they were upset. And I think it's hilarious that they ended up nerfing the character without touching it at all. It's such a poetic nerf, like just in general. It's just absolutely poetic. Like it's like because they didn't change anything. All they did was give everybody a buff. And the Hammerton's own strength, the Hammerton's own issue that literally is what made it OP in the first place, is the very same thing that basically gave it no buff in the first place. Like
yeah, I mean, they gave it a buff, though. They're like, oh, we gave you the same thing as everybody else. Too bad it doesn't work for you.
too bad it doesn't actually work for you. But hey, it does something though. Like it's not
Yeah,
completely useless. It's just mostly useless. Okay. It's just mostly useless.
Well, you can't. The other characters you went over the other magic characters that you tested out. None of them are going to get a boost from that charm, though, are they? Like the nectar.
Not particularly. I mean, maybe the Berserk Barb. I feel like the Berserk Barb might get a buff from that. Just simply because the Berserk Barb, if you build a Zerker, you'll be able to go into Ubers and kill the magic immune pit lords and stuff like that. You should be able to kill them relatively easily with a Berserk Barb. I can't really see it being too much of a negative because there's not a lot of magic damage monsters in that particular zone.
Yeah. So what are you doing now on Diablo?
I'm just playing around with some of these characters on the PTR.
Would you say they didn't give you any 85 or 99s? They gave you 85.
Yeah, they did that deliberately because everybody said it was too easy last time.
Yeah, it's too easy.
They gave everybody a bunch of weak characters that have like so-so gear, and it's deadly obvious what they're trying to do.
Yeah, they smart.
Oh yeah, the Japanese translation for Moo Farms in the Japanese version was Moo Ranch. I freaking love it.
Wasn't that Harvest Moon? Didn't they call it a ranch, not a farm?
Moo Ranch and the magic charm was Black Crack instead of freaking.
Yeah, no, I was on watching you do that.
Freaking hilarious.
I think you were streaming as I was driving to work. I had you on the Bluetooth.
I bet I had like 300 people in here earlier.
That's what I was telling you.
Pretty exciting.
Way more people than because nobody else was talking about it at all. You were like the only one. Only one. Well, you know, all the Hammerton people, they didn't have anything to cry about or go brag about.
Oh, I got a buff.
Well, nobody wanted to hear them crying. You know, they would have been like, look at these charms they came out with. Don't help me at all.
Well, one of the things that they did say in the patch, like in one of the previous comments, was that what they were going to do was going to shake up the meta, and I definitely think it shakes up the meta. They definitely achieved that because they've opened the door for like tons of other characters to hop into the top end. It's really just a matter of what character you want to try and build as a top end character now. Like, I feel like pretty much all of them could effectively work very well as a top end character. It just depends on like what you want to focus on, how you want to build it.
Yeah, I mean exactly. You would come up with that, you know, all these theory craft characters, but the God Dealer was the coup de grace. Kind of sucks though. It didn't boost him up any. You know, any of the charms.
Oh, he's fine anyway. He does pretty good. He's actually capable of P8 solo, just not as fast as like the Hammerton or something like that.
I know. I was going to brag on you the other day. There was a guy that was like, "Oh, there are no new builds. It's a 20-year-old game. Everything's already been done."
Well,
And I was like, well,
actually, you got to do the AKCKHULA. Yeah, actually.
well, somebody said that 2.4, modded a few things, changed a few things that made it where there was some stuff that was different due to certain weapons or gear, and that's kind of how you did exploit that, the new stuff. But it's there for us to use, right?
I mean, all they really did was just change the skill, and then when they changed the skill, all the other stuff changed with it. It's like a domino effect, or like the butterfly effect movie. Like went back and
And they
smashed
did
one
a
little
lot of it
baby
there.
dinosaur, and now everybody's a turnip.
I mean, the way they messed with Inferno, the way they messed with the Hydras. I mean, some of that stuff was just ridiculous. It was ridiculous that you could fill the whole screen with Inferno, or Firewall. But when you played Diablo 1, the Firewall was like it burned like your friends, family, your soul.
Good day.
Burned to everybody.
I gotta call somebody. All right, man. Well, I'll catch up with you later.
All right. Hey, that's a
All
good
right.
that's a good thing to point out there, Zan. You're right. The Trang Necromancer could actually get some interesting use, being able to break the fire immunities and then maybe stacking on some negative enemy fire resistance. That's actually an interesting idea. What if you were to put a 6-socketed crystal sword, put in 6 fire facets, since you have to wear full trangs to get the effect, and then combine that with the charm and as many raw plus the skills as you can get. So you would want something like Mara's, 2 Soges, Mage Fists. Actually, you can't wear Mage Fists because of Trang's gloves. Yeah, that could work. What would that be? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30? That'd be negative 30% enemy fire. That could be interesting, play around with a fire necro. Yeah, no immunity on CE either, which is definitely interesting. That's why I've taken the fire charm and the physical charm, and I've put them on some of the necromancers and stuff together, because obviously having the no immunity to fire and no immunity to physical definitely makes a big deal for dealing with those immunities specifically. It helps for them for those monsters not to be immune to the 2 elements that you need them to not be immune to. I don't know, we can go take a look. I'm sure I have a Trang set sitting around. What? Where's my Trang set? I pass it. Errata's, Deaths, Sazabi's, Arctic, Heavens, Talrash's, Natalia's, IK, Trangs. There it is. Yeah, so this is a Trang's Necro. He's got 381 damage fireball. Is he wearing the full set? Is he missing a piece? He's missing a piece. I was about to say, I know that's not right. It's not high enough damage. Where's your head? There it is. Uh, 763 to 843 fireball. 2,095 to 2,227 meteor. And then we also got firewall, which is 3,708 to 3,760. Assuming, of course, we were to utilize as many facets as possible, we'd have 1, 2, 3, and then 6 in a weapon. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 total. Looks like Zan already ran it on the numbers on the chat. So you're talking about negative 45% enemy fire resistance and plus 45% skill damage. So you could theoretically probably get that pretty high. That's actually not bad. And then assuming, of course, you're utilizing a +2 Maras, 2 Sojas, and of course the I'm trying to think here if there's a better weapon that you can use than like a crystal sword too. But I mean, Rune Master comes to mind, but it's only 5 sockets. You'd probably have to run the numbers and see which one is better. I would wager that the negative enemy fire resistance would outweigh the +3 fire. But, I mean, if that was the case, you could just use a Hoto. A Hoto would probably be better, but you couldn't put a facet in it. So, yeah, that's not as good. So hex fire with a fire facet in it versus a 6-socket, 6-faceted fire sword. Would +3 skills potentially override the facets? That's an interesting question. I don't have 6 facets laying around to test it with, but you know I could also go grab it. Let me go quickly grab it real quick. Why not? Won't take me but a second, boys. We can test out crazy stuff like this. What else is my channel for if not to test out crazy stuff like this? Come on now. Let's see if I can, here you are. I'll bring this up for you guys to see, why not? You guys can watch me do crazy things on Hero Editor. Alright, so we're going to add a 6-socket crystal sword real quick. Here we go, 6-socket crystal sword. We're also going to add a hex fire. And then we're going to add a bunch of fire facets, because we need those to get this done. And we'll get an idea of what our damage looks like. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7, right? Yeah, 7. 6 for that one, 1 for this one, 7 total. Actually, 8, 9, 10 for the armor, the shield, and the helmet. I forgot about that. Now, we won't be able to simulate the charms, but we'll be able to simulate the rest of it, and then we can infer the damage that the charms offer. It won't be too difficult to infer the damage that the charms offer. I mean, yes and no, Zan. The thing about Infinity is it's mainly there just to break immunities. Like that's the main thing about Infinity is it breaks immunities. Um, the charms take that away from Infinity. Infinity is no longer needed to break immunities. So yes, Infinity does actually reduce resistances further now than it did before. But the main purpose that people used it for was the resistance breaking, not necessarily the resistance reduction. The resistance reduction is just icing on the cake. It's the resistance breaking that everybody came for.
Good day.
Oh, dang it. I didn't log into PTR, did I? No, I didn't log into PTR. I also didn't copy the character over to PTR. I mean, I don't think it necessarily has to be PTR, but I already have everything set up over there, and it would be a pain in the butt to redo everything. So let me just copy this over to PTR real quick. All right. Oh, way easier, I'm sure. I can't imagine it's going to be so difficult to get that it would be like 2 burrs worth of stuff. Yes, Conviction would stack with lower resistance in this case, it looks like. Only if you had that particular charm on you, though. No, I'm not going to be able to grab the charm with Hero Editor. But I will be able to check and see what the damage output is and infer the increase.
I can't.
Alright, so our total damage on our fireball at this point is level 29, 1014. A nice little bump there. With the
Impossible.
sword instead of the crystal sword, we're looking at 1056. Now, it is higher with the sword, but our negative enemy fire resistance goes from 20 to 45. So it's a pretty big drop in negative enemy resistance for a small bump in damage. We basically go up, 100 points? Yeah, about 100, a little over 100 points between the two swords. So I do feel like this might be the better one. We also have the Meteor skill, which goes from 2,521 to 2,681 to roughly 3,288. I feel like in both situations we have to calculate in the negative resistance, and so the difference in negative resistance between the two swords is what is that? So 20 to 45. So you're looking at 25% additional negative resistance. So the gemmed crystal sword probably outclasses the hexfire. However, obviously, the hexfire with one facet is going to be way easier to obtain than a gemmed crystal sword with 6 perfect facets. So I think it's obvious that the hexfire shamshir is the winner in terms of like availability, but the 6-socketed gem crystal sword is definitely the winner in terms of like raw damage output. And assuming, of course, you're breaking a monster to 95% resistances with the charm, and then you're utilizing the negative enemy resistance, so you got negative 45% enemy resistance. So you'd be bringing a immune fire monster down to, what is that, 50%? Right? 50%? It would be 50% fire resistance. So you still wouldn't be doing like a massive amount of damage. You still would be doing about 500 damage on your fireball to that immune target. And you'd be doing about, 1,300 meteor and 20 to 50 firewall, which honestly isn't too bad. And you'd probably kill some targets with it. I mean, you also got lower resistance, which you can factor in as long as you're casting that. You know, so we could add in another 56%, so we could bring them down to 0, so closer to 4,000. Let's play around with this real quick. That's without lower resistance. Let's try the meteors. These monsters regenerate fast, don't they? Half the time I hit them and they're literally already regenerating by the time the hit like barely even glances off of them. Boy's fire enchanted too. What's up, Shank? And of course, there's the added benefit that the negative enemy fire resistance is also, of course, helping out your corpse explosion. So it's not like it goes to waste, even if you wanna say like, hey, the fire skills aren't worth it. You still have the ridiculous corpse explosion that you're beefing up in the process. So All right, guys and gals, I'm still pretty wrecked from all that stupid chemicals, paint and crap, and mold killers and stuff that are going on in the bathroom. I'm still coughing up a storm. I've been streaming for like literally 8 hours. I think I've covered just about everything I need to cover. We'll, of course, go over some more stuff tomorrow. Don't worry about it. We'll have some fun talking about some various things. Maybe we'll make videos on each one of the charms, and I'll talk about specifically, you know, what each charm could potentially be good for, what kind of doors open up, what kind of items you could potentially use to beef up those charms to make them a little bit better. I feel like those could be some interesting videos. I really appreciate everybody showing up today. I mean, I had like freaking almost 300 and some odd people in here at one point. It was pretty fun, and also look at my freaking awesome shirts. I can't believe my shirts actually came in yesterday. I was super excited about that. If you guys haven't seen my shirts up on the shop, they're freaking awesome looking. You should check them out. I'm sure my bot has spammed the link at least like 10 or 20 times for you guys. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and if you want to keep watching, be sure to hit that subscribe button.